Hello, good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge Live for this Rothesay Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Surrey, where we are at the halfway stage. 2 days gone and potentially another 2 to come. Now, if you have joined us for the past 2 days, you will know that this has been a highly competitive fixture between two high-quality teams. And as we start day 3, the scoreboard currently reads Surrey trailing by 204 runs as they will start the day on 211 for 4. So we had a full day of cricket yesterday, so let's remind you of a bumper day of cricket here at Trent Bridge with the highlights from day 2.
On Abbott then. On his first complete over of the morning, and they've got Clark caught behind. Joe Clark's second ball of the morning doesn't add to his overnight 129, and that could be the difference between Notts being all out for 320 or 30 and perhaps going on to get 370 or 380, because Clark
has Worrell's in, and first runs of the day, and there'll be 4 of them off the thickish edge all the way down to the third man boundary road for 4.
That's going to go away for 4. It's funny how they always find that gap between slip and tee into altogether. It's returning.
Atkinson in, edged and taken. Good sharp catch there by Burns. Her first slip, it was rising.
And Jordan Clark is in. Now this will be the batting point, because he's just strayed onto the pads of Josh Tong, and he has whipped that. Jordan Clark. Roder coming into Ollie Stone. And Ollie Stone has slapped this away for 4. Bit of wick from Jordan Clark.
There's been a huge gap.
As Jordan Clark is in. This is driven firmly. Nicely placed. It's a good shot this from Stone. He has just readied that.
Third place qualifier. 2 of the 3 groups.
In over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. One more. Just look for the Yorker. Cracking over this. For Nottinghamshire. Abbott is in over the wicket to Tongue. That's on his pads. That'll just be clipped away for 4. And get to that. Nicely put away.
Atkinson bowls full edged and past Rory Burns at first slip away for 4. Well, it was a beautiful delivery, but they've just taken that second slip out.
As in over the wicket comes Sean Abbott. Cracked off the back foot. This will be 4 more. The interesting thing with this is, these two look pretty comfy at the minute. Just about on that back crease line with that back foot now.
Atkinson in, bowls down the leg side, and that's all you've got to do. Just deflect it away, nice and fine. Which will be taken before the wicket. He's down the track and hits a lovely shot from Josh Tong through the offside for 4. My word. He did skip down to the pitch of that one and played a really, really nice stroke.
Over the wicket come for him. Outside edge. It's bounced just in front of Thomas. This is what happens in these situations. Just bounces in front of Thomas. Flies down to the third man. Drop down the order. As in over the wicket goes Worrell. Outside edge. Gone. So Worrell will finish with 6 for 73. Stone threw everything at that drive, but what a fine effort that was from Stone and Tongue.
4 more respectable, 0 for 2, better than 0 for 6. Comes in again, bowls. And this time Burns will get it away through the offside, and he will get his boundary. Just used the pace on the ball, opened himself up to guide it away through the offside for a boundary. Lyndon James's career best figures came against Surrey, a 6 for down at the Oval a few years ago. Tom in to bowl, 4 runs, nicely clipped off his legs by. His deliveries again turned away through the leg side and well out of the reach of Lyndon James and Ollie Stone, who chases after it, and there's 4 more. The pace of Tong just, I thought if they had a done it. Stone bowls whipped away wristily by Sibley. Ben Slater's out there, gets the dive in, can't come up with the ball. It was just out of reach. It's gone for 4.
They nail that as Stone is in again. Oh, Burns will go. He's looked to pull one. He's got a top edge, and Stone will take the catch off his own bowling. Oh, and Rory Burns will be livid with that.
No goldfish at fun fairs that I've been to.
I haven't been to a fun fair this century. Tong bowls pitched up, driven nicely by Smith through the offside, and that'll go, well, it's gone for 4. It wasn't the case of that'll go for 4. He did that hard. Away for a boundary.
Stone bowls, leg side-ish, and that's been flicked away across the square. Skips away to the boundary. Stone back in. Sibley. It's better. It's been punched away past the fielder there at cover. It's racing away towards that short boundary. Won't quite make. Oh, it does. James in. And well, it's a thickish outside edge with soft hands from Jamie Smith, and it's going to head away to the deep third boundary for 4.
Out on Douglas Lewis, 65 for 1. Tong bowls. That's a lovely shot. That's 4 runs for Dominic Sibley. That's the shot of the innings for me. Elegant straight drive. And Mead was just too far round towards extra cover.
Very good. There's O'Neill. He's in. Oh, shot. Simply stepped outside his off stump and thrown the bottom hand into this. Whipped it. There's in over the wicket once again. Goes O'Neill. Oh, and simply short. Punched at it. Thick edge. Just the 2 slips.
Some white balls driven crisply down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Sibley.
Bit of short, bit wide. And Jamie Smith has just rocked onto the back foot
At Leicester.
Tuck in, and that's leg side, and it's been worked off the hip by Smith, and all the way for 4. You can hear the clatter of the ball into the advertising hoardings beneath us. With another short delivery, edged and taken off the shoulder of the bat of Jamie Smith. So the plan has worked. Duckett takes a pretty simple catch there. The ball looped in the...
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Coming around the wicket now to Ryan Patel, and Patel goes. He's got another one. He's just turned it straight to short leg. This is why Tom is worth his weight in gold.
Some white balls down the track comes Lawrence, and sometimes you have to do that, I guess, when you're batting Dom Sibley. Another one hit up in the air, and he's going to get another boundary, but crikey, he was so close then, I think, to either picking out Clark. It was to the right of Clark, to the left of Stone, and it was in the air as it...
And Lawrence drives. Super shot from Dan Lawrence.
Watching Hampshire playing knots. Some white balls. All this is deflected down the leg side for a single, for a boundary, I beg your pardon.
Here is O'Neill, and that's short, and that's pulled for 4 by Dan Lawrence. And that hits the hover cover. So Lawrence moves on to 24, Surrey move on to 165 for 3.
Stone comes in from the far end, the Stuart Broad end. Limit of width to be worked with there by Sibley, and it gets it past the fielder to backward point, and that's going to be 4 runs at the shorter boundary.
Some light round the wicket. Coming down the track here is Lawrence, and Lawrence has got hold of that one, and that's a mighty blow.
That's in over the wicket once again. Comes Stone. That's pulled by Lawrence for 4. Lots of time there.
He's just going to get finer and slip. Patterson White into bowl. New bats, and that's out, I think. Yes, it is.
Once again. Comes in, and James Thomas is off the mark. Nicely played. Just flashes this off the back foot through the covers. Over the wicket again goes James. Forward goes Lawrence. There's his 50. He's played very nicely here, Dan Lawrence. Just pushes this one out towards cover point. So another lovely 50 from Dan Lawrence. Terrific nick this summer.
O'Neill 41, Stone 38. The final ball of the over is defended, and that is it. A thrilling, absorbing day of cricket here at Trent Bridge.
So a bumper highlights package there for you. Now the 2 Surrey batsmen are on the boundary rope, and the Notts players are making their way down the steps, as well are the umpires. So it's time for me to hand you over to 2 men that said to me this morning they are going to give the best commentary they've ever given in all their years of commentating on cricket. So it's time for me to say a very good morning to Mark Church and Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning to 1-1, and especially if you've been following the live stream with Trent Bridge live this morning, Aaron Lord setting up the day beautifully, and don't believe a word he says if it's not related to the actual game, because Mark Church and myself, Dave Bracegirdle, we'll just try and do our best, but there's no promises, Mark, is there? There's no promises that this will be the best commentary ever. I think we're going to get one of the best days of cricket of the season probably ahead of us. Let's hope so, because the first 2 days have been terrific. Very good morning, 1-1 to Trent Bridge, Nottingham, West Bridgeford, NG2 in the English East Midlands on a morning that has been very dark and overcast and fairly gloomy in outlook overhead, up until about 5 minutes or so ago when the bell rang and the clouds parted, and we've now got some blue sky, and the sunshine has come to join us. The game is finely balanced. You'd imagine that the third day today, they call it moving day in golf, don't they? This has sort of got to accelerate forward one way or another if we're going to get a thrilling finish tomorrow, because halfway through the match we've only had 14 wickets go down. Notts 415, Surrey 211 for 4. I've no idea what's going to happen. For that I need to perhaps tap into the enormous wisdom of my co-commentator. Very good Sunday morning to you, Mr. Mark Church.
Good morning to you, Dave Bracegirdle. Good morning to everybody. It's nicely set up this morning. I think if Lawrence can get in on here, Lawrence will get that scoreboard moving. He's the key from a Surrey perspective this morning. The other thing, of course, a new ball available in 11 overs time, so that'll be an important passage of play. Josh Tongue, yesterday, outstanding spell of bowling after tea from him. But yeah, I couldn't call this at the moment, but we always talk about the crucial first hour. I think this is a crucial first hour in the whole concept of this game. It's going to be Tongue to get us started from the Stuart Broad end, and he's coming into Lawrence, and Lawrence is forward, playing this one out into the offside, and Lawrence starts the day 52 not out, Thomas 6 not out.
Yeah, nicely set, Dan Lawrence, isn't it? It'll be interesting to see how he plays it. We've had no word from anybody, and I'm sure Mark will sort of fill in the gaps. No obvious reason why Ollie Pope hasn't batted yet. We're very much expecting him to come out when the next wicket falls.
Turns again does Tongue, comes in over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence lets this one go outside his off stump. Yeah, Sibley 77 yesterday, but getting Sibley late on last night, Patterson White having Sibley caught behind was a big moment. But yes, it's going to be another fascinating day. It really is. It's absolutely absorbing, this game of cricket. Can't take your eyes off it for a minute. You really can't. Tongue's got a couple of slips in there this morning. I'm keeping an ear out for Mr. Bracegirdle's first update of the day, as Tongue is in to Lawrence, and Lawrence drives up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, pleasant conditions. Might hear a little bit of music in the background. The football fan zone is officially open at 12, but we've heard the music booming out already. Nottingham Forest at home this afternoon. Yes,
the fan zone. Yes, the fan zone.
Yes, you'll see. There's one or two Nottingham Forest shirts about. You'll see more and more, I would imagine, as this session progresses.
Tongue is in over the wicket to Lawrence. Hello, that's climbed outside the off stump. That's just gone past his gloves. That really did kick at Dan Lawrence.
Little word with Josh last night. He thoroughly enjoyed yesterday, and why wouldn't you if you can bowl as quickly as Josh Tongue can bowl? Nice to hear from Dominic Sibley as well. He was speaking to the media at close of play last night. Just do a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Yes, good morning. We've just started on time here. The first shot of the day of any anger goes down the ground for 4. That's going to take Surrey to 215 for 4. This game nicely poised. Surrey are 200 behind. Josh Tongue's doing the bowling at the moment. Got 2 wickets yesterday. Surrey 215 for 4. Lovely shot straight down the ground, wasn't it? 5th ball of the morning there to get Surrey's account and Dan Lawrence's individual account up and running on this 3rd morning.
Great battle this. Previous ball took off, that one driven down the ground for 4 as Tongue is in, over the wicket to Lawrence, short, pulled away off his hip by Lawrence, down towards long leg. He'll keep the strike, he'll pick up a single. Lawrence moves on to 57. And Surrey move on to 216 for 4, of course, all in reply to Nottinghamshire's 415. So they trail by 199. Even I can work that one out.
That's the end of the 70th over, so very interesting to see what Notts do with regard to the next 10 overs and obviously beyond. They can keep Tong going for a blast this morning or very early on here. He's opened the bowling, so I guess that's their intent. Liam Patterson-White's going to bowl the 2nd over, and then maybe it'll be Ollie Stone and Fergus O'Neill to take the new ball. Of course, they might have different ideas, but that will all unfold in front of us. It is going to be Patterson-White, who has bowled 20 overs so far, I think on the spin from this end. Radcliffe Road end is going to go round the wicket to Dan Lawrence, who's on 57, drops this on the leg side and walks a single. Mead doing the fielding, and that brings young Adam Thomas down onto strike for the first time today. 6 from 24 yesterday, came in at 6 for the last half an hour, 40 minutes or so of day 2.
Yeah, I don't know whether Ollie Pope didn't feel well yesterday, but we'll see what happens if a wicket falls this morning.
Patterson-White bowls to the 19-year-old, drops this on the leg side.
I haven't heard that there's anything up with him, so I would expect him to be coming in next.
Patterson-White got the wicket of Sibley yesterday, caught at the 2nd attempt by Verena. Bowls this ball on the legs of Thomas, he eases it wide of Hamid for a single. Of course, just as we were finishing yesterday, there was a big story down in Cardiff. Their youngster on debut, Tom Norton, getting a hat-trick against Somerset. 36 for 6 is the Somerset score in that particular match. Oh, this is edged. Lawrence walking forward, slightly off balance, gets a thick edge past the diving ducket at first slip, and it's gone for 4. There's only one slip there. There's nobody down at 3rd man. Just to tell you how hard he went at that, it has run all the way down to the boards in front of the pavilion at the far end. And a slightly fortuitous first boundary of the morning for Dan Lawrence takes him to 62, and Surrey are on double Nelson, 222 for 4.
Yeah, well, edgy, but another boundary.
The difference between the two sides, 193 runs. Never thought for one moment the follow-on would be an issue, as this is hit by Lawrence crisply all the way down to Ollie Stone, down below us for a single. 223 for 4, so the superstitious can put your feet down again. It used to really be a thing. There were a lot of cricket followers, supporters, spectators would do that, but it's a dying thing at the moment. This is dropped on the leg side by Thomas, end of the over. He's on 7. Lawrence 63. 223 for 4. We've had 2 of today's allocation of 96 overs between these two sides. It'll be, I guess, this morning and the early part of the afternoon, it'll all be about what bonus points they can each get from this situation.
Well, the weather has changed since we've got out there. It was cold this morning, cloudy. Clouds are broken up, there's some blue sky and there's some sun now, so it's pleasant here this morning. It was a lovely day yesterday, although when the sun did go in and it was the end of the day, it was actually quite cold. But this morning it's beginning to warm up now. Tongue, 1 over, and now we set it up for this short stuff again. Short leg slip, the gully, backward point, square leg, deep backward square. Saw this from him yesterday after tea. Coming into Dan Lawrence, there you go, short straight away, and Lawrence ducks underneath it. The key thing with Tongue yesterday, he didn't get all of them right, but the ones he got wickets with, especially the Jamie Smith one, in around the armpit.
Yeah.
And it's horrendous, that, for a right-hander or a left-hander.
To be fair, also Ryan Patel's. I mean,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It was in the right spot. You see the short ball, we'll go to the short ball, and more often than not, it's just going straight over the batter's head. As Tongue is in, that short, he's pulled that like an exocet out towards deep backward square. He's playing that off the front foot there, Lawrence, and he'll get a single. So this will be a tester for Adam Thomas. Lawrence moves on to 64, but the one that got Smith, as a right-hander, and Tongue's got the perfect action for this. It's coming back at you. It's in around your armpit, and it is get off me.
Yeah.
It's the perfect get off me delivery, and glove to Ben Duckett at leg slip. Jamie Smith, who's played really nicely yesterday. As Tongue is in, and Thomas, that nips back at him, hits him high up on that front leg, rolls away into the gully, and there's no run.
It's interesting that Josh Tongue had the first over with what you can only describe as an orthodox field, and then it's almost like, I mean, it certainly wasn't a loosener. It was fired up very much from the off, but then his second over, the third of the morning, he's gone back to the field he had yesterday with the short leg in there and the leg slip. Very much a strong leg side field.
Tongue over the wicket he comes, and Thomas ducks underneath this. And taken by Verena, moving away to his left-hand side. So, fascinating stuff this morning. 2-2-4 for 4. I did see the great winching of Wilson this morning by Aaron. I think that's that's content idea. I think you should get. You know how they get someone to ring the bell?
Yes, yeah.
As in over the wicket is Tongue. That's well played by Thomas. He gets up on his toes. Wilson, of course, the static camera down at the Stuart Broad end, which Aaron has to winch, and it's like a full body workout. but you know at Lords, and they do it now at the Kia Rover as well. You invite someone to ring the bell. I think they should invite a celebrity in to winch up Wilson. I don't know, somebody like Simon Cowell. There you are, eh?
Well, the thing with it is it's done so early in the morning. They've got to set the cameras up and make sure they're working. I don't think there's anybody else around except you.
As in over the wicket goes Tongue, short, ducking underneath it is Thomas. End of the over. 2-24 for 4, Surrey. Lawrence on 64. Thomas is on 7.
Of course, today it's the start of the England Women's International Summer. They're playing up in the northeast at the Riverside, Chesterley Street, and they're playing New Zealand. New Zealand are batting. England won the toss and stuck them in, and an early wicket for Lauren Filer there. New Zealand 7 for 1. The England side, of course, skippered by Charlie Dean. Local interest, Amy Jones, the wicket-keeper for the Blazers, playing. Tilly Courtine-Coleman's in the side as well. The Surrey player is Patterson White bowling, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. 2-24 for 4. We'll periodically mention the scores, of course, as we go along, and also the county championship scores. Full programme back underway on time this morning, day 3. Patterson White bowls to Dan Lawrence, nudges it crisply back along the surface, fielded by the Nottinghamshire spinner to his left. 2-2-4 for 4. Lawrence on his shirt. He's not on his shirt number. This is pushed into the offside. Gets to 65. Thomas has shirt number 64, and Lawrence was on 64, but he's moved off that now. In fact, he's going along at a healthy lick, isn't he, Dan Lawrence? 65 from 81.
He always does. And as I said, that scoreboard with him in there starts to tick.
Yep. So Ollie Pope still to come. Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Sean Abbott and Dan Worrell. Patterson White bowling to Thomas. He eases this into the gap on the offside. He's placed that very nicely indeed, the young man. Stylishly pushed it deliberately into that gap just between cover and mid-off. Takes 3 runs, 228 for 4.
Seen enough of Lawrence that in his head as well, when he walked out there this morning, he would have been thinking, right, what was it when we walked out there this morning? 11 overs still the new ball?
Yeah, 69
right,
gone,
I'm
yeah.
going to score as many as I can against this old ball. Without taking huge risks, but this is also an opportunity for me to score runs against the old ball before that new ball arrives.
Just had to attend to his gloves there, Lawrence, but settles, pushes this easily into the offside, fielded by Fergus O'Neill.
I tell you what, Dan Lawrence has got a brilliant cricket brain. That's the other thing with Lawrence. He reads the game so well. He's like a good snooker player. What are they, 7 shots ahead of themselves? Yeah. He's a bit like that, Lawrence. He will already be thinking about, what can I, in this chunk of time, get before that new ball arrives?
Wealth of experience now, of course, as Patterson White ends the over with a ball which Thomas defends. Lawrence has 66, Thomas 10. This partnership worth 32 this morning already. Surrey have added 18 runs in just 4 overs. So they've certainly come out of the traps firing quickly this morning. 229 for 4, 7 overs before the second new ball becomes due.
He might get an absolute beauty here from Tongue and knock his off stump out the ground. But the one I always remember was last year down at Hove on a flat one. Sussex took till tea on day 2 to get to about 4:30. Took forever to get there. As Tongue is coming in over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. And Lawrence pulls him off the front foot again. What a shot that is. But again, this is against this old ball. So Lawrence, if it's there, it's an old ball. He's just stood on the front foot, short arm jab that, straight down the ground for 4 runs. This is all about the ball at the moment from Dan Lawrence. But at Hove, they knew they were going to have to score quickly to give themselves any hope of winning the game. And Lawrence came out on day 3 and hit one of the quickest and best 100 you could ever wish to see. Because in his head it was, can I get us 100 ahead by stumps tonight? As this is a short one which he ducks underneath. And unfortunately, it was all going to plan until the umpires took us off for bad light when the light was fine. And it was one of those ironic situations where, as I interviewed Gareth Batty, under blue skies, everybody was thinking, well, why aren't we actually playing any cricket at the moment? But it was a brilliant bit of thinking from Lawrence. And as I say, his cricket brain, he's way ahead of where we all are at the moment. As he stands with that bat raised, Tongue's into him, ducks another one, taken by Verena.
What do you make of the offside field?
Well, there isn't one, really. Well, because this says to Lawrence, everything's not going to be short. Now, he might go up to the bat, but at the moment there is nobody at mid-off, there is nobody in the covers, there is nobody in front of square on the offside.
No.
So Lawrence is just expecting everything short here from Josh Tongue. As Tongue is into him, that's way down the leg side, and he just sways inside it. Does Dan Lawrence, and that's taken by Verena. Reminds me of a great Jeremy Coney story where Jeremy says when he used to tour the West Indies, it's the only time in his career whereas when you were on strike, there were only 3 people in front of you: the non-striker, the bowler, and the umpire. Everybody else was behind you.
Crikey.
Yeah. Over the wicket once again goes Tongue. Oh, better. Short, and a little nod back to Tongue there from Lawrence, because Lawrence went to hook that, but he was trying to take that from outside his off stump, and I think it probably nipped away from him as well, and it was quicker.
Yeah, he could so easily have just left that alone, but there's obviously a little bit of macho versus macho out there as well.
It's great this again, isn't it? First thing this morning, Tongue's piling in at Lawrence with an old ball. As Lawrence Stands with that bat raised. Tongue is into him. Well played. Gets in behind this. Drops it down into the leg side. And there is no run. End of the over. 233 for 4 then. Lawrence has 70. Thomas is on 10. But good crowd in already this morning. Especially now the sun's come out.
Yes, it's lovely to have county championship cricket very much at the forethought of everybody's weekend here. Billy and Patterson White to continue. If you'd like to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you. Got the email up, bracecricket@icloud.com. Happy to take missives, whether you're a Nottinghamshire supporter, Surrey supporter, or you've just found us. This down the leg side, and Thomas has gone for a huge mow, a slog sweep. He's gone for 4, and he's got a little bottom edge on it. Very, very fine down the leg side. Verena no chance of stopping that, and it just raced away again down towards the boards at the far end. So useful runs, and Surrey's first batting bonus point now coming very much closer. 237 for 4. 178. There's the difference between the two sides. Patterson White bowls again, this time Thomas playing from very deep in his crease, just watches it safely onto the face of his bat, pushes it into the offside. This is the 75th over of the innings, the 6th of the morning. Bowls again, Patterson White. Turn to leg. Don't know if you noticed, Mark, Jackie's back on reception downstairs this morning. Not been too well the last couple of days. Call her Miss Trunchball, she likes that. 237 for 4, and a lovely delivery. Did get a little bit of drift there to the right-hander. Verena not backwards and coming forwards when it takes when he's got the chance to whip a bail off just in case. Good glove work by the South African.
Lovely bit of bowling.
I understand his mum's been on the ground. No more information on that, but I thought the family was coming over from South Africa for this one. 237 for 4, presumably not just mum. I'm not sure, but it'd be nice for Kyle to have family representation. His delivery is short enough to be cut out into the offside, and there's going to be a chase out there, but it's only a chase to fetch the ball back from Fergus O'Neill. Lovely cut from young Master Thomas. And now moves to 18. 241 for 4. Surrey on this third morning. Lots of putting to bat. Batted for 4 sessions in making 415. Surrey began their first innings after lunch yesterday. 211 for 4 overnight, and they've already added 30 in 20 minutes.
They're going at 5 and over at the moment. They've had 6 overs this morning, they've added 30. So they're ticking along at 5s at the moment.
And it's not just Lawrence either, is it? Thomas is about his work very quickly. He's added a dozen just himself this morning.
Here we go again. Tongue against Lawrence. Tongue from the Stuart Broad end. Lawrence just lets this hit him. Banged in, and it's just hit him on his back because he was trying to get inside it. But he just let it hit him. It rolls away into the leg side. He's a big old boy, Josh Tongue, isn't he? When he came down for interview yesterday, it's the archetypal he's tall for his height. He really is a big old fella.
Lovely fella. There were 2 giants out there speaking to the media, weren't they? Josh Tongue and Dominic Sibley.
We're talking about us. This one's turned into the leg side by Lawrence. They pick up a single. 1 more to the total. 242 for 4. And Adam Thomas comes back on to strike. So the partnership's worth 45. They came together last night with that wicket of Sibley. Caught behind off the bowling of Patterson White for 77. Play very well again, did Dominic Sibley. My sermon's gone out this morning, talking about the Vicar of Sibley and how he should be opening for England this summer. As in over the wicket. Oh, his tongue. Now that did get big on Thomas. Edgy, but between keeper and gully. And down to third man. And Thomas just indicates that did just get bigger on him than he thought.
You see, sometimes you look too hard for a solution, don't you? Can James Rue open? Can Amelia
Just
Gay
pick
open?
a proper opener.
But there's a fella who's been there, he's done it, won't be daunted or phased at all by playing international
I would
cricket.
like it to be Sibley because he's in cracking form at the moment. But if they went with Hamid, I'd be happy with that. He's a proper opening batter. He knows what he's doing. He's swaying inside. This one is Dan Lawrence. And we saw it yesterday. You know, there are going to be times where you have to go out there and it's tough against the new ball. And yeah, Duckett plays his way, and I love Ben Duckett as a player, and his sort of second coming with England's been fantastic. But I think he probably needs someone up the other end as well. And if you're batting three, it's quite nice to be able to put your feet up for a bit. As in over the wicket comes Tongue, and that's pulled away by Lawrence. Again, it's because it's this old ball. Lawrence is just waiting for the right one. And he has pulled that away behind square for 4. That's the 50 partnership up. 247 for 4. And Lawrence moves on to 75.
Do you think there might be question marks in some people's minds over whether they gel together? You know, somebody looking to bat all day and somebody looking, you know, obviously Ben would be looking to bat all day as well, but, you know, he'll be looking to take 16 off and over.
Look at the Surrey batting lineup. Look at the Surrey batting lineup. Burns takes along. He'd like to bat all day, obviously, but look at the Surrey batting lineup, and Sibley will be there at the end of the day, 100 not out. Everybody else has done what they do at the other end. That's well bowled, but it's pretty well played as well by Lawrence, because it did get up on him. But again, because it's the older ball, he's able just to get on top of that, ride the bounce and drop it down. So, well bowled, well played. This is great stuff. 247 for 4. 4 overs until that new ball is available. Lawrence is on 75. Thomas is on 19.
Yeah, Ben Slater's certainly very much in the game when he's in at short leg. Thomas and Lawrence have done well so far just to ride the bounce that Tong's getting and steer it away from the short leg fielder. Here's Patterson White continuing, bowling to Adam Thomas. 19 not out, defends this back along the strip to the bowler. 247 for 4, so sorry, 3 runs away from levelling things in terms of the bonus points. It'll be 4 points apiece when they get another 3 runs. This is just pushed gently into the offside, no run. Jack Haynes in there doing the fielding. Lovely day, lots of white fluffy cloud around, but plenty of blue sky. This is squirted round the corner, fielded by Stone, but it's not Stone, it's Josh Tong, I beg your pardon, but they take a comfortable single. 248 for 4.
That was well played by Thomas. Just left arm around the wicket with the angle coming in. He's kept that bat gun barrel straight, so it's hitting the inside edge and going down into the leg side. He's not trying to whip that through the leg side.
Fielding change. Hamid has gone from mid-wicket out to deep mid-wicket, not normally where you'd find the skipper. This ball is pushed by Lawrence into the offside. Needed fielding and was by Haynes again.
I must say, though, I do feel better for getting it off my chest in the sermon this morning about Dominic.
77th over of the innings. Nicely played by Lawrence for another single. Slater moves from mid-wicket back, I think. He's going to slip, but Hamid's coming in. So is this on a format that people can also offer their opinion?
No, just mine.
It's just yours.
Don't want anybody else's. It's mine. I am in charge in the parish. It's all in my head, Dave Bracegirdle, or made up.
249 for 4. Sorry, need a single to get to 250 and that precious point, which will come in the fullness of time, but not from that final delivery of the over, which is defended. Liam Patterson-White, 24 overs, 5 maidens. Well, I was going to tell you his figures, but they've just disappeared off the board. That is the 5th wicket partnership of 52 now from 88 deliveries. It'll come back in a moment. We'll tell you Liam's figures. As Dan Lawrence takes on a little bit of fluid, a little bit of rehydration out there for Dan Lawrence.
Well, we're going to get a change. I can understand this. So Lyndon James comes into the attack to replace Tongue, because I'm pretty sure they want Tongue to have a few with the new ball as well. Josh Blake's here, so Josh Blake running the drinks out. He's been hot-footed it up here in case out in the field again, because we were saying that on day one, of course, Fisher rested, Topley not selected, but those two spent most of the day fielding.
Can I just finish? I'd got as far as Patterson White, 24 overs, 5 maidens. It's 1 for 78, by the way, Liam's figures. Thank you.
Yeah, they're on the board now. So Lyndon James into the attack from the Stewart board end. And he's going to go fuller of length because he's got 2 mid-wickets catching. 2 close mid-wickets catching. No one through the covers. Sweeper on the cover point boundary rope because it's a pretty short boundary out there. He's got a slip and a gully. As James is in, and oh hello, Lawrence lets this one go, and it almost rolls along the floor there to Verena. And Lawrence does some gardening.
Somerset have lost another wicket this morning. Tim van der Houten, who was off the field yesterday, I think that was partially one of the reasons why Norton was given the first use of the ball yesterday. The youngster getting the hat-trick, but van der Houten's playing this morning. He's got rid of Jamie Overton, so Somerset are 52 for 7 at Cardiff, just leading by 177.
Although that could turn out to be quite a good lead, couldn't it? As in over the wicket goes Lyndon James, fuller of length. Forward goes Dan Lawrence, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, I don't think they'll be selling too many 4th day tickets on or down at Sophia Gardens, Cardiff.
Plenty to do though.
Oh yes.
Take a walk to Landers Fields.
Yes,
beautiful.
Always like a
beautiful through there.
Always like a trip to Cardiff.
And have a look at the cathedral.
Pop down to Barry Island.
Oh, Barry Island. In over the wicket once again. Here comes Lyndon James. Forward goes Lawrence, thinking about a single, but Hasib Hamid is quickly up to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Have you been to see Uncle Bryn's house? And
I've been to. I've taken my daughter to Barry Island many a time, as she lives in Wales, well in Cardiff. And yes, we yes, on you know they have tours around there now as well. You can go on a bus tour and
but that
go
road,
and visit the house. I know,
it's just so steep, isn't it?
It is. As over the wicket again goes James, and forward goes Lawrence. Opens the face and has guided this down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Deliberately played that by Dan Lawrence. Probably a bit edgier than he wanted. That has whistled down to the 3rd man boundary rope, and that's the 250 up for Surrey. So batting point for Surrey, 253 for 4. Yeah, so you can go on a Gavin and Stacey tour now.
Yes, not sure what you can see. I think there's the slots where Nessa works.
Yes, that's right. As this is clipped nicely by Lawrence past one of the 2 short mid-wickets for a single. One more to the total. 254 for 4. They're very proud of it there.
Yes, yeah.
They're very proud of it. Sort of, it's been a bit difficult for them with the rugby lately. Beginning to pick up now in Wales. Obviously, when I go to visit Isabel and there's a rugby game on, I don't say a word. I have sympathy. As this one's worked away again into the leg side by Thomas. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 255 for 4. One of the first times when we moved down there, and I think I was in a well-known, with Isabel when she was little, we were in a well-known DIY store. And I always knew that rugby in Wales was the big thing. I always knew that. But when it came over the tannoy that Sam Warburton had been made the British and Irish Lions captain for the tour to New Zealand, I was like, wow, this is different. I'm stood in the spanner section and they're announcing the British and Irish Lions tour party.
There's Liam Patterson White bowling to Adam Thomas, who's on 21, pushes us in the offside. This is the 79th over. Sorry, I've already achieved the first object of the morning, getting that first batting point. I want more from this innings. Nicely placed to do so as Thomas pushes it back to the bowler. This partnership worth 58 now. Notts just haven't been able to put the brakes on at all this morning. Opened with Josh Tong and Liam Patterson-White, who bowls now to Adam Thomas. Just opens the face, guides this on an angle of 45 where Joe Clarke is fielding. By this time yesterday, Joe Clarke had been dismissed in his first innings without adding to his overnight 129. Patterson-White in once more. This is fine patience being displayed at the moment by Adam Thomas. Just content to treat Patterson-White with all the respect he deserves at the moment. Just happy to block him out, push it back to the bowler. He knows that Dan Lawrence is seeing it well at the other end, and the most important thing for him is just to stick around, not give Notts a way into the lower order or the middle order initially, and that second new ball just around the corner, he'll want to stay there for that. This is turned away on the leg side. So maiden from Patterson-White, a fairly rapid maiden in terms of time taken. Remains 255 for 4.
I think the biggest compliment you can give Adam Thomas, and I don't know if you'd agree here, he doesn't look like he's playing just his second.
No, he doesn't.
Second first-class game. We said this last week. He didn't look like he was making a debut last week. He looked like a bloke with sort of 40 first-class games under his belt. So settled into this very, very well as Adam Thomas. It'll be Lyndon James to bowl from the Stuart Broad end, and then that new ball becomes available for Nottinghamshire. And that'll be another exciting passage of play, without a shadow of a doubt.
A few more red shirts dotted about the stadium here.
Over the wicket then is Lyndon James. Forward goes Dan Lawrence. Do you think we'll see any sort of black and white shirts just pop in for a little watch before kick-off?
Well, the only black and white shirts that we'll may see later on might be Notts County shirts, because they're playing this afternoon away at Chesterfield. So there might be people that would come and watch the cricket in their shirts and then go to the local hostelry to watch it. Might be a bit of that.
Waiting once more is Lawrence. James down the leg side. Lawrence gets nothing on this. Still one of my favourite ever stories was when Man City went to play. Was it Southampton? And they were staying at the hotel at the Utility Bowl. Now, of course, Mo Abbas was there overseas.
Yeah.
And Pep normally has a room in, but he couldn't have that room due to Mo Abbas staying there. Can't have been often that that's happened to Pep. As over the wicket once more comes Lyndon James, and this is punched off the back foot by Lawrence. We actually, on that occasion, we saw Pep having a stroll in the morning of the game around the Utility Bowl. It's very exciting.
Last year when Notts were down there, of course they go there next week, the same thing happened, and they'd saved Mo's room for
Quite
him.
right, T.
So the same thing happened.
Quite right, T.
Manchester City were all cocooned on the second floor. Thou shalt not
go on to the second floor.
Get out of the lift on the second floor, or
Well,
go
to
up
be
the
fair,
stairs.
with that lift, it's quite difficult to get out on any floor. This is punched by Lawrence. Just feels he's missed out a touch there. That has to be the slowest lift. And I know it sounds like I'm moaning, but I've never known a hotel lift take quite as long to go up and down. And when you're trying to go and get your interviews, because we have to go down, don't we? The sort of three flights, go through beefies.
Yes, hope that the door will
Hope the door's open. Over the wicket comes Lyndon James. Oh, dropped, is it? I think he got a hand to it, because Dan Lawrence was looking to punch off the back foot through the leg side, got a leading edge, and it ballooned towards Lyndon James. He stuck a hand up, and I wonder if he got a fingertip to that. Oh, that would have been a big moment with the new ball coming. It may have just got over him. Stuck it. Oh, no, he didn't get anything on it. Didn't get anything on it. Oh, that would have been a big moment with a new ball.
Had 3 caught and bowls already. Very nearly a 4th.
Lyndon James is in. And Lawrence plays this one solidly off the back foot. So new ball now becomes available. Surrey in that period this morning have added 44. So they've gone at 4 and over in those 11 overs before the new ball comes. And straight away O'Neill's stripping off, taking off his short sleeve sweater, so they'll take it straight. They got to.
Yeah, so that's the end of Patterson White for the time being. 25 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 78. I think he bowled right the way through the final session in this morning. Ben Martindale is on as a sub-fielder for Notts. Don't know who it was who's just popped off, presumably just for a little comfort break. So I'm imagining that it'll be Ollie Stone from the far end, unless Tong's 3 overs have just nicely got him loosened up, and he'll have a blast. We'll have a look through this O'Neill over to see which, if either of them are loosening up. Don't imagine they'll continue with Lyndon James for the time being. He's bowled 11 overs, none for 40. Mead is actively moving fielders hither and thither.
I'm just going to nip off for a call of nature myself. These days, I don't even make an excuse to people. It's the amount of coffee you've kindly made me.
So it is going to be O'Neill from this end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. He'll be bowling to the right-handed Adam Thomas on 21. There are 3 slips in there, but they're situated first, second and fourth. And here is O'Neill, wicketless so far in this match. Bowls to Thomas, gets solidly behind this, defends this up to Stone at mid-off, and there's no run. 255 for 4. Surrey, Notts made 415, so Surrey just 160 behind. Wouldn't imagine there'll be too much difference between the two sides on first innings. Notts would need to pick up a few wickets though in this session for that to happen. This one very nearly crept under the bat, kept a whisker low. Thomas keeps it out, and it remains 255 for 4. Keep your thoughts coming. bracecricket@icloud.com or on X at Brace Cricket if you'd like to get anything off your chest. Sun on the back of Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, who runs away from us, bowls a ball now that again keeps low, and Thomas picked up the length immediately, felt it was going to sit up there to be pulled away to mid-wicket for 4, and it just scuttled along, kept very low, went under the bat and bounced again a time or two before reaching Verena.
Did mention on day one, with the sun out on here, could get a bit of up and down.
Just about lost all of that greenish tinge now, haven't we? There's a paler looking aspect to the strip. Next ball pushed back and into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Might have prevented Adam Thomas getting a couple of runs there. Clattered it just too straight into the sticks at the non-striker's end.
So Surrey trail by 160. I think any lead on this is going to be a good lead. I really do.
If Lawrence stays there, they might get that lead sooner rather than later. Lots could do with seeing him off. He's on 81. It's Thomas on strike, his younger partner, and he's had a little fiddle at that one. That's a good delivery from Fergus O'Neill, of course, bowling with the new ball now in the 81st over.
Well, if you're Nottinghamshire, you're thinking to yourselves, right, okay, got the new ball in our hands. You know, if we can knock Surrey over here for 350, 360, and give ourselves a 60-odd run lead going into that second innings, I just think any lead's going to be a good lead.
No breakthroughs yet this morning in 40 minutes cricket. O'Neill bowls and Thomas again happy just to see it out as a maiden. End of the O'Neill comeback over. He's 15 overs, 5 maidens, none for 33. Alan Butler's been in touch, Mark. Very good morning to you all. Great commentary, very nice additional banter with the guest presenting teams as always. Best regards to everybody. Is it possible to include a running tally of the first innings match bonus points on the live stream? The same issue surprisingly applies on the main BBC Sports cricket app, where we just have the score. These additions, I think, would greatly help cricket fans. Can you help? I'll pass that on to...
Well, I've got an idea.
Producer Kirsty.
Producer Kirsty. I think that Dave Bracegirdle should have to go out with a big board every time there's another bonus point on the live stream.
Do you know I'd love to?
I know you would.
I'd absolutely love to.
Maybe
Mark.
you could go up on the winch, like Wilson.
Wilson the winch.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way of doing it, Kirsty. There you
Brilliant.
go. There's your bonus points on the screen.
Another one of my great ideas gets
She's
pulled
sorted
after
that.
2 seconds.
There's Ollie Stone.
Yep, coming in from the Stuart Broad end with the new ball. Hooking, Lawrence, top edgy. Gets away with it. Out towards deep backward square. So he's going to take it on. Down Lawrence. And he picks up a single. Lawrence moves on to 82. This is tremendous stuff again, isn't it? Stone, O'Neill, new ball, Lawrence. He's not going to duck everything. Down Lawrence. Adam Thomas comes back onto strike on 21. Nice day now.
Just looking, because Ben Martindale's been out there, I think, for 3 overs now. I can't see Ben Slater. Maybe he popped off just to get rid of the protective pads and what have you, because he was at short leg. But I think it is Ben Slater who's off the field.
Changing the field, they're going to get an extra man across from the leg side into the covers and get a gully in. So, Stone coming in over the wicket to Thomas, and Thomas is in behind this, plays it solidly out into the offside, and there is no run. Just wondering, will this weather suit Nottingham Forest or Newcastle better? What would you do if you win the toss, if you're Newcastle or Nottingham Forest this afternoon? Probably have a bat, wouldn't you? It's waiting. Is Thomas turning, is Stone, comes charging in again over the wicket to Thomas, and Thomas is playing this one off the back foot down towards backward point, and there is no run. Ollie Stone goes marching back to the top of his mark. I think I'd bat first if I won the toss this afternoon, if I was Newcastle away from home. Or I'd go play left to right. That's what they work out, isn't it? Which end are you going to be kicking towards? Stone charging in over the wicket to Thomas, who looks to force off the back foot, but it just, with this new ball, bounces more than he's expecting. Beats his outside edge. Rayner taking that one, moving away to his right hand side. Lawrence comes down with some words of advice. Ian Blackwell's got, I think that's officially called a snood round his neck. It's like a scarf, but you can just pull it up, as he has done there, towards his chin. Oh, Mr. Blackwell's feeling the cold this morning. As Stone is over the wicket to Thomas. Thomas forward will get a single. Again, that hopped on him. Played it very well. Down into the leg side. Thomas moves on to 22. 257 for 4. Now Surrey. Dan Lawrence comes back onto strike for Lawrence. Field changes. Gully comes out, goes into the covers. And the cover comes across to mid-wicket. Third man, 2 slips, that cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep backward square, long leg is the field. So Lawrence stands with that bat raised as Stone is into him. Lawrence is forward, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. So we are through the first 46 minutes of the day. Surrey are 257 for 4. They've added 46 this morning. Dan Lawrence is on 82. Adam Thomas is on 22.
We're on Sports Extra 2 now, Mark. Good morning
Marvellous.
to those of you just joining us. The second new ball has been recently taken by Notts, 2 overs old. O'Neill and Stone shared the new ball duties. Earlier this morning, at the start of play, Josh Tong sent down 3 fairly pacey overs. Here's Fergus O'Neill from this Radcliffe Road end. Ground bathed in sunshine, ball that's whipped away to leg by Adam Thomas. The youngster really taking to county championship cricket, as they say, like a duck to water. As we're joined here, Mark Church and myself, Dave Bracegirdle, by
the main
great
duck.
man. The main man.
Do you know, there was a duck on top of my car yesterday morning.
Was there really? What, in the inner city car park?
I took a photograph. I shared it on the Blue Sky.
Oh, well done.
It was a nice photograph. Beautiful
Lovely.
coloured duck.
I bet that went down well. They love a bit of wildlife on the old Blue Sky.
I think I had 16 likes.
Did you?
That's massive.
That's gone viral.
That's viral.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was beautiful colours.
Yeah.
I might share it with you later.
The car or the duck?
Just the duck.
Just the duck.
Was it a mallard?
I think it was actually, Davey, yeah.
It's quackers.
I travelled in it last night. I thought it was just a...
There's O'Neill bowling to Dan Lawrence. First ball of this, or the second ball of this over. First to Lawrence, shapes away from him, goes through to the keeper.
The make of your
Don't-
car,
don't-
the
don't-
mallard.
Don't you tell everybody what was down in the foot area.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that wasn't good, was it?
Yeah, does he have car meat and things like that?
Well, to be fair, isn't it? It's like
Bit of a Bob Mortimer.
No.
O'Neill,
Do I-
the Australian,
what's a Bob Mortimer?
bowls now, and this is pushed onto the leg side. You've not seen Gone Fishing, Mortimer and White
Bob
House?
likes
He
to have
has
car
car
meat.
meat. And
Oh yes. Yeah.
No. Basically, what Kevin Howes needs is a bin bag. When I clambered my way into the to get my feet into the footwell in the front passenger seat, manoeuvring my way through crisp packets and sandwich boxes.
Two Lucas 8, big box of Pringles.
Yeah,
Other-
massive Pringles.
Are the staff not fulfilling their obligations as O'Neill bowls whipped away by Lawrence to move to 83 not out? But a gem of an innings this from Dan Lawrence. 83 from 111 balls. He's really given the pep to this innings, hasn't he? He's come out, played very positively.
Well, I said to you, didn't I, that he's like a good snooker player. He's way ahead of where we are in terms of where Surrey want to be, and against that old ball as well. He wasn't just going to pat it back.
O'Neill senses he's warming to his challenge now and feels off his own bowling as Thomas nudges it back to him on the bounce.
We had a lovely romantic meal last night, didn't we?
It wasn't
Kevin?
romantic.
Oh, it was to me.
We made somebody chuckle.
See,
on the-
again.
When you say, yes, what a lovely evening, Mark. And they chuckled because they knew that we hadn't had a lovely evening.
I had a lovely evening. I had a lovely evening. It started with Dave Bracegirdle.
Oh, that was nice. That
That
wasn't
was.
one.
Well, the reason behind that, of course, was we had a production meeting.
It was a very good one.
This is driven by Thomas up to mid-on, fielded by Asiba Mead. Everybody thinks she's lovely, but she's a little bit draconian, Kirsty, the producer, and dragged us all in, got the clipboard. Areas where we can improve, which is never a bad thing.
Well,
It's
to be
halfway
fair,
through.
her conversation with myself and Kevin didn't take very long in that respect. With you, she was there for what, an hour and a half?
Pleased to say the
That's why
clipboard,
we went off for our meal.
clipboard had been put away by the time I got there.
Yeah, nobody needed to speak to you. So then after that, we went for our very nice romantic meal.
It wasn't romantic.
It was to me.
Last time that's happening.
Did he go and order it on one of those big screens, and it
No,
came
we didn't.
it came on a
Did
tray
we,
in a
Egg?
bag?
Did we, Egg? Here comes Ollie Stone, and this one's punched into the leg side by
Do you know,
Lawrence, and there's no... Am I allowed to say that, again, with you, you
What?
don't even need to look at the menu. They know exactly what you're having. Every time I go out for dinner with Kevin Howes, menu arrives, waiter or waitress comes up. Yeah, so is it, again, the garlic bread? Yep. Yeah, garlic bread again.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even open it up, do I? That's
No,
very
he
good.
doesn't even open the menu. They know exactly what Kevin's having. As Lawrence stands with the bat raised on 83. Stone is into him. Lawrence lets this one go. Again, Verena with that one's having to take that on the half volley. It's no fun for the keeper.
See, that's not a bad thing, you know. I'm all for experimentation, but with your food, once you've found what you like, there's nothing wrong with sticking to it, is there?
Well, he does.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. My favourite was we went to a well-known Italian pizza type establishment, and again, she hadn't even handed the menu to us. Straight in with, I'll have the garlic balls, please. The dough balls, please. Ordered his pizza. I didn't even open the menu. In comes Stone. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Into the gloves it goes of Verena. But no, we had a lovely meal last night.
This is probably not, I'll say it's probably not great, but it was a bit embarrassing a couple of months ago when I'd been somewhere for 3 times in a week and the chef sent a message back. By the way, can you ask him, is he sure he wouldn't like to try something else?
That's when you know.
Oh dear, so I went through the menu and it was all too spicy.
Yeah.
So I said, no, I'll stick with what I've ordered.
Stick to what I know, thank you. Lawrence waits again. So he slips in there for Stone in bright sunshine. Now goes wider of the crease. Lawrence is pulling. And that's out deep mid-wicket. Again, Lawrence, he stood on that front foot. He's just getting over the top of that and pulling it in front of square.
Van der Hookton struck again. Pretorius now out for Somerset. They're 71 for 8 at Cardiff. Tom Abel remains. Somerset's lead is 196 over Glamorgan.
So that's
Norton. Just with 4 wickets still.
Know, fantastic.
We were there on Sports Extra 2 earlier today, 11 o'clock, with Webby and Gibbo. They're getting very excited about what they saw late yesterday there.
Gibbo as well.
Over
the wicket comes Stone. Oh, what a beauty that is to Thomas. That is the perfect length from Stone. And Thomas, we mentioned it a couple of times, not with Thomas yesterday, but a couple of times yesterday. You always know it's a beauty when the batter is walking towards you as it goes past his outside edge. That is a cracking delivery from Ollie Stone. See it again here. Oh, that is a beautiful length. He's gone straight over the top of Thomas's off stump. It's a lovely bit of bowling, that. Of course, the first game that Stone and Tongue have played together. And Ollie Stone comes in over the wicket again. And Thomas pushes away into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. 260 for 4, Surrey.
Now, Joseph Donovan seems to have gone to an awful lot of work on our behalf overnight and is sent through a missive. I'm not sure if it's adding to what we were talking about yesterday or not, but it says, hello and greetings from London. Following your discussion yesterday as to whether Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns were born in the same hospital in Epsom, consider this. There are 3 possible hospitals that either or one of them could have been born in. Epsom District, St Heliers Sutton, Mayday Croydon. Either one or both of them could have been born in either or one of these hospitals. The probability they were born in the same hospital is 8 out of 27.
Or 1 in 3.
That'd be 9 out of 27, wouldn't it?
Okay, this is the next over down the leg side, taken by the keeper. And this is O'Neill bowling his 17th over, but this second new ball is just into its 5th over at 260 for 4. We talked a little bit yesterday about change of balls sort of before the 80 overs, but the second new ball, it very rarely actually makes a lot of difference.
It takes, sometimes it just takes, doesn't it, 4 or 5 overs for things to start happening.
Let's see, Lawrence is on 84, down the leg side again. Another tumbling dive from Verena, the keeper, to his left. Still 2 slips in at the moment, but this is a deficit of 155 runs, so Surrey will be very happy with the morning. They've been plugging away there and reducing that deficit at a fairly decent rate, to be honest with you. There were some good overs from Josh Tong first up, but been ticking that board along nicely. Lawrence is 84 from 117 balls, and he's currently facing the bowling of O'Neill, and that's a better delivery, which is there on middle and off, and push back up to the Australian.
On our production meeting, how long are you with us for here, Given House?
You can go to the toilet.
Okay.
260 for
Been
4.
once already
Trailed
this
by
one. It's a bit of a
155.
concern.
Yeah, get off. O'Neill back to his mark. Burning from the Ratcliffe Road end. Turns and ran away from us. Midway through this over, and in and bowling to Lawrence, and that's been worked away neatly on the leg side. Good diving stop, or sliding stop more than diving stop from the captain, Hasib Mead, and they'll get a single. Lawrence moves up to 85, 261 for 4. So steady enough here. Very interesting what's going on in Warwickshire, Yorkshire as well, for the fact that that was a strange old one with 2 modest, very modest first innings scores. But now Warwickshire 312 for 4 with Sam Hain not out on 69. Barnard on 5. This is drilled. That's lovely timing that from Thomas through extra cover. I think it's going to get it. It's going to get the better of the fielder as well. Running away there towards the rope, and that's a 4. So Thomas with that will move to 27 and takes the Surrey score to 265 for 4. Glorious weather. The deficit now 150. I mean, we've really been not concentrating on follow-ons for quite some time, really. I mean, they're only 4 wickets down. But that is at 150 now, Surrey, trailing. But Warwickshire lead Yorkshire by 311 runs there at Edgbaston. But with the differing scores there, first and second innings, it's going to be difficult to know what would be a good target there. That's gone very low, and barely took off wide past the off stump, taken low down by the keeper to finish off that over. So Surrey at 265 for 4, trailed by 150 runs. Lawrence on 85, Thomas 27. The partnership is worth 68 as well for this 5th wicket. Done a very good job. O'Neill's figures: 17 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 40.
This has been fairly economical, but nothing in the end column as yet for Fergus O'Neill, a prolific wicket taker, both in Australia and in his few appearances for Nottinghamshire. Played 4 times last season, was the leading wicket taker in the country after 4 rounds last year. Still without in this match. Here's Ollie Stone. Dismissed Rory Burns yesterday. Comes in from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end. Bowls now. Delivery pitched up to Dan Lawrence. And the former Essex man works this up to a Hasib Mead at mid-on. There's a bit of a rarity. Mead bowling the ball to Josh Tong, who will return it to the bowler Ollie Stone. Still no Ben Slater on the field. In fact, I'm just checking myself that is Joe Clarke out there. Beg your pardon, Slater is back on the field now. Martindale's still out there. Here's Ollie Stone. Past umpire Nigel Long. Bowls now, and Lawrence just used the pace on the ball to open the face, guide it down to third man where Martindale does the fielding. 266 for 4. Surrey have saved the follow-on. Not that I don't think anybody really felt it was something that would become a factor this morning. But the difference now is 149 between the two sides. Not still asking Jack Haynes to go in and replenish the slip cordon to 3 when Thomas is on strike. Can Stone find the edge? Here he comes. Bowls short, pulled away. Mistimed pull though by Thomas onto the leg side. Out to Ben Slater. And Surrey making really good progress this morning. Began the day on 211 for 4, so they've added over 50 already today. Strong first hour for the visitors. Four fielders now on the leg side. 2 out in the deep. A mid-wicket and a mid-on saving 1. Will Lawrence look to go big? Stone bowls to him and he's whipped this wristily down to long leg. Fergus O'Neill with a clean pick-up, keeps them to 1. Got the midday BBC Radio Nottingham news in our ears, so we'll be just doing an update for them in just a second. Lovely sunny morning still. No wickets for the Notts attack this morning. Surrey making good progress, adding over 50 runs in the first hour. Surrey 268 for 4. Notts have taken the second new ball. Fergus O'Neill and Ollie Stone toiling away here. There's a LBW shout. Turned down. Surrey 268 for 4. That last ball was pitched up there. It was, in truth, nothing more than a strangled appeal from the bowler. I don't think they were too interested behind the wicket either. So, Radio Nottingham obligations completed. Kept for another hour. Big afternoon of football, sport in general on BBC Radio Nottingham. A couple of footy matches. I'm sure we'll hear the tannoy build-up and all the sound from over the road as we go through the afternoon. There's
usually a few roars we hear, depending on goals being scored or not, of course.
A few red shirts in the ground here already. They'll cross the road in the next 90 minutes or so as Thomas pushes this back to Ollie Stone, end of the over. 1 or 2 people at the far end just entering that little tunnel to get from one side of the ground to the other, passing in front of the pavilion. 268 for 4 the score. Really pleasant morning. We lost, was it 5 overs on the end of the first evening. Just wondering what that was up in the sky. If you just look to the right of the it's an aeroplane just turning very gently over towards East Midlands Airport. But the angle I was looking at it, I thought it was a kite that was that was flying.
But it's much clearer to see now.
Yeah, a little bit heavier.
The cloud made it a little bit strange, didn't it? Lawrence here is defending on 87, defending that ball from O'Neill. Come to the bowler and no run. So Sussex are all out for 430. Also another Division 1 match. That means they're in front of Leicestershire on first innings by 102 runs. John Simpson not out, 114 from 141 balls. 13 fours and 2 sixes.
Gets better and better, doesn't he, Simo?
Yeah. Helm 3 wickets, Ben Green 3 wickets. O'Neill here bowling for Nottinghamshire. Lovely drive, that's going to be 4 runs. There's a man there fairly close in on the offside, but easily past him. And that's glorious from Lawrence. Lovely drive. Takes him to 91 and Surrey to 272 for 4. This 91 of 124 balls. Surrey trailing by 143. So that is the situation there at Hove. Hampshire going along a little bit better in their second innings away to Essex. 101 for 3. Gubbins is not out, 61, and that 101 for 3 leads Essex second innings by 63 runs. That's Chelmsford. Back here at Trent Bridge, and this is O'Neill bowling and defended nice and solid. Because that was a very solid look and feel to it and sound to it as well. From Lawrence back up to O'Neill.
Tough work for the bowlers here, isn't it?
Isn't it just? But we saw just a little burst of life yesterday in the game from Josh Tong. Just picked up a couple of wickets close together. Somehow the bowling unit can turn that into 3 quick wickets at any point. They can throw a different sort of angle on the game, but it is hard work here. They expect nothing else. I mean, the hard work for the batters as well. The concentration against good quality bowling. No matter what the surface, they're seemingly always asking questions of the batters. So this is a good contest. It's a bit of a toe-to-toe, isn't it?
Yep.
Of 2 teams, and also toe-to-toe of bowlers and batters as well. It's full of high quality.
And the rate they're going at the moment, they're going to be round about 350, a third batting point at the end of the 110th. Of course, they could increase the tempo.
O'Neill bowls straight, and that's driven to the captain, Hamid, at mid-on.
Going at about 3 and over, so They'll have to push on if they want to get to 400 inside 110 overs. Bat long, just get up to and beyond Nottinghamshire by mid-afternoon, by tea if they can.
O'Neill again turns from the Radcliffe Road end. Should be the last ball of this over. Bowls on a good length. Oohs and ahs. That wasn't too far away from the off stump, as it was allowed past by the Surrey batter Dan Lawrence. But it was allowed past. It is a dot ball, and it's 272 for 4. Trailed by 143 runs. O'Neill's 18 overs, 5 maidens, 44 runs conceded. In terms of the drama in wickets falling, I see a second division score here with Lancashire at 77 for 7, and that's a lead over Middlesex of just 109 runs. There's been a bit of a story there, David, Old Trafford in recent years have not been able to conjure up results, so something has certainly happened there. Ryan Higgins took 4 wickets, got support from Roland Jones with a couple, Sharma with 1. But the highest score there in that 77 for 7 individual score has been Jennings with 18. So that's 109 in front, 77 for 7.
Ollie Stone to resume battles with Adam Thomas, short enough to be whipped away on the leg side. Come back, I'm going to say come back for 2. He was coming back for 2, but Dan Lawrence had no interest in turning, and Thomas had to scuttle back to the far end, just a single, 273 for 4. Division 2, at the moment, looks as if it could become a division where there's a little bit of a spread between the top 4 and the bottom 4. It can all change, of course. This initial block of 6 games, important to get your season off to a reasonably good start, but of course only 2 promotion slots. Durham have made a reasonable start. Lancashire, I think, will be disappointed if they can't get back to Division 1. Middlesex, Worcestershire, they'd also have designs on getting promotion this year. There's Stone in once more. Lawrence turns it to mid-wicket and there's no run. 273 for 4.
Just listening on the Radio Nottingham weather forecast, talk of rain later, Dave, but hopefully that's much later, is it? It's hard to imagine it at
October.
The moment. Oh, yeah. Well, I say that'd be nice, actually. We do need a little bit of rain every now and then, even during the summer, but there's some talk of it later on today.
I think it has been for the first 2 days, but if we've had anything at all, it's been negligible, and it's been in the night. I think we'll be all right today.
Good.
Lawrence has 91. Stone bowls, and Dan Lawrence wearing a cable knit short sleeve woolly pulley. Plays this up to the Notts captain Hamid mid on, and close up there, those of you watching the pictures, you see his fingers, Seba Mead. Got tape on just about every one of them. Must take him forever each morning to apply all that sticky tape and then cut them off again in the evening.
I look like that when I do DIY.
Yeah. Don't like ripping a plaster off. I'd rather it was there for a week and dropped off of its own accord than ripping a plaster off.
He doesn't do DIY.
I don't know. 273 for 4. Next ball wide of the pegs and goes through to Verena.
It's been a very good innings so far from Dan Lawrence.
Both of them, Mark, actually.
Yeah, well, Thomas, as I say, I think the biggest compliment you can give Adam Thomas is this doesn't look like his second game. It's like he's done this a few times before. But Lawrence, 91 off 131 deliveries. Great cricket brain, Dan Lawrence. I don't know how much captaincy he's done over the years, Dan Lawrence.
In again comes Stone. This one started wide and went wider still, not called as a wide by anybody on the field. Mark Church, I think, is calling it as a wide, but
no, I just was that has gone. It's pitched and gone away from Dan Lawrence. Mr. Kevin Howe's just put the D Lawrence profile up, and he's played for quite a few teams now as D Lawrence. Plays quite a lot of franchise stuff. It needs 3 columns for the number of teams he's played for. Although the Essex under-15s is in there as well. They basically, I think, they're listed every team since under-8s.
Stone in. Bowl to Lawrence. Lovely shot through extra cover for 4 runs. Shortish side, but that would have been a boundary anyway. Lovely stroke. Takes him to 95, 277 for 4 in the time-honoured tradition whenever he's on strike. As he nears a 3-figure score, we'll hand responsibility over to Mark Church. The Yellow Belly's been in touch.
Oh, I don't want that.
A couple of missives from the Yellow Belly. Initially setting out his thoughts for the day. The Yellow Belly. Notts need an early breakthrough. So much choice of cricket today. The championship matches, the women's ODI. In my case, Dave, though, I'm off to Lincolnshire versus Norfolk at Woodall Spa, which is lovely. And then.
Nice. Lovely.
Then responding, obviously, hearing about Kevin's start to the day. Dave, tell Kev if the duck is sat there with one eye open, he'll be a Peking duck.
Very good.
Very good, Yellow Belly.
Very good. O'Neill is into Thomas, and Thomas is playing this one off the back foot. And there's no run. Well, to be fair to Yellow Belly, if where he's going to watch cricket, the weather's like this, he could be brown belly by the end of the
Somewhere
the
Spa.
day.
He said it was somewhere
Woodall
Spa.
Spa, it's lovely in Lincolnshire,
nice.
obviously.
Very nice.
Nice place.
So D. Lawrence, this list of teams: England, Brisbane Heat, Desert Vipers, England under 19s, Essex under 13s, Essex under 17s, London Spirit, Quetta Gladiators, Northern Superchargers, Chennai Braves, Dubai Capitals, Essex under 14s. I don't know why we've got all the Essex
They
under.
don't put that for many of them, do they?
No, they don't. In over the wicket comes O'Neill. No ball from O'Neill, so that'll be 2 more to the total. I think he got moved up a year group here because he missed out the under 16s.
Well,
Jumped
all
straight.
these players would have been playing 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
ahead, wouldn't they? Surely.
I might not read those out. This one interests me. Expert Dangadi. Don't know which league that was in. The MCC, Surrey, of course.
Yep.
Park Royals, Deccan Gladiators. As O'Neill lets this one go outside as off stumped as Thomas.
This is Lawrence, is it?
Yeah, Lahore Quaylanders and the Melbourne Stars.
I once did that with Imran Tahir, and it almost occupied a full session.
Yeah, it started at the start of play and ended when stumps were called at 6 o'clock.
Played for a lot of teams, did Imran.
Lawrence is too good not to play Test cricket again.
Crikey.
He's too good.
Is there any
not to
chance for
play.
any other county than Surrey to play for England?
Well, don't start on me on that. As forward goes, Thomas plays this one out into the offside and there's no run.
Under the current regime, Mark, do you think they'll pick
No.
him? No.
No, because they won't bat him in the right place anyway.
I think you're serious now. Valid points you're making, but I do love this time of the year where individuals put on a good show. They might have a bit of form, bowlers, batters, and all the talk about they must play for England. We'd have a team of 35,
Yeah.
wouldn't we?
Yeah, it is that time of the year. O'Neill's in, forward goes Thomas, and they'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total. I was interested by AJ Stewart when he said with Joe Clark, he said if there's some injuries, his name will be in that middle order somewhere. But but under the current regime, we're not sure what's happening really.
Well, I think that's, you know, in all this talk about reconnection with county cricket from England. All I hear from the people within county cricket, well, they're making the right noises. What is the proof? Well, the proof will be when a gap does come about, who they turn to. Will it be somebody that really has proven themselves in county cricket, or off with a franchise somewhere?
As short ball turned into the leg side by Lawrence, and he will pick up another single. Lawrence will move on to 96. Well, the proof will be when the first Test match squad of the summer is announced for the opening Test match against.
But how many spaces are we really expecting there?
Opener,
Interest.
spinner, bowler.
So who's your 3? Are you going to give Bethel a game straight away?
Oh, he's
He'll bat
straight in, isn't
He'll
he?
bat 3. He'll bat 3. I would have thought, unless they do something funky, 2 short mid wickets catching. As O'Neill's in, and Thomas is solidly forward, just playing this one back on the pitch to O'Neill, and there is no run. 281 for 4. And by something funky, what I mean is Bethel bumps up to open. Smith bats at 3. Rue takes the gloves and bats 7. That would be something funky. So, but as I say, all will be revealed.
And who's picking this squad now?
Marcus North, isn't he?
Well, is it
But
been
who's
officially
he?
named?
But no, not yet.
And when's it going to be announced? This week?
But is he not just
after the first test?
Is he not? Is he not just another voice? Is he
Well,
just another person with an opinion?
the thing
he's
is-
not chief selector.
No,
is he?
who is though? Who is it? Is it the captain, the
Well-
coach, and is it the captain? I don't even
don't
know
know.
who it
It's
is
the
these
point
days.
that's been made by everybody. Who exactly is
Who
taking the
actually
rap for
picks
this?
picks the squad? I genuinely don't know. It's interesting though, isn't it? Ollie Stone
Mr. Lawrence.
coming in to Mr. Lawrence, and Mr. Lawrence turns this one out towards deep mid wicket and will pick up a single, moves on to 97, 282 for 4.
You know, in an ideal world, all that would be done before central contracts are dished out. You don't really want somebody saying, well, you know, we're going to pay you and you and you and you and you and you, and then a selector comes in and says, but we're not going to pick you, you and you, we're going to pick you, you and you.
Which is where if he is going to be, which he is, because everybody
says.
wouldn't have written about it, his hands are slightly tied on that fact as well.
Yep.
So, as I say, all will be, but whoever's in that England squad, my eyebrows were raised when I saw the New Zealand squad. And I thought that's probably a better bowling attack than England faced in the Ashes. So it'll be an interesting start to the summer.
Yes, yeah.
Because that was basically Australia's second string. As that turns Thomas around a touch, looking to work that into the leg side, and there's no run.
I wholly agree with you, but generally looking at the England situation for me right now, because there was the question marks whether or not McCullum would stay, and I think that England have nothing to gain this summer and everything to lose, because they'll be expected to win these matches.
Absolutely, I've already.
And I'm not too sure they're going to.
I've heard this whole thing of, well, you know, it's New Zealand coming over, and is it Pakistan who's coming over as well? Yeah. Good luck, because I looked at that New Zealand bowling attack. In over the wicket comes Stone, and this is pushed by Thomas into the offside. I haven't been asked for my comments, but if I were, all you would get is all you would get from me is.
Well, that'll be good.
That'll be it.
That'll be the most insightful
When I
thing
saw
you've
that
said.
New Zealand attack, that'll be it.
Did you get as far as a second interview for the selector's role?
I did. I told everybody this. I did send someone very high up at the ECB a WhatsApp message saying I'm available, to which I got a laughing emoji back. So I think that was the end of my interview
I think
process.
I think you can call them out on that now. They're not respecting you.
Well, it's fair enough. You know where the wicket goes Stone, and this is turned by Thomas up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, they'll be sweating now they realise what they've done. Now you've gone public with it.
Oh, they've made a mistake there.
Yeah.
Not sure I could have fitted it in with all the other things.
Okay.
Busy man.
And you quicks?
Well, to be honest with you, the old application form was on LinkedIn.
Was it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's where top class business people do their business, my friend.
It used to be until you went on there.
Exactly. As in over the wicket goes Stone, driven by Thomas up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
People are trying to set up a new platform ever since Church went on there. Who let him on?
Yeah, the old application form was there.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's a lot of pages.
God.
And I've never been very good at it. I don't know about you two, but fitting in an application.
Oh, form. Either they want me or they don't, and I can give you the answer to that straight away.
Well, I know that. It's when they say if you need extra words for your why you'd suit this career, just add in some more bits of A4. I can never fill in the box that you have to put your answers in for. They're getting an extra man into the leg side now for Thomas, so they've left cover completely open. So they've got short mid wicket catching, square leg, deep mid-wicket, long leg, no one through the covers, stones it, and he's in behind a short ball, plays it straight back up the pitch to Thomas. Played very nicely this morning as Adam Thomas, 30 off 83. Lawrence will be on strike on 97.
10th over of that new ball.
Yep.
And how would you describe the difference it's made to proceedings, Mark?
There's been the odd one that's bounced a touch more, and it wasn't like against the old ball this morning where the runs were ticking, but actually, again, we've said it throughout, get in on here. There are runs to be had. Now, Liam Patterson-White comes into the attack with a ball that's only 10 overs old. He won't mind this either. Nice big seam to grip onto, bit of bounce. And he bowled beautifully yesterday, did Liam Patterson-White. So he's coming in down below us from the Radcliffe Road end. And Dan Lawrence will... I'm feeling under a huge amount of pressure. Dan Lawrence will be the man on strike. Get ahead of yourself. There's a slip in there. There's the backward point. There's a sweeper on the cover rope. There's Joe Clark at short extra cover. There is a long off. Haynes is down there, and there is a long on, because we did see Lawrence come down the pitch to Patterson-White yesterday. So Lawrence on 97 as Patterson-White left arm around the wicket, and Lawrence will move on to 98 as he pushes a long single there down to Haynes at long off, and they stroll one more. 283 for 4 Surrey, so they trail by 132. Started the day 211 for 4 here on Sports Extra 2, with the sun shining, and Thomas forward to Liam Patterson-White. Well, this is a genuine question from me, and you two will look at...
Probably laugh at you.
Does this weather favour Nottingham Forest or Newcastle United?
Oh, we're definitely not. You're not even going to laugh at you for that.
As Liam Patterson-White is in, and this is whipped straight up the ground by Thomas, and there's no run.
Well, it's going to favour Nottingham Forest because they might have a few more go in because it's a nice day.
Excellent.
Okay.
That's the sort of thing I need to know. Oh, here goes Thomas. Down on one knee. This is good batting because they brought long off and long on up for Thomas. So he's gone down on one knee and slotted this over a wide long on for 6. Good batting from Thomas.
So it's intelligent, but the confidence,
Yeah.
as you've already alluded to this morning,
Yeah.
is terrific.
As I say, he really doesn't. He does not look like he's playing his second game. To 36 he goes off 86 deliveries, 289 for 4. Left arm around the wicket goes Patterson-White. Little inside edge onto front pad, just trying to work that leg side was Thomas. And round comes Hasib Hamid to do the fielding. Run rate at the moment 3.18 per over. Patterson-White's in. He just uses his feet. Lawrence punches it up towards mid-off. Oh, and there's a little misfield. Haynes there. Just the pressure of the single, really. Just took his eye off the ball for a second. One more to the total. 290 for 4. What have you written down there for me?
Lots of good
Dave
info
Bracegirdle?
there, yeah. I just got it up on the screen. He's written it down.
He's
Okay.
written it. No,
Well,
go on.
Well, just that Dan Lawrence hasn't had a century on this ground before. His best is 64. And he hasn't had one against Notts yet. 21 first-class hundreds. Very, very good player. And we're going to get Josh Tong, so we're bowling to Adam Thomas to begin with, but that little battle that we saw right at the start of the day, Tong versus Lawrence, presumably will be resumed in a minute or two.
Well, he's setting his field up to go full length to begin with. He may drop the odd short one in there, but it looks like he's going to go full length to begin with here to Thomas. 2 slips, backward point. There's the cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg, deep backward square, long leg.
He's done away with the leg theory for at least a loosener or 2.
Yep. Or it may be he's just going to try and knock his off stump out of the ground. He's in here, Tom, and he's gone short, and Thomas is cutting out towards the covers, and there's no run. We used to when I played a very substandard standard of cricket, when the great Charles Colville was doing commentaries, we used to have something called a Colville, and we'd all sit there, and some of the games, like there were scoreboards and stuff, but the scoreboard wasn't sort of kept up to date very well at times. So the Colville was someone was approaching their 50, and you would stand when they're on 49 and batted as tongues in, and this is cracked away by Thomas off the back foot, and there's no run, and you could guarantee they'd be out next ball. That was called the Colville.
Sounds
Only
very
because
unkind and cruel, actually.
no,
It's
because
typical.
Charles, one of the great commentators, but
No,
he did,
on two grounds: the commentator, but also the player that you've got out.
but Charles did have a habit at times of saying,
yeah,
and
you're
this is going to
perfect,
be
eh?
one of the great hundreds of all time.
I see, yeah.
Middle stump straight out of the ground, off you go, son.
Well,
Here
it's
comes Tongue, and well, that's the length. That's the length. Thomas again, just feeling for that a touch. Good pace as well from Tongue. I said to Dave Bracegirdle,
Oh yes.
Kevin Howes, when Tongue came down last night to do the interviews, big lad,
Well,
big
I can
fella.
See from here,
Yeah, he's a big fella.
I'd be quite intimidated if he was running in with a cricket ball in his hand at me, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. I'm quite happy up here. As Thomas waits again. 2 slips in there. As up on his toes goes Thomas. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's been a good morning thus far for the visitors.
Look at this partnership figure as well.
93, and they came together last night when the wicket of Sibley
Yeah,
behind
you would have
for
thought maybe
77.
a bit of a door opening opportunity there, and yeah.
And this morning as well, but I just thought Lawrence was very clever against that old ball. As Tongue is over the wicket to Thomas, and Thomas is forward. Just hurried up a touch on that by Tongue. Rolls up towards mid-off. And quite like that from Stone. He picked the ball up and then said to Verena,
Why weren't you
"You're
there?
not coming up to the stumps?"
Yeah.
Shining the ball up is Ollie Stone.
So then he did go running up to the stumps, and he didn't even throw it.
Did not, well, no, he turned around to lob it to the bowler.
Yeah.
Thomas settles once more. Beautiful day now.
Isn't it nice?
Lovely.
Turned out nice.
Turned out nice again. In comes Tongue. And Thomas outside edge dropped at second slip. They've created the chance, but it's put down. And Tongue's gone full of length. It was a tough one to the left, but they've created the chance. That's the first one this morning. And it's put down at second slip. And Thomas has picked up a couple. They've had to work so hard to create that chance. It's Duckett in there to his left. Got both hands to it, but down it goes. And it's a lovely delivery, and he'll fairly should be taking that, Ben Duckett, but down it goes.
I know that was slow motion that we've just seen there, but was he just a little bit late on knowing it? Was there a confusion in his own mind whether that was his or first for a split second or so?
I don't think so. I just think it was one of those he's put down. It happened. But the thing that will be really frustrating for Nottinghamshire is it's taken them a long time to create a chance. So it's going to be Lawrence on strike to Patterson-White. Patterson-White, left arm around the wicket to Lawrence on 98. He'll move on to 99 with a long single down the ground. Yeah, Duckett fairly should have taken that.
Well, I think the bowler thinks he should take it.
Absolutely. If you're Tongue and you've created that chance, and then but they go down. You know, that's the thing. They do go down. But he fairly should have taken that one. Patterson-White's in, and this is punched off the back foot by Thomas straight into short extra, and there's no run.
There was a drop yesterday, of course, but it was Sibley and it felt huge. But they got in just an over or two later, didn't
That
they?
would have been a brilliant catch from this man. Patterson-White running back. As this is tucked away by Thomas into the leg side. He'll pick up a single. He moves on to 40. So Dan Lawrence comes on to strike on 99. And the field moves up for Dan Lawrence on 99. 294 for 4. Lawrence this season in the championship has a couple of hundreds under his belt already. 161 not out at Edgbaston, and then the 125 against Essex back in South London. Liam Patterson-White is into him. It's quicker, and there it'll be, down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Bit of width on it, and Dan Lawrence, this has been a brilliant 100. 103 from 138 deliveries. Kisses his bat, raises it to the skies as always. 15 fours, 1 6. Terrific innings this from Dan Lawrence, it really is. Partnership as well, moves past 100 with that boundary. It's worth 101, but it's been a typical Dan Lawrence innings this. 103 not out. 298 for 4. This one's tossed up. Lawrence is forward, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
And a third of the
summer.
A lot of talk, exciting talk about Emilio Gay getting 3 centuries from 6 innings here this season. But look at Lawrence as well.
He's quietly going about his business this summer. And Lawrence drives at this, doesn't really time it. Patterson-White comes across to do the fielding. End of the over. So Surrey 2 runs away from a second batting point. But as I say, this has been a typical Lawrence innings, full of gorgeous cricket shots, and he never lets the bowler really settle. Always think with Lawrence, when Lawrence bats, people tend to sit down and have a watch, because he's lovely to watch, is Dan Lawrence.
Been very impressive in this innings. 22nd first class 100. There'll be more to come, but you're quite right. He's got 3 this summer already. Talking about players in form.
Absolutely.
Joe Clark's had a great run, 200s, 3 90s and an 80. There's Tong to bowl to Thomas. Oh, that might just have given him a bit of a dead leg. Just have a little look. It ran away on the leg side, fielded by Joe Clark. No, he's okay. Just the way sort of his leg gave on him a little bit. Thought it sort of got him at the back of the knee. 298 for 4. So Surrey 2 runs away from a second batting point, and then they'll have a thick end of 16 overs to go on and get some more. Should certainly get the third batting point for 350. That's Tong in again from the pavilion end balls, and Thomas will be eyeing up back-to-back hundreds here himself. He's pushed this to Stone at wideish mid-off, no run. Still Ollie Pope to come. His last innings on this ground was one of 171 for England against Zimbabwe last summer. He's had 3 test centuries on this ground.
For me, sorry, that is a bit of a... Oh, crikey, yes, there it is.
Not bad coming in at 7, is he?
Yeah.
Thomas has 40. Slightly crouched stance, gets a shortish ball which he pulls through mid-wicket. Hamid's after it, but not the usual Hamid sprint, with the belief that he'll be able to drag the ball back before the rope. He knew there was enough on that to reach the fence out towards the Hound Road stand for 4 more, and that is the Surrey 300 up. And Surrey already have just leapt ahead of Notts on the bonus points. It's already up there on the board for those of you that, like our previous correspondent, want to know the scores. In terms of bonus points, it's 5-4 to Surrey. Lovely controlled whip through mid-wicket from young Master Thomas, who's on 44.
We've all been looking at Lawrence here with his hundreds, played beautifully. Thomas is playing really well here. This is a tester in your second game against this attack, and he's quietly just gone about his business, and he's 44 from 99 deliveries.
And turns 20 in July, so such a young man. Yeah.
Young man.
Josh Tong has gone for 60 now, 2 for 60. He's in his 20th over, ball on the hip of Thomas, just works it away square on the leg side for another run. 303 for 4. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock today, just about 25 minutes or so from now.
What's on the menu today for you, Dave Bracegirdle?
Oh yeah, for you, Dave.
Bring your
Before we
own
took
sandwiches,
everybody off.
don't you?
I've got the butty box. Didn't
Didn't
have.
You'd fully treat himself on a Sunday, maybe a bit of
That'll be this evening. That'll be this
You have
evening.
your roast this evening?
Oh yes.
roast downstairs.
Oh, yes.
Two choices of roast downstairs.
Oh, is there today?
Oh yes.
Oh,
yeah.
lovely.
Well, that's the first thing I look at when I come into the venue.
Tongue to Lawrence on 103, gets a good ball outside the off stump, always rising on its way through to Verena.
Beef or chicken?
No, pork or something, is it?
Oh, lovely. Bit of apple sauce.
Oh yes.
Very nice. What's your roast going to be tonight, Dave Bracegirdle?
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, well, that'd
Not
be a
entirely
surprise.
sure.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's nice.
Yes. But if the caterers are listening down on the first floor, if you can just leave Kevin Howells in for an extra 5 minutes, just in case.
Yeah. I thought he was going to refer to the
Talking-
caterers back.
yeah, I did as
He's
well.
going to end up getting nothing.
Well, you can come
Front
home.
door will be locked.
You can come home if you want. If you want. This is wide of the off. Oh, Verena didn't take it cleanly. Scuttles.
Dinner's
along
on the
ground.
doorstep.
303 for 4. Oh no, I'm the least fussy person. Rob Lord has been on the field for a little stint out there, just giving everybody a breather. Fergus O'Neill back on the ground. It was Ben Martindale as 12th man earlier. Now Rob Lord is just on his way off the field. He played in the first match of the season down at
His
Taunton.
nickname Good. Rob
Pardon?
Lord.
What?
His nickname's Good.
Good Lord.
Well, that would be a cricketing, wouldn't it? Come on.
You have to be careful because producer Kirsty and
They're lords.
and vice producer Aaron, they're also members of the same family.
Excellent.
Same family. Or just the names.
Well, how far back do you have to go? Good bit of fielding by O'Neill at mid-on.
Single here for Thomas. One more to the total. For cricketers' nicknames, most of them are rubbish, but there have been some absolute crackers over the years. 304 for 4. Jumble. Still one of my favourites. As left arm around the wicket goes Patterson White. Lawrence is forward. Pushes this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
There was a time where you used to put at the start of the season all the Surrey players' nicknames up, and they all seemed to be a Y on the end. Was it Dunny?
Absolutely, Dunny.
Folksy,
they're all
Dunny.
the same. Well, it's probably the same. Isn't it?
Burnsy.
Duckety. There's driving. Is Lawrencey, and he'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Yeah, it's normally, isn't it? It's either a shortened surname or a Y on the end, or their first name shortened as well.
We like the clever ones. There's been one or two
Yes,
clever ones.
there have been some, as I say, some absolute crackers over the years. As Patterson White is in, and this is turned into the leg side, and there's no run.
The former footballer Fitz Hall had the best one size.
Oh, that is.
Yeah.
Walsall centre half, one size they called him.
Who thought of that? Because that is very clever, isn't it? Patterson White is in. Forward goes Thomas. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Bracecricket at iCloud.com if you've got
that
one or
your
two.
nickname?
Just up. Well, I've had all.
Doesn't roll off
It
the
doesn't
tongue.
roll off the
I've-
tongue,
I've
but it's
had
good
all
for
sorts.
correspondence.
I've had all sorts.
Here is Patterson White pushed off the back foot by Thomas, and there is no run. 305 for 4.
I mean, with the surname of Bracegirdle, I've had all sorts over the years, but the one that sort of people don't know, and we talked about it.
Steady.
Game of two. No, my middle name's Robert, so Dr.
is
So
it?
the amount
Doctor.
of correspondence I've had addressed Dear Doctor. And there was a time 15 or 20 years ago where I used to get complimentary copies every month of the Lancet sent through.
Yeah. I mean,
Dr.
people-
Did you ever write an article for
No,
them?
I didn't.
You should have done.
No,
Sent it
probably
in.
not as qualified as I needed to
Doesn't
be.
matter,
but,
you could have still sent
but
it
there
in.
we are, yeah, Dr. Bracegirdle.
Dr. Bracegirdle.
Very good. I'd like to run down some scores, if I may.
Oh, yes.
But this is Josh Tong bowling, and he's bowling his 21st over, and he's bowling to Lawrence, who's on 104, and that's pushed into the offside. No run. Was there trouble to my left-hand side there?
I've just knocked my binoculars over.
Oh, okay. Steady on,
Stereo.
Doctor.
Steady on, Doctor. I've got a problem. Dr. Bracegirdle, I've got a problem with my binoculars.
No, not there, Doctor. I put them somewhere else. 305 for 4. Tongue. Back in, 2 slips going down. He's in to bowl to Lawrence on 104. And that's allowed through by the batter. Diving to his right-hand side is Verena. Hampshire 117 for 4. Lead Essex by 79 runs. Somerset now 9 down. 127 for 9. Lead Glamorgan by 252. A recovery from a disastrous start.
Lewis Gregory went out and he'd quickly overtaken Tom Abel. I don't know who's out, but
well, he's out for 45 off 61 balls,
yeah.
8 fours.
Yeah.
Abel's still there on 42 from 75 balls. No further addition for Norton, the 18-year-old. Meantime, Lawrence facing here, defends the big figure of Tong into the offside, no run. So for all, I mean, that was always a little bit of something yesterday when you're getting all excited about an 18-year-old. Quite right, he's taken the hat-trick. It's his first class debut. He's 18 years of age and youngest, all that sort of stuff. But also worth noting, the Somerset had got quite an interesting lead in that game anyway.
Big lead.
But
Good game.
Well, it looks like a you know, bearing in mind the commentary I've been listening to as well there, that does look like quite a formidable target already. 252 in front, but with 1 wicket only standing, Somerset there. Onto the onside, defended by Lawrence. Elsewhere, Leicestershire 2 down early on, 32 for 2. Second innings still trails Sussex by 70 runs. Robinson's got rid of Weatherald for 13. I remember him getting rid of Weatherald in the opening round of matches this season when Leicestershire played Sussex. Quite a quick turnaround for those two teams, isn't it? But anyway, when they first played each other. Oh, and Robinson enjoyed getting rid of the Australian opener. I presume he's done so. Enjoyed it again today, but Buddinger's gone for naught to Hudson Prentice as well there. Next ball. And gets up on Lawrence a little bit, that one. Sharper from Tong, but kept down nicely by Lawrence into the onside. So 32 for 2, trails by 70 runs, second innings at Hove. Warwickshire still 4 down, and that lead 367 over Yorkshire. 372 for 4, second innings. And Haynes is not out, 83. Barnard not out on 50. Into the second division, we'll give some scores there as well. So some will be going to lunch at 1 o'clock. Some I think will be 1:10 again today. Lawrence on 104. Into the pads, LBW appeal, but going down, but mightily close. And he just stands there with his hands on his head there. Does the tall, strong-looking figure of Tong. 21 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 61, 305 for 4. Just finish off these scores. Northampton 159 for 6, trailed Derbyshire by 445, Gloucestershire 30 for 1, the Kent by 28 runs, and Lancashire were all out for just 84 in the second innings against Middlesex, leaving Middlesex needing just 118 to win. So they are currently 9 for no wicket. Robson and Geddes, the not out pair. They're going to need Anderson to do some special things there, aren't they, Lancashire, in that game by the looks of it.
It's Patterson White back into the attack, bowling from this end of the ground, bowling to Thomas, who's on 46.
Just getting back to that LBW show, hit it.
Yeah.
What did it?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
very
well,
adjacent, actually.
Yeah.
Getting more and more red shirts in the ground before they nip over the road during the lunch interval here, as this is defended by Adam Thomas, who's 4 away from
Your eyesight's good.
50.
How do you know? Because they could just be wearing a red shirt.
Any second guessing, really.
I would imagine our fabulous camera crew can pick out 1 or 2 during the maybe not during the course of this over, because he bowls them so quickly. This one's turned to leg, fielded by Asib Hamid.
Oh yes, got your binoculars, I can see now.
Patterson White round the wicket halfway through this over. Thomas again defends. Really has played a gem of a knock this morning. He's been content at times to just sort of play second fiddle for Dan Lawrence, but when the opportunity to put back to ball has come along, he's played some lovely strokes. Patterson White bowls again. This is cut into the offside, fielded by Clark. 1 ball left in this over. 305 for 4, the difference 110 runs. Patterson White to conclude his 29th over, 1 for 94 his figures, bowls now, and defended this into the offside. Another maiden, 305 for 4. Wonder if we've got any shots of the Forest fans in the ground for those of you watching the live stream.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's
Ooh,
two
look,
Forest fans, one in red and one in blue.
You didn't tell me about blue.
Oh, there's another
Oh,
one.
there's another one.
Looking at the phones. Look, everybody's looking at the phones.
Oh,
they're
we're
everywhere.
in a scarf.
Oh,
that gentleman's come with his Nottinghamshire
Oh,
cap.
look at that pint. He's always having a good sip. Oh,
We
we
just looked at a gentleman in a Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club baseball cap and his Nottingham Forest shirt on.
Oh, very good.
See, this is, you know, in terms of what we're here
Oh,
for.
that woman there, she's gone there. She's me, that woman there. So she's sitting next to two blokes, busy on their phones, and she's thinking, would it be nice to have some conversation?
In terms of what we're here for, this is bad news because all these people will be disappearing at lunch.
Is it supposed? As this one's left outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence.
Please, may I just say, sir, Worcestershire 17 for no wickets, second innings lead down by 57 runs. And I'm going to leave you two now. And thank you for your hospitality this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Kevin House heading back to guide the good ship BBC through lunch. But he's already eyeing up his roast pork. As turning is Josh Tongue in the distance. He's going to come in over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence drives. Has he got an edge? He has. And Lawrence's very fine innings comes to an end. Really good bit of bowling from Tongue. Great length. Look for the drive down the ground. Big edge. Verena takes the catch. And Lawrence, well, it's been a wonderful knock. Goes for 104. Not a bad time, though, for Nottinghamshire to get that wicket. But well played, Dan Lawrence. He'll get a very warm round of applause. He looks disappointed, but it's a cracking length delivery. Little bit of shape away. Good catch from Verena. And Lawrence has to go, but lit up this morning for 104, and I'm just keeping an eye on who's coming out next as well for Surrey. 305 for 5, and Dan Lawrence goes for 104.
Yeah, just wondered if for the second time in the match we might be going through a complete session without a wicket going down, but just towards the back end, there's about 10 minutes to go in the session. Notts make a breakthrough.
Interesting.
Who is this on his
Gus
way?
Atkinson. So Ollie Pope's obviously got a problem. So it's Atkinson coming out now. Now this wouldn't be because you don't have a lunch watchman.
No.
Plus Atkinson can bat. So Ollie Pope's obviously got a problem. We haven't heard anything about replacements or anything like that, but he still isn't out there, Ollie Pope. So it's Gus Atkinson making his way to the middle. 305 for 5, and fabulous innings from Dan Lawrence, but not a bad time to get him from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Just before luncheon on this third day, but we did play some lovely shots, Dan Lawrence.
Did indeed.
We really did. It's good bowling again from Tongue. 3 for 61 now for Josh Tongue in the 22nd over of his spell. Well, not just this spell, but of what he bowled. So, Gus Atkinson's out there in the middle. Atkinson this season has had one innings in the game against Essex, and he finished 21 not out. Mainly because that's the only game he's played before this one. And as we always say, he does have a test 100. Gus Atkinson.
Does indeed.
So, short leg goes in straight away for Atkinson. 2 slips. His England teammate Josh Tongue is in over the wicket to Atkinson, and Atkinson's beaten. First up on the outside.
Yeah, we need to do some investigative work during the luncheon interval to see what.
I'm not doing any investigative lunch, I can tell you.
To see what's happening. They've perhaps
I work
for a reinforcement.
on the assumption that when they want to say something, we'll find out about it. That's the way I work these days. I would be doing no investigating during my lunch break. I can assure you of that.
Mark the Mod's been in touch from cloudy and breezy Sevenoaks in Kent. Not needed, that he says.
Lovely Sevenoaks. Lovely Sevenoaks. It's actually got 8 oaks now. As looking to drive is Gus Atkinson, and they'll pick up a single. Well, due to the great storm, of course, it blew the trees down, so they replanted, but there was still one standing. So there's actually 8 now.
This is the great storm of when? The Michael Fish great
Yes.
storm, or a more recent one?
No, the great storm, the Michael Fish great storm.
Mm.
So there's actually 8 oaks. That's where I play a lot of my club.
There you are, Mark the Mod.
7 oaks fine. As in over the wicket comes Tongue, and getting a hand on this is Tongue as it's driven back by Thomas. 8 minutes until luncheon.
Yeah, it's only yesterday morning we had Atkinson bowling to Tong, didn't we? Now the roles have been reversed. He's had another good match, Josh Tong, quietly. 37 not out with the bat, 3 wickets now.
Comes in once again, does Tongue. To Thomas. Well, that's very wide outside the off stump. And going wider, well taken by Verena, but the wicket of Dan Lawrence in that over. Magnificent century from Dan Lawrence this morning. They've gone for 104. Surrey are 306 for 5. They trail by 109.
Yes, we've had 98 overs, so there are 12 overs left in which bonus points can be accrued. It seems rather fanciful now to suggest that Notts will get the full haul of bowling points. They need 4 wickets in 12 overs to do that, but they need 1 more wicket in these 12 overs to guarantee themselves a second bowling point. Surrey need 44 runs in 12 overs, which does, I guess, mean that they won't want to just pat back the next couple of overs before lunch. They'll want to try and get themselves on the way towards the 350, if at all possible. It's going to be Patterson White. We've got a slip and a short leg for the recent arrival, Gus Atkinson. Bowls first ball of the over, Patterson White, and it's defended into the offside.
Well, still some batting to come. Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott, Dan Worrell and Owen Pope.
Another, yeah. Patterson White bowls again, pushing this one through, and Atkinson drops it on the leg side, so there will either be Ollie Pope to come out and bat or a designated replacement. And
trying to think of the like for like. I can't really think of one, to be fair.
It's nothing to do with Nottinghamshire, the designated replacement. It is down to the match officials. LBW shout here from Patterson White. It was, here we go, we'll have another stab at that word I can never say. It was a tentative prod forward from Gus Atkinson.
Well, if we're replacing him with one of these match officials, I'm going Dean Koska. He played recently. I'd definitely be going Koska.
But it is down to Dean Koska, the match referee, to sanction whoever it is. 306 for 5. Notts have had to make 2 official injury replacements in the first 4 games of the season. Understand from Mark this would be a first for Surrey if that's what it is. It may well be that we'll still see Ollie Pope as Atkinson defends.
How to describe this politely? It could be that he's not very well if he's sat on the toilet. But we don't know as yet, because he hasn't been out to bat yet, Ollie Pope.
Atkinson on 1. This is down the leg side, taken by Verena, and end of the over, 306 for 5. And last week with Brett Hutton, there was all this in limbo business about a replacement, and the pure, honest truth and fact of that was they weren't sure if there was an issue or not, so they'd whipped him away for a scan, and you know, I don't think he'd had to queue in the Leicester Royal Infirmary. Let's put it that way. But it was a while before. You know, these things happen to see if there was, would he be able just to...
I don't know what it is. As I say, I thought he might be unwell or something like that.
Yeah.
Josh Tong continues. The only other thing I can think of was he did nip off Ollie Pope when he tried to take that catch that just bounced in front of him.
Yep.
Backward point. As Thomas forward he comes to Tong and rolls in towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You're right, he was wringing his hand, wasn't
so
he?
I just wonder whether it could do something about that. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But as I say, in the fullness of time, all will be revealed.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing any investigating during the lunch break. Mainly because I know what the answer would be as well.
Yeah.
I've been doing this too long. Well, Kevin House is looking at me as if I'm not doing my job properly. But he'll be down getting his roast lunch. Here is Josh Tong coming in over the wicket and driven by Thomas up towards mid-off. And of course, in the wonderful world we live in now, when there is something to be said, no doubt, it will be posted upon an official
capacity
social media site somewhere.
If Surrey media want you to know something, they will
tell
you.
you.
Yeah.
That's always the way it works. As it should be, really. Two slips and a short leg. As Tong comes in over the wicket, and this is bowled, Thomas. Now it changes. Thomas has looked to pull this ball, has got a bottom edge, and it has made a real mess of his stumps. And Lawrence goes, and now Thomas goes, and this all before lunch. And that turns this session around, and it's Tongue again. I think that will be lunch as well now. But Thomas has played really well there for his 46, but he saw the short ball, he looked to pull it, bottom edge, and it cannoned back into his stumps, and as I say, made a right old mess of them. And Tong, 4 for now, but bottom edge, and it's not the off stump out the ground. I think the leg stump's gone back, and the middle stump standing straight up. But a fantastic partnership between Dan Lawrence and Thomas. And then Lawrence goes for 104, Thomas goes for 46, and Surrey go to lunch 306 for 6.
Mightily impressive innings from Adam Thomas. Batted for 2 hours and 40 minutes there. He's it looked a natural from literally the very first ball, and I think we're going to see an awful lot of him over the years. Tremendous stuff from him. Tremendous stuff as well from Josh Tong. Had to wait a long old time, both Tong and Nottinghamshire, before getting a wicket this morning, and then 2 coming along in consecutive Tong overs. Lawrence caught Verena, bowled Tong for 104. That was 305 for 5, and a single for Gus Atkinson took the score to 306. And at that point, Adam Thomas bowled, playing on to Josh Tong. So the 100th over is to be completed after lunch. 99.3 overs we've had. Surrey 306 for 6.
Might not have to do any investigating, because all will be revealed now after lunch, won't it? Because
somebody's going to have to
walk out with someone.
Somebody's going to have to come out, lest they declare, which they won't. Surrey trail by 109. Very much enjoyed the morning session as always. Hope you have too. When the players return it's scheduled to resume, just to mark your card, at 1:38, because they've gone off 2 minutes early. 1:38 they should be back out there playing, and we'll be delighted if you'd come back and join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge ahead of the afternoon session here on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship match between the top 2 sides in the country. Going into this round, Nottinghamshire hosting visitors Surrey. It's been compelling cricket. It really has been an absorbing watch over the first 2 and a bit days, and we don't expect any difference at all. Josh Tong, terrific throughout once again for Nottinghamshire, has 4 of the 6 wickets. If there was a difference maker for the home side in the morning session, it was certainly Josh Tong, who got 2 wickets late on in the piece. For Surrey, magnificent century, 22nd of his first class career for Dan Lawrence. The youngster Adam Thomas also out just before lunch for a brilliant 46. Gus Atkinson was out there, started his innings before the interval. He has a new partner. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, and to tell you all about that, having had a very busy lunch period himself, the voice of Surrey cricket, Mark Church.
Yeah, and he's got Jordan Clark with him. Now, you told me to go and do some investigating. I've done absolutely no investigating, but I do have a bit of a theory on this now, with no actual proof of this. He must have something, Ollie Pope. We've had no news on replacements or anything. As Josh Tong will get us started after lunch. 2 slips and a short leg. As Tong comes in over the wicket to Clark, and he's letting his first ball go after lunch. So the way I look at that is, if you name an injury replacement, it's 8 days, isn't it?
Yep.
So Ollie Pope wouldn't be able to play at Headingley. So I can't believe it's that serious, but it's obviously, whatever it is, meaning that he's not coming in where he normally does. Now, I wonder whether this is, he will only go out and bat if he needs to, and they'll be hoping that this lot get the job done so that he's ready for next week. Because in over the wicket goes Tong, and he's off the mark here, Jordan Clark. It was banged in at him, and he's up on his toes, rides the bounce, and it's off a thickish edge, and it runs away down to the third man boundary, rope for 4. That's just my theory. I have no evidence on any of that. As I did say, it could be a tummy upset or something along those lines, and the poor lad could be sat in a cubicle somewhere. But at the moment, out comes Jordan Clark with Gus Atkinson. That 8-day thing does make a difference. It really does. If it was something disastrous, they'd have already said whoever is coming in for Ollie Pope, but we've had nothing on that front whatsoever. So it might be that at this stage they're hoping he doesn't have to have a bat in this first innings. As in comes Tong, beats Jordan Clark on the outside edge. Nice bit of bowling. And also with that completes the over from Tong, because of course he got that wicket of Thomas just before lunch. With that as well, it might be exactly what you said. They could still be assessing it, whatever it is. And also, if they have assessed it, and he might need a bit of extra time to be okay to bat if they need him tomorrow, then he's getting his extra time now. But this is just all. Just theory. Well, as I say, the poor fella could be sat in a cubicle somewhere with a tummy upset.
So don't do yourself down. You've obviously been considering all the possibilities, and I'll buy into that. Certainly, the 8-day thing is important. Nottinghamshire made a change, of course, the match before their bye week, and it's a big thing really. If one of your key players has a knock and you're considering replacing him, you've got to bear in mind, you might not just be replacing him for that game, he can't play in the next one. Here's Liam Patterson-White to continue from our end, the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls, LBW shout, they're asking Ian Blackwell here, and Ian Blackwell, I'm sure, over the years 1,000 times will have appealed for something similar, a slow left armer, and they're now discussing it together. Slow left arm spinner Patterson-White and slow left arm spinner now umpire Blackwell outside the line. A fancy.
He hit it as well, but I think
apart from that,
it was great.
Patterson-White in again. Lovely bit of turn there and a bit of bounce, and that was too good for Gus Atkinson on that particular occasion.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling that again from Patterson-White.
LPW, as we know, doesn't take long to get between his deliveries, but I've got a correspondence titled one for Mark, as this is cut into the offside from Mark the Mod down in Sevenoaks in Kent. We'll just wait until there's maybe 25 seconds or something to put Mark's question stroke point to the great man, as this is eased into the offside. We'll have a go now. Question for Mark. I saw Ben Folkes doing excellent work at the Oval last month versus Leicester and Essex. Was Jamie Smith going to play any 4-day games as wicket-keeper before Folkes got injured?
No.
OK, that's answer to part A. It's defended. Remains 310 for 6. So B, if it's no, how on earth can he prep himself to be England's wicket-keeper?
This is my point. Look, he's a natural athlete. He's a very good keeper.
LPW, Liam Patterson-White bowls deep in his crease. Gus Atkinson helps it out onto the offside. The not skipper Hamid does the fielding. We've had 101 overs here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire made 415 in their first innings. Surrey 310 for 6 after 101 overs, and even I can do it at this stage. Surrey require 40 runs from 9 overs for another batting point, and that would surely take them one clear of Notts in this game, because unlikely, I would imagine, that Notts will get 3 wickets in 9 overs, but you never know.
I'm not convinced he enjoys keeping at the best of times. Jamie Smith, he's good. The other thing, Mark, I'd add to that, if Folkes was still fit and England had rung Surrey and said, we need him keeping, I know that conversation would have been a very, very short one, and Folkes would have still been keeping, as Tongue is in over the wicket from the Stuart Broad end to Jordan Clark. Tucks this one into the leg side, and there's no run. The other thing I'd add to that is England still don't have a wicket-keeping coach, as far as I know. So all he would have done, Jamie Smith, is caught some balls before. I'm sure you'd have seen him with gloves on before the start of play with Alex Stewart.
It's the voice of Mark Church. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Listeners to Sports Extra 2 now with us for the next 12 or 13 minutes or so at Trent Bridge. We've only just started really after lunch. Surrey 310 for 6, and it's Josh Tongue bowling.
Here he comes over the wicket to Jordan Clark, the right-hander. Just lets this go as it climbs on him outside the off stump. So yes, Mark, if Folkes was fit, Jamie Smith wouldn't be keeping, because Folkes is the better keeper. And also, had the phone gone and it had been somebody from England saying, good afternoon Gareth, good afternoon Alec, we need Jamie Smith, I know it would have been a very short conversation. We had this with Gus Atkinson last year, as turning his Josh Tongue in over the wicket to Jordan Clark. Oh, that kept a bit low on him, but he's jabbed the bat down on it. Jordan Clark, he'll get a single down towards long leg, where Gus hadn't been playing, and Surrey were off to Scarborough, and I think they got a phone call saying we would like Gus Atkinson to play at Scarborough, to which I believe that sort of the conversation was, well, hang on just a second, he hasn't bowled since May, we've been getting Jamie Overton fit and ready for this game, you want him to bowl some overs? There's a second team game down at New Malden, he can go and play for the twos. So the Gus went and played for the Surrey second team and bowled some overs down there.
Well, that's nice to hear, isn't it? A little bit of kickback.
As waiting is Gus Atkinson, the man we were just talking about. He's batting now. He's looked to hook here. I think that's hit the back of his bat. Runs away down towards third man. Or is it off his... Well, it's a no ball. Just looking at Atkinson's score here on the scoreboard. It looked like it came off the back of his bat. It's a foot no ball. Yeah, it was off the back of his bat. Yeah. He gets a single as well. So Surrey actually pick up 3 there, and they're 314 for 6.
That helps. Extra slipper's gone in now. Jack Haynes coming in for Jordan Clark. Had he been there for the previous delivery, might have been able to just stretch to his right, Jack Haynes, and catch that one.
Tongue again. Charging in now over the wicket to Jordan Clark, and Clark just opens the face, guides this down towards third man, scampers the first. It will just be a single, and that'll be one more to the total. 315 for 6. I thought Mark was going to ask me about 8 Oaks rather than 7 Oaks.
Well, there you go.
I'm sure
he'll still be with us. Mark the Mod down in Sevenoaks in Kent.
It's a lovely part of the world. So I played a bit of club cricket for Sevenoaks Vine, and it's a lovely ground. That it
Sounds
really
nice.
is. I think the oaks are around the Vine. So, but there's 8 of them now.
Surrey trail by exactly 100.
Tongue over the wicket to the right-handed Atkinson, short. That's hit him on the helmet. This is going to pop straight up in the air. I think we're going to have a bit of concussion protocol here. He's tried to hook that. It's hit him straight on the crash helmet. And there'll be a slight delay here as Paul Steele, the Surrey physiotherapist, who is very good at what he does, will go dashing out there to ask Gus Atkinson a series of questions, which, as I understand it, they get asked the questions at the beginning of the season, and then it's whether they give the same answers. Although I've always said with cricketers, that they won't remember anyway, will they?
No. Yesterday, if you remember, we had it the other way round. Atkinson bouncing Tong, and we said, well, we might as well, because we know it's going to be returned in kind when Tong gets the chance to bang him in short at his mate, and he did there. I suspect he'll be claiming a little bit of a moral victory there, Josh Tong.
Well, so Paul Steele is out there, and he will check the helmet as well. That's the other thing they do now. Check the helmet. It's got the stem guards on the back. And then he'll be going through a series of hard-hitting questions here with Gus Atkinson to make sure he's all right. Gus Atkinson sort of pointing to where he can feel a bit of a bump. And now Paul Steele checks the helmet as well.
Most importantly, we should add that he's standing upright. He's having a conversation. I mean, we're obviously a million miles away. We don't know if he's coherent or not, but certainly seems to be fine.
To be fair, whatever Duckett said to him, they both ended up laughing. Yeah, I think he'll be fine here, but they have to go through this quite rightly. But it was a quick pull.
I've not seen a rerun of it, actually, and I was wondering if Haynes had caught it. That would have been the only guide, we'd have got to know if there had been a little bit of edge onto the helmet, or whether it was just a clean strike. Sconned him, I think they call it in the game.
Yeah,
He sconned him.
It was quick. It was onto him before he got through the shot. So, yep, he's good to go again here is Gus Atkinson. Paul Steele doing a mighty fine job there.
Have you noticed, Mark, how we've lost a few?
Yes. Nottingham Forest.
315
Josh
for 6 here at Trent Bridge. We'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment.
Josh Tongue to
More than happy to
continue.
get the feed.
There's a short-legged. I suddenly heard voices in my head
Yes,
and the sound of a crowd. As in over the wicket goes Tongue, and this is down the leg side and actually ends up bouncing once before Verena takes it to his left. So end of the over, 315 for 6, sorry. 104 from Dan Lawrence, 46 from Adam Thomas this morning, and 2 very good wickets before lunch for Josh Tong. And Surrey trail by exactly 100.
For Sports Extra 2 listeners who haven't necessarily been following this game throughout, Ollie Pope hasn't batted yet in this game. He should have come in at, well, we don't know what on our original scorecard. I think we'd got him down at 4, hadn't we? And then we saw Ryan Patel come in at 4, and Dan Lawrence at 5, and Adam Thomas at 6, and Gus Atkinson at 7, and now Jordan Clark at 8. So we've not had any official announcements re Ollie Pope. Hope the young man is okay, and when we know something, we'll be only too keen to pass it on. We just hope he's all right and will be able to take playing part in the game as soon as possible. Here's Liam Patterson-White off 3 or 4 steps, floats this one up. In fact, it was a low full toss, worked up to O'Neill at mid-on, and the throw from the Australian right the way down to the far end, and by then they'd taken an easy single.
Nice bit of drift there from Patterson-White.
316 for 6. Surrey. Clark has 7, Atkinson 2. Patterson-White bowls again to Atkinson, and he defends. And the other thing we should add is that behind us, Nottingham Forest are in action. They kick off against Newcastle United in about 8 or 9 minutes' time, so you might hear all sorts of noise and what have you. You might not be able to pick it up on the effects microphone, depends how noisy they're feeling today after what happened in midweek. Next ball's just run behind square on the offside Tong Fields, but generally we get a blast of Mullikin tyre, and occasionally they let the fireworks off, which is Always bizarre on a warm, hot, sunny day. If you can have warm and hot in the same sentence. Patterson White bowls. Next delivery's turned up to Jack Haynes, who's at mid-off. Unusually for Jack, he's either at third slip or short leg or square of the wicket, but he's having a little spell at mid-off. Patterson White again to Gus Atkinson. He's timed this nicely, just dropping it onto the leg side for a single. O'Neill loses his white floppy brimmed sun hat in retrieving the ball. One more to the visitors. 317 for 6. Feeds a little bit like Norman Collier at the moment in our ears, isn't it? Next delivery pushed through by Patterson White, doing that containing role well for Nottinghamshire. He's just holding things up at this end. I just think a long time ago I said he was nearing 100 and he's still 1 for 96. They've not scored many from him since lunch, I don't think.
He's bowled very well. Sounds a good atmosphere, doesn't it?
Yeah, there'll be,
what I've heard of it.
Yeah, there'll be a 30,000 full house behind us. 317 for 6. Not so many in here as we've had on days 1 and 2 and the morning session here. Today it's Tong at the far end. Suspect they will come in just a second, Mark. Tong bowls, popped, taken on the half volley at short leg. No further wickets for Nottinghamshire since lunch, David. Surrey 317 for 6. So they trail Nottinghamshire by 98. Josh Tong, terrific. He bowled a really fast spell before lunch, getting the wickets of Lawrence for 104 and Thomas for 46. He's continued afterwards. Just had Gus Atkinson nearly popping one up to short leg. A little bit of a mystery with the Surrey batting lineup in that England's Ollie Pope hasn't yet come out to bat. Bearing in mind we've got batters 7 and 8 out there. Just wonder if there is a little bit of an issue with Ollie Pope. We wait to see if he can bat or a replacement will be named. Surrey 317 for 6. Latest delivery was a quick one. Atkinson tried to pull it away to leg, got nothing on it as it goes through to Verena. And I've got a missive, Mark, entitled 8 Oaks, which we'll read in a moment.
Oh, lovely. Oh, I look forward to that. Now, my theory on the whole Pope, if they were going to announce it, they'd have announced it by now. So I don't think that's going to happen. Short ball here from Tong. Good shot from Atkinson. Yeah, he's got inside that and hooked this one away for 4. And remember, he's just been struck on the helmet by Josh Tong. Bang that one in. He's got inside it. Rolled the wrist on it. Hooks it away for 4.
Mark the Mod says...
Yes.
Hello, Dave. 8 Oaks. Roz, a.k.a. Mrs. Mark the Mod, informs me there are now... This is just what you said. There are now 8 Oaks around the Vine where Steve Smith first played for England, in England, aged 16.
Yes.
One of them being an original from the pre-1987 Storm Times. That's what you said. So you're very welcome for that. And cheers, Mark, for the Folks and Smith info earlier. Mark the Mod.
Not a problem, Mark. So, yeah, there you go, you see.
Yeah, just what you said, really.
They added it up wrong. And now there's 8 of them, but it's still 7 Oaks. Change in the field now. They're going to get an extra man in on the leg side, so it could be a bit more short stuff here for Gus Atkinson. Seen Tongue doing this. He's got 4, 321 for 6. Surrey. As Tongue is over the wicket, and he's gone for it again here. Atkinson wasn't that committed to that. Gus Atkinson. It was sort of, I'm going to let it go. Now I'm going to have a hook at it, and then I didn't really do anything, and it's taken by Verena.
You see, there are circumstances where I'll be saying, you've got to just leave all these alone, let him tire himself out. But that bonus point situation means, that they do need to somehow find 29 runs in the next, 6 and a bit overs.
I actually think with that one as well, the only danger Atkinson's got is gloving it. If he top edges that, it's probably going to end up here with us. I don't think they've got a fly slip down there as... he's hit him again. This one's hurt. This one has hurt. Yep. Atkinson's in trouble here. That's hit him straight on the grill. Yeah, he's in trouble here, Gus Atkinson. That has hit him straight on the grill. Looking to hook. Tongue was concerned straight away there for Gus Atkinson. So this is slightly different to the first one, and Paul Steele will be out there again very quickly. But Gus Atkinson's on his feet because he went down on his knees, but he's up straight now. But I would not be at all surprised if Gus Atkinson's coming off here, because Paul Steele, as all good physios, whether he wants to stay out there or not, it's down to the physio.
Yeah.
And he looked in a bit of trouble there to me.
You'd imagine there's some sort of guidance that if somebody hits it twice in quick succession, and these are consecutive overs from Josh Tong that's hit him, and he did look a bit groggy. I mean, he probably beat the 10 count, didn't he? He was back on his feet, but he looked a bit groggy initially.
Hit the grill.
And the fact that Tong, as you say, ran straight down to see how his mate was.
Yep. We had this with Tom Haynes in the Sussex game. First ball of the second innings, Fisher bowled him one. It went straight up off a length. Now,
Physio's taking him away from everybody else.
Yep.
Look, just have a little bit of
Good.
me and you time.
Very good this from Paul Steele. And whether Atkinson wants to stay out there or not, it will be Paul Steele that makes the decision. And actually, in a way, I think probably from a Gus Atkinson point of view, might be better just to go off here and sit down for a while, because the other thing is what Paul Steele will want to do is just sit with him and watch him for a while.
It just, makes absolutely the right sense for him just to go and have a sit down. He can come back out, but if anything, God forbid, happens and if he stayed out there, then questions would be asked. If he gets out next ball thinking he's okay, he would regret it. Maybe I just should have let my mind clear, the ringing stop. I think you're right. I think the sensible decision is just to go and have a few minutes. But they were saying last night, I listened to, as I mentioned earlier, the heavyweight boxing fight on the radio, and from about 6 rounds they were saying this has got to be stopped. He's taking too much of a beating. And it was eventually stopped in the 11th. So people see things differently, don't they? But let's hope Gus is okay. He's on his feet. He was certainly groggy when the ball thudded into the side of his helmet.
I think he's okay.
Yeah.
He's on his feet. He's chatting away to Paul Steele. Jordan Clark's wandered over now as well. But Paul Steele will take as much time as he needs here with Gus Atkinson. Now, Gus Atkinson will be trying to convince him he's all right. Now, Paul Steele's wandering
Speaking
over to the umpires, chatting. Now, he'll be saying if he's going to stay out there, Paul Steele will be saying to both the umpires, you spot anything, you let me know straight away. So it looks as if Atkinson is going to continue. He's putting his helmet back on, but Paul Steele is having a very long chat with Ian Blackwell here and Nigel Long. And basically this chat will be, keep an eye on him, and if you spot anything, you let me know straight away. So Atkinson's staying out there. He'll get a very warm round of applause. Jordan Clark has wandered down as well. He's always a good man to have in these situations, Jordan Clark.
And 2 things as well, Mark. The helmet's done its job. These are terrific these days. We're pretty sure he's okay. Let's hope that's the case. These helmets are fantastic. But secondly, they're so expensive, and that's 2 that have had to be replaced in 2 overs.
Yeah. I know what Tong will bowl now. He's got another one coming, Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, he still needs his 29 runs from somewhere.
321 for 6. Here comes Tong to Atkinson. He's gone full of length. Ooh, and Atkinson's looked to drive. Thick inside edge. Down towards long leg. Tong just checks that Atkinson's okay. Atkinson picks up a single. And 322 for 6. Atkinson 8, Clark 7. The marvellous thing about this is we could have I was saying at Old Trafford in a game, Ben Foakes played an immaculate forward defensive at the exact moment that Manchester United scored. And I've never heard such a roar for a forward defensive. We could have a bit of that this afternoon, I suppose. They're into the hymns.
Yeah, it's Muller Kintyre.
Yeah.
Bit of Muller Kintyre.
Absolutely.
They're singing.
Yes.
Going to resume 322 for 6. Patterson White to bowl to Atkinson on 8, turns it to short leg, no run. For the second time in this round of matches, they had an occasion down at Sophia Gardens, Cardiff, where the extra little morning session was extended into a lengthy lunch break, as this is dragged onto the onside fielded by O'Neill, with Somerset 9 down, and they went the full half an hour. It happened at Worcester the other day. Glamorgan, Somerset 157 for 9 at lunch, but they played an extra half an hour in the morning session there. Next one is hit crisply. There should have been a single there. Well, now then, that's interesting. Haynes made a sliding stop at mid-off, just maybe Gus Atkinson judged it that it probably wasn't.
I don't think Jordan Clark was going anywhere there.
But I fancy they could have taken a single there. Would have been astonishing bit of work by Haynes to stop them. Next ball's whipped to leg. Protection out there. 323 for 6.
Yeah, he's all right. Atkinson, he's just run that. If he was struggling, it would have been the run. Funny thing, even just the running between the wickets would have sort of affected him.
Jordan Clark on strike on 7. No stranger to hitting a big blow himself. Pushes this back to the keeper. I have a funny feeling when he was at. Fairly sure when he was at Lancashire, didn't he hit 6 sixes in a second 11 game?
Yeah, that was sort of where he got his headlines.
Clark has 7. Balls again to Jordan Clark. This one shapes away from him and got into a position to cut it, but by then it was through into the gloves of Verena. End of Patterson's 33rd over, 1 for 97. Notts made 4-1-5, Surrey 323 for 6.
Yeah, and Atkinson and Clark get together for a bit of a natter. So 5 overs left for bonus points.
We've got an audience today. We don't know how many listeners we've got out and about, here, there and everywhere, watching the stream and listening to us. We've got 2 casual observers in the back of the box, which is great.
They're experts.
Casual in the sense that they've popped in to say hello and stuck around for the commentary, which
it's lovely.
We've not driven them out with sheer boredom yet.
Well, normally I turn around at this point and whoever's at the back of the box is snoring. So here is Josh Tongue coming in over the wicket to Atkinson. Short one, he's swaying inside at this time is Atkinson, and that's taken by Verena up above his left shoulder. It's a gorgeous afternoon now. It really is, and it's quite nice actually to have the sort of accompaniment of the cheers and boos from Nottingham Forest against Newcastle United. Sounds lively. They've only just kicked off.
Yeah.
As quite a big game for Forest, am I right in thinking that, Dave? As in over the wicket once again comes Tom. He's trying it again. Is Atkinson? He's going to take it on, and he's this one is followed round. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's taken by Verena away to his left-hand side.
I think the mathematics of it are, if they beat Newcastle this afternoon, they're guaranteed Premier League survival.
So they'll be dancing in the streets of Nottingham tonight.
Well, they may well be.
Back to the hotel
some may and some may not. And then Notts County are playing playoff semi-final afterwards, 6 o'clock kick-off against Chesterfield.
It's busy this evening for a Sunday. It's hit him. This is on the arm. Banged it in there. Josh Tongue, it's good, horrible, fast bowling this again from Josh Tongue. And Atkinson's trying to get out of the way of it. It's just hit him on the arm. And rolls away out into the covers, and there's no run. Wonder whether I might just sit outside my Irish bar again this evening, Dave. Watching the world go by. Seeing the celebrations, if they win, going on the streets of Nottingham.
There'll be some doing the Michael Flatley in there tonight.
Oh, yes. As in over the wicket once again goes Tongue, and this is tucked off his hip by Atkinson. Nicely played by Gus Atkinson. A single down to Ben Duckett. Down there at long leg.
Doesn't seem as if we've had much cricket since lunch, but of course we have had 2 quite lengthy stoppages. Yes. That's why.
Atkinson leant on his bat down at the non-striker's end. He's got some bowling to do as well, hasn't he, of course, Gus Atkinson. Surrey trail by 91. 324 for 6 they are. So Nottinghamshire have picked up the 2 bowling points. Surrey are 26 away from another batting point. As Tongue's in, and that's down the leg side, and Jordan Clark gets nothing on it, and it's taken by Verena. I know they're important, and I get all of that with but I think actually here, I think from a Surrey, if they could get there, lovely. But actually, this is more about getting up somewhere near 4:15 and possibly getting ahead. So I don't think there'll be sort of a sudden rush towards 350 to get them in by the 110. As over the wicket goes Tong. Oh, well played, Jordan Clark. That's a horrible ball as well. He's got up on his toes. It's followed him. He's dropped it down in front of him. Played that really well, Jordan Clark. Wouldn't mind seeing that again. 324 for 6 because he was off his feet, but he got above the ball and managed to drop it straight down in front of him. Great bit of bowling again from Tongue, but very well played by Jordan Clark at the end of the over. Clark's got 7. Atkinson is on 10. Yeah, he's played that really well. That was going about under his chin. And he's got off his feet. Thank you, Kirsty. He's got off his feet and then just dropped it down in front of him.
I think we'll discover during the course of this next Liam Patterson-White over if there is any real intent to chase down 350. I think Atkinson and Clark might look to have a go at the left-arm spinner if that's the aim, or if they're looking just to bat for as long as they can, then might play within themselves. We don't learn too much there because the field is set deep, so there's an easy single taken.
I don't think there will be here. I'd be surprised if they see a ball they think they can go after. Yes, but I think that the key thing here is to get as close to that 415 as you can.
But there's enough gaps. The field is set in and out, but there's enough gaps to just get 4 and 5 for the next couple of overs and then have a go if they wish. So there's another single. 2 balls pushed down the ground to deepish mid-on. Bring 2 singles.
Absolutely, but what I meant by that is I don't think you're going to see them running
dancing
straight down the
track,
pitch and trying to stick Liam Patterson-White in the car park.
326 for 6. Of course, we said it in the first innings when Tong's bowling with... Well, this is the first innings. Yesterday. Gosh, it seems a long time ago. Patterson-White bowls now and gets it back from a defensive push by Atkinson. We said it yesterday with Tong bowling with Patterson-White. Just doesn't get more than about 80 to 90 seconds between overs, does he, Josh Tong? Spinner rattles through his overs. Comes in again to bowl. Turn to mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Slater as well. No run there. 326 for 6. So 2 singles and 2 dots to follow. That's the 107th over. Surrey trail by 89. A lovely Sunday afternoon in Nottingham. Next ball pushed back by Atkinson to the bowler. Certainly from here, he doesn't seem to have had any adverse effect at all on being clobbered a couple of times by Josh Tong. And defends this one. So just those 2 singles, 326 for 6. That leaves 24 required. We've got more physio action. Probably just come in. Right, you've been out here for 10 minutes now. Everything all right? Follow my finger. Who's the Prime Minister?
Yeah, it's very sensible. Yep, just checking that he's feeling okay. Paul Steele, as I say, he had the word with the umpires to keep an eye on Gus Atkinson as well. I don't know what the questions are that they asked them at the beginning of the season, but there are set questions that they ask the players, and then they ask those same questions to get the same answers. But as I say, at times, they might have to be quite simple ones.
Yeah, the physio's doing well if he can remember all the questions and all the answers.
Absolutely.
It doesn't look like he's got a sheet of paper out there.
But I don't think it's like general knowledge. What's the capital city of, or what's the longest river in? I think it's probably what's your name, what's your date of birth. What was your first cat called?
It's not a tricky one, a challenging one.
No. Not like when you try and ring up your bank or something and they have all their different security questions that you can never remember the answer for. Here is Tom coming in over the wicket, and that's down the leg side and nothing on it from Jordan Clark and taken by Verena away to his left-hand side.
I don't want you to be alarmed by the sight of a bit of naked flesh, Mark, just in case
you're not doing it
just
again,
in case you
you
should glance to your right. To birthday boy out there, Spence on the balcony. We've got some naked flesh out here. I'm not sure that's de rigueur for the camera crew, really. Displaying as much flesh as that.
I don't blame him at all. Get the arms done as well in the sun.
I think he's got the football in his ears because he's not responding. He's not listening to us.
Don't blame him for that. This one's left alone by Jordan Clark outside his off stump. Just dipped on Verena at the last second there. But now is a gorgeous afternoon here.
It really is.
So the poor old footballers will be getting hot, won't they? Oh dear.
They'll all be off on the summer holidays in a fortnight.
18 months again. When does the World Cup start? When's that?
That's a very good question. Does it run sort of mid-June to end of July, something like that?
I don't know. As in comes Tom, and that's clipped away nicely by Jordan Clark. Just too straight, that one, from Josh Tongue. Just clipped through the leg side. Beautifully timed by Jordan Clark. Joe Clark giving chase, but it's beaten him over the rope and away for 4. So it's just a roll of the wrist. Just got a bit straight with that delivery, Josh Tongue.
Not worth a dive, Joe? Not worth a dive? I'll be saying out there.
Just see it again. Yeah, it's just about middle of the leg. And it's just clipped away very nicely. He's been in good nick with the bat this summer, has Jordan Clark. If I jump into my computer, Jordan Clark 71, 43 and 5 against Sussex. So 71 in his first game, which was Leicestershire, 43 against Essex. In comes Tongue again, and this is left alone by Jordan Clark. That wasn't too far away from the reaction of Tongue. That wasn't too far away from the off stump of Jordan Clark, because Tongue ended up with his hands on his knees looking at Jordan Clark.
Somerset are eventually all out early into the afternoon session there at Cardiff. In fact, they didn't add any to the lunch score of 157 for 9. They're 157 all out. No more wickets today for young Master Norton, who got the hat-trick yesterday. Glamorgan need 283 to win in about 5 sessions.
I think that's going to be tough. As this is the on drive from Jordan Clark. Punches it down the ground for 4. Lovely looking cricket shot again from Jordan Clark. As always with him, minimum of fuss. And just straight back down the ground for 4.
It's
the
on,
ball's gone over the boundary board, so
it's on. They want 16 from 13 balls for a point.
Absolutely. And they've not done anything out of the ordinary here. They're just playing good cricket shots. It's sensible batting from Messrs Clark and Atkinson. 334 for 6, sorry. They found the ball beyond the boundary boards. The field's changed a bit now for Josh Tongue. He's kept his 2 slips in there, but it's a sort of in-out field, really, for Jordan Clark. 16 not out, Jordan Clark. Tongue's over the wicket to Clark, and Clark forward just hops at him a touch. It's hit him high up on that bat, and rolls away into the leg side. End of the over from Josh Tongue. 344 for 6 then, Surrey. Atkinson has 11. Clark has 16. Nottingham Forest have just hit the crossbar. And Surrey trail by 81.
The last bit may or may not be true.
No, I don't know. It was just a sudden roar, wasn't there?
334 for 6. So Surrey need 16 runs from 12 balls to get another batting point. Notts aren't going to be able to add to their tally of 5 points in this game. If it is a draw, they'd take right now 13 points apiece, but I guess Surrey will be looking to just ease their way to this extra one here. Patterson White will be looking for a tightish over. Just wondered if Hamid might bring them all in on the one, try and make them hit over the top, but he's gone the other way. He's just spreading the field a little bit for Gus Atkinson. Tuckett remains at slip. There's a helmet on the ground behind Verena. Don't let the ball hit that, of course. It's Patterson White. Oh, it's a full toss, worked away on the leg side, and they just amble through for a single. 335 for 6. Lyndon James doing the fielding.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bonus. He hadn't bowled many of those Patterson White, but there you go, full sauce. Or someone's just done something wrong, haven't they?
Linesman slipped over.
Yeah.
Again, that may or may not be true.
It's good fun, this.
Clark drops another leg side easy single.
Hans van Brooklyn.
Dutch goalkeeper.
I've got his autograph from when I went to a Forest game when I was little in my autograph book.
Mid-80s. Gus Atkinson has 12. He's been struck on the helmet twice by Josh Tong, but thankfully he's okay. Plays this to mid-wicket. The padded up Ben Slater doing the, well, I was going to say picking up of the ball. Wasn't really fielding. It nearly stopped by the time it got to him. Gives it a wipe, throws it back to Patterson White. Comes in past umpire Blackwell. This one's cut away out into the deep, out to Joe Clark. Just a single. And Surrey will go to 3-3-7 for 6 after 4 balls of the 109th over.
I was thinking last night, because I'm an exciting fellow, the first T20 finals was here, wasn't it?
It was
at
indeed.
Trent Bridge
Yep.
in 2003.
Patterson White bowls again. Oh, now then, there's probably going to be 4 here. It's been deflected down the leg side. Bit of a chase on, and it's gone for 4. Now, they're valuable runs. Weren't intended runs, let's put it that way. It was just gently turned on the leg side, but it shot quickly away and went for 4. Ball has been retrieved by Ollie Stone. Had no chance of cutting it off, and now Surrey 341 for 6. Need 9 from 7.
Done this very well since lunch, these two. 35 they've added since lunch.
Clark has 21 of them on strike. Drops this on the leg side. He wanted to take the single there, didn't he? But Patterson White moved sharply across to his right hand side. So after 109 overs, 341 for 6. Has Asiba Mead been able to... Oh, no, he hasn't. I was going to say, has he been able to tempt Josh Tong into another over? But he hasn't. Ferguson... Oh, no, hang on, I'll take that back. Because Fergus O'Neill gave his floppy sun hat to the umpire and then came back and said, no, can I have it back, please? Looks as if Josh Tong has been coerced into having another over in this spell. And, off comes the fleecy top and the cap. So 9 required from this Josh Tong over. There will be a limit, of course, as to how much short stuff he can bowl, assuming the umpires regulate that as they should. But you'd imagine there'd be a fair amount that banged in his half of the track. What have you got?
A terrific email from Brian Cowley from the Surrey Stats Group here. And Brian, a bit like me, saying, I wondered to myself whether Adam Thomas might be the first Surrey player to take part in century stands in his first 2 first-class matches. But then he answers the question to himself, a bit like me. The answer is no.
Oh.
There you are. I'll tell you who else did it in a moment.
That's taken a bit of looking up, I'm sure.
Yep. So, field spread here. As Tongue is in, and Atkinson will just turn this into the leg side. They'll take a single. So, he's going to make this as hard as possible for Surrey to get this extra batting point. There are 5 balls left of this, the 110th, and they need 8. They could just drop one into the offside and probably get back for 2 here.
It's interesting that Ben Duckett was very much in the chat, and he's the only one that's not been required to run 70 yards out onto the fence. He's at
experience. Why don't you put everybody else out, but I'll stay at slip?
Yeah, just in case he nicks one to me.
Yeah.
I'll be in the right place, don't worry about that. He has put one down today, of course, off Josh Tong's bowling.
Tong's over the wicket here to Jordan Clark, and shouting for LBW is Duckett, but he's not going to get that, and it rolls away into the offside. So 4 balls left, 8 required by Surrey. I'm sorry, I can't get that excited about this point. The answer is no. Jack Hobbs shared an opening stand of 100 with Tom Hayward in the second innings against the Gentlemen of England. That's a great team, isn't it? The Gentlemen of England.
In 1900?
In April 1905.
Oh, because we mentioned Tom Hayward yesterday.
Yes, we did, but followed by 175 with Albert Baker in the second innings against Essex at the Oval in his next match in early May. As here comes Tongue, and that's short. Now this has been pulled off his hip fine on the leg side, but it'll just be a single, and that'll be one more to the total.
Yes, Tom Hayward, the only Surrey player to have reached 1,000 runs before the end of May. One of only, was it 7 or 8 times it's been done?
7. No, 8, because Hick
It's
was
8
the last.
and Bradman
wasn't
had
he?
done
Yeah,
it twice, so 7
that's
different
right.
people.
So well, it may be that Adam Thomas has joined Sir Jack Hobbs. There you are. That's not
Good
a bad,
company.
not a bad name
Good
to be,
company.
not a bad name to be partnered with. Thank you, Brian, as always.
Great stuff, Brian.
Yeah. So 3 balls left, 7 runs needed for a batting point. Atkinson will play this solidly straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. So good over this. It sort of turned into a sort of limited overs game, this, without fielding restrictions at the moment. And there are 2 balls left. And Surrey needs 7. As I say, I do apologise, everybody, but at this point I can't get too excited because, as I say, had they done it, they'd have done it very well. If they don't, it's not the end of the world. As Tongue is into Atkinson, he's going to go short. He does go short, and Atkinson's pulling out towards deep mid-wicket. So, if this was an Indian Premier League match, yes, it would be 6 required off the last ball, and the tension would be palpable. As it is here, it's still 6 required off this one delivery, but actually in game terms,
It's so significant.
Duckett's actually moved from slip.
So significant, not so reinforcing the leg side
It's
boundary.
the most extraordinary field. Everybody's on the boundary, bar keeper and bowler, yeah? And so they could run 6. Here is Tongue. Last ball of the over, Jordan Clark's pulling, and they won't get the batting point because it rolls out towards deep mid-wicket. So, 3:45 for 6, and a strange old over that in the middle of this game, but I could see the thinking, obviously, from Nottinghamshire. So, on bonus points wise, 2 bowling points for Nottinghamshire, 2 batting points for Surrey.
Isn't your fabulous headquarters, the Kia Oval, the place where... Did they have an all-run 5 or something, I think, in years gone by? Certainly in my lifetime, without it being overthrows.
Really?
I think... Yeah. I seem to think that was sort of big at the time. The boundary was out as far as it could be. Obviously, the strip was on one side of the square, and clearly the field was in, and it was hit... to the other side and didn't quite reach the rope, and there was an all-run 5. If anybody, Brian, if you're still with us, you might remember that. There's all sorts of coming and goings here. Of course, we've had the 110 overs. There's protective pads being brought on. There's a helmet being brought on elsewhere.
I do remember Alvaro Peterson,
South
scoring,
African.
Yep, double 100 against Surrey, where he got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, and a 7. So that was quite exciting.
A 7.
Yes. Ran 3, and then whoever it was wanged it in from the boundary straight over the keeper's head, and it ran away to the boundary rope, 4 overthrows.
The scorers, if you talk to the scorers, they love their holy grail is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in and over.
Is it?
You've mastered scoring if you get one of those in a game.
I'm sure that has happened. I'm sure it has somewhere over the years.
I don't know. Brian?
I don't know, poor
Andrew?
Brian. Brian was having a nice kip there on a Sunday afternoon. He's had his roast lunch.
We're waiting actually for Jack Haynes to dress himself. He's going to go in at short leg. We have Ben Slater go in there for the quicks at short leg, and Jack Haynes does it for the spinners. And we're ready. Liam Patterson-White to start the 111th over of this Surrey innings, bowling to Jordan Clark, who's on 23. Muscular right-hander, and wristily cuts this to backward point. Fielded there by, I think it's Ben Martindale, who's one of the 2 subs that Notts are utilising today. A little bit of noise from over the road behind us. Patterson-White bowls again, chopped into the same direction, and Ben Martindale once more goes down on his haunches and makes the stop.
Noisy last night, Nottingham. where I'm staying must be near a club of the night.
LPW, Liam Patterson White bowls. Clark defends. So we know there's Sean Abbott and Dan Worrell to come. And still the mystery of Oliver Pope.
It's not one of the better doubles, is it? That one.
3:45 for 6. Turn to leg, fielded by Jack Haynes. There's no run. In fact, he didn't take it cleanly, but made the stop.
He did very well in there, Jack Haynes.
2 wickets have gone down today, both taken by Josh Tong. It was Dan Lawrence soon after reaching his 21st class 100 out for 104. Patterson White bowls again dropped at the feet of Jack Haynes, and then Adam Thomas out for 46. They both fell in consecutive Josh Tong overs just before lunch, and in consecutive Josh Tong overs just after lunch. Gus Atkinson was hit on the helmet twice, thankfully, after extensive checks by the Surrey physio. Okay. Maiden pushed back to the bowler. Patterson White, who has now gone for more than 3 figures. He's 1 for 106, but that's his 10th maiden. Good effort. Rob Lord's coming back on the field as another replacement for Notts, and Ben Duckett, having done a bit of fielding out on the boundary there, 1 ball, is now trotting off.
Exhausted.
Comfort break. Fergus O'Neill has taken over from Tong from the far end.
Yep. So Surrey get through that tongue spell unscathed. So Fergus O'Neill, the Stuart Broad end of the ground. Gus Atkinson will be on strike. But it's fascinatingly poised, all this. Surrey trail by 70. Atkinson on 15, Clark on 23. The partnership is worth 39. And Fergus O'Neill getting ready to come in. Wicketless so far is Fergus O'Neill. That doesn't happen very often for him, as in over the wicket he comes, and he bowls a short ball which Atkinson is solidly in behind, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
That very fine player Sam Hain has scored another century. Warwickshire 436 for 5 at Edgbaston against Yorkshire. They lead the White Rose by 431. Always gets runs when he comes here, Sam Hain.
As in over the wicket once again comes O'Neill, and pushed off the back foot by Atkinson. Down towards backward point, and there's no run. Brian's back. Yeah, here we are for you for all run 5. Brian says, I can't pinpoint the match, but I recall the batters running 5 while Eric Bedser at mid-on retrieved the ball from just short of the distant long-on boundary. So there you are.
No, that's not in my lifetime.
No. Weren't there for that one. As forward goes Atkinson, outside edge. That's going to fly away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. And Atkinson moves on to 19, and Surrey move on to 349 for 6.
One of my favourite cricketers, because he's a lovely fella, is 91 not out. Calvin Harrison, who was on loan at Northants last year, made the move permanent over the winter. Not too far away from here at Derby. The home side made 604 for 7 declared. Northants 203 for 6. Calvin's 91 not out. He's a lovely fella, Calvin Harrison. Very good leg spinner as well. And Northants use him as a number 3 bat. And he's 91 not out.
Over the wicket goes O'Neill. And Atkinson off the back foot just punches away out towards cover. Strolled another single. Atkinson moves on to 20. Will bring up the 350 for Surrey, but no batting points now, but 350 for 6 they are, so they trail by 65. It's important that Surrey get as close or go past Nottinghamshire's 415. Jordan Clark lets this one go wide outside the off stump. From a Nottinghamshire point of view, it's important that they try and prevent Surrey doing that, because I think any lead on here is going to be handy. Clark going for a little wander towards square leg.
It's really going to take some either very, very poor cricket from one side or some remarkable cricket from another, I think, to see this one end in anything other than parity.
So O'Neill's in, and this one's left alone by Clark. All I would say is both sides have got the players in there to do something spectacular, and that's why I still think any sort of lead would be handy.
16 wickets in 2.5 days. Might happen, but...
He's back.
Yeah, Ben
Duckett's back.
It's only off for 1 over.
Yep. Jogging back out, there's Ben Duckett.
Rob Lord it is who's going off. We've still got Ben Martindale out there, so again we'll have a little... It's probably Josh Tong, I think, who went off after his spell.
So that makes sense.
I think he deserves a breather. 350 for 6. First and second in the Division 1 table going into this round of matches. Somerset might force their way back to the top if this one is a stalemate and they go on to win at Cardiff. Patterson White bowls to the right-handed Gus Atkinson, who pushes this into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, Mead out there at extra cover.
Sean Abbott can play a bit, can't he?
Oh yes, he can bat, Sean Abbott.
He's got some very useful runs in his homeland. Next ball steered away onto the offside, no run. Martindale will field, and Dan Worrell. What I've seen of Dan Worrell is too brief to have an assessment other than see ball, hit ball, and if it goes straight up in the air, well, so be it. This one's turned onto the leg side. It'll be, again, probably just a single. 351 for 6.
He's got his own method, Dan Worrell, as we were discussing yesterday, but he can also, if someone's getting near 100 or whatever else, just sort of play the sort of I'm going to help my partner to the 100 role.
Patterson White just about getting loose now. Fields off his own bowling as Clark pushes it back to him into his 37th over. 10 maidens, 1 for 107. Bowls again to the right hand. A little bit of turn there. Clark was trying to whip him to leg and the ball wasn't there to do that.
Just to say, Sean Abbott's coming off the back of 76 against Sussex last week. So a little bit of form with the bat.
Again comes Patterson White, cut away, and that's well stopped by Ben Martindale. Diving to his left, it was either stop that or go and fetch it back from the fence, and he stopped it. End of the over, 351 for 6. Patterson White came into this game 15 wickets this season at 25 apiece. That average is going to take a hit. He's bowled really well, but his figures are 1 for 107.
Do we know if Kevin House had his roast lunch?
I don't. No, I've not seen the great man since the interval.
He's busy in there.
He is. Oh, it is. He is, or it is. You went downstairs for lunch.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Was it busy down there during the lunch break? I saw one gentleman sat in the Richard Hadley waiting room area, reading his book. Nice place to sit and read your book.
Because you mentioned it yesterday.
Yes. No, I don't think it is. So there's going to be changes in the field here for Gus Atkinson. There's going to be a slip, a third man, the backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, deep mid wicket, and the long leg for Fergus O'Neill. Atkinson's on 21. As over the wicket comes O'Neill to him, and Atkinson's up on his toes, punching up towards mid off, and there is no run.
I would imagine you're familiar with the work of The Simpsons. I've never watched an episode in my life because I only ever get as far as the beginning with the clouds, and people say that that's the Simpson clouds that we've got in the sky over the top of the fridge, the Bridgeford Road stand, which they call the fridge.
White fluffy clouds everywhere as this one's left alone by Atkinson outside his off stump. Farina doesn't take that cleanly. rolls away behind. Ben Duckett felt that, did Verena. Was having a bit of a hobble behind the stumps. Poor old keepers. There's your clouds. Yeah, it's a bit like the start of The Simpsons.
Never seen an episode.
Have you not?
No.
So you know who Homer is?
Well, I know he's the dad and he goes dough or something.
As in over the wicket comes O'Neill. Now that was uppish from Atkinson, looking to drive. There was a cry of catch it, but never a chance. It rolls up towards mid-off.
Probably virtually everything I know comes from watching the chase of an evening.
Oh, you like that, do you?
It's just on.
Have you been on it? No. You're quite...
No. It was Anne and the weakest link I did.
Ah, yes, of course. As in over the wicket once again goes O'Neill. This is punched away by Atkinson out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Hard fought stuff going on out there at the moment. One more to Atkinson. He's on to 22. 352 for 6, Surrey. Trail by 63. So Jordan Clark. 23 from 37 for Jordan Clark. O'Neill. He's in. And Clark's trying to whip this into the leg side. Hits the thigh guard. Potters away down towards backward point. And there's no run. I'm taking from the crowd noise, it's probably still Nottingham Forest FC 0. Newcastle United FC 0.
Well, it's a pointless exercise really, but I am recording the match.
Oh, yeah?
But there's probably no chance I will get to a stage where I go home this evening and watch it without knowing the score. So as I say, it is pointless.
As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Jordan Clark. End of the over, 352 for 6. I'm just going to leave you for a quick comfort break here, David. Sorry. I think it was coffee this morning, and then I got myself a can of pop.
Absolutely. All is good. Mr. Church, more from the great man in the fullness of time. Sorry, 352 for 6. And we are sort of mid-afternoon, approaching 20 to 3, but 19 overs to go in the session. Elsewhere in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship, Hampshire 197 for 7. That's at Chelmsford against Essex. They lead Essex by 159. Cardiff, Glamorgan have begun that run chase, needing just over 280. They're 9 without loss. They're at Cardiff against Glamorgan, Cardiff against Somerset. There's Liam Patterson-White bowling to Gus Atkinson on 22. Lets it come onto the face of the bat, steers it into the offside, and there's no run. At Hove, Leicestershire in their second innings 98 for 3, trailing Sussex by just 4 runs. Patterson-White bowls, slam down the ground for 4. That's a shot of real conviction by Gus Atkinson. He seized on the length quickly, saw that it was short of a length, and it was almost a tennis smash down the ground for 4 to bring up the 50 partnership. Brutal shot. It's, you know, use the word slog, and it comes across as being very, very agricultural. It wasn't. He knew what he was doing. He gave it an almighty wallop down the ground for 4. But a lot of brute force in that. The 50 partnership coming from 90 balls. Patterson-White in again, fires it through a little quicker, and it's defended. Where was it? Edgbaston, Warwickshire 454 for 5 against Yorkshire, leading by 449. Sam Hain 100 not out. So they're the Division 1 scores. As Patterson-White bowls again, very nearly crept under the bat, bottom edge onto his boot by Atkinson. A century for Calvin Harrison. There we are. A few minutes ago I mentioned he was in the 90s. He's reached 3 figures. Northants 221 for 6, replying to Derbyshire's score of just over 600. Harrison has his ton. Next delivery turned onto the leg side for a single. Sorry, go to 357. for 6. Gloucestershire 95 for 2 in their second innings, lead Kent by 93. Middlesex 106 for 4 at Old Trafford, need just 7 more to win, so that'll be the first result of this round of matches. Division 2 Middlesex are going to beat Division 2 Lancashire. This is nicely stopped at short leg by Haynes, 357 for 6. And the last one, Worcestershire 60 for 4 at New Road in their second innings, leading Durham by exactly 100. All the scores, all the text updates, everything you need to know on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website.
It's going to be a good win for Middlesex there against Lancashire, isn't it? So, good 50 partnership this from Atkinson and Clark since lunch. Played it very nicely so far.
I've got an umpire's chat going on. Certainly not about the weather. It doesn't appear to be about the ball either. Just having a bit of a chat.
Pointed towards Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, they are actually.
They're probably, aren't they a bit concerned? Yeah, they're a bit concerned about Gus Atkinson. This is very good from umpires Blackwell and Long. So they're getting the physio out. They've spotted something about Gus Atkinson with this whole concussion. And that's why we mentioned it. Paul Steele had a long chat with both the umpires. If you spot anything, get me out here, and they have.
Because they'll speak to him when he's at the non-strikers end, at their end, won't they?
Yep. So this is very good from umpires Blackwell and Long. So they called Paul Steele out just to have another check of Gus Atkinson here. Now Paul Steele's signalling down. They're going to take him off. And it's very sensible, because it may just be, I don't know, he's feeling a bit sick or something along those lines, and the umpires have spotted it. Really good from the umpires. And Nigel Long's just having a word with Paul Steele, so Atkinson's going to come off here. So Atkinson will come off on 27. He can come out and bat again, that's the other thing, of course. But he's just going to come off.
Or they could replace him.
Yes, concussion protocol type thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Atkinson's going to come off. I think it'll be Abbott next. But, that's really good from the umpires. Cricket at times is all about communication. And very good from Paul Steele, because he went out there, he had a long chat with the umps when he first went out there. And just keep an eye on him. And they obviously have spotted something with Gus Atkinson.
Must be about 45 minutes ago since it happened, though.
But it could be that he's just feeling a bit sick. So Atkinson goes off. It will remain 3-5-7 for 6. Umpires are noting everything down. Of course, now from a Surrey point of view as well, they'll be hoping that Atkinson is okay, because they would like him bowling.
Of course.
So Surrey trail by 58. And Jordan Clark's all on his own out there at the moment. He's got nobody for company apart from Ben Duckett.
Of course, there are some records in history books where we've had this sort of instance where somebody's retired hurt. Like this will still continue as the 7th wicket stand, won't it? It's worth 51, and if it went on to be one of record-breaking proportions, they would say it involved Atkinson, Clark, and whoever the new one might be. Who is this?
It is Sean Abbott. I think he's probably. I'm not quite sure he was ready there, because obviously it didn't look like anybody was in between and over, and all of a sudden he's coming dashing down the steps and out into the middle is Sean Abbott. So 3:57 for 6 it will remain. And Ben Duckett and Jordan Clark have a lovely catch up out there at the moment.
It might be. There might be a taxi full of spare players on the way up from South London.
Well, actually,
soon.
to be fair, Topley and Fisher are here, aren't they? Because they were in the original squad. Josh Blake is here. Nathan Barnwell's here as well. Now, Blake and Barnwell are here to do some fielding, in case they needed to go on when Surrey are out there with the ball. Again, all will be revealed. But the most important thing with that is that Gus Atkinson, that is really good from the umpires there.
Yeah.
2 very experienced umps.
Yeah. Just get him sat down and
Well, Paul Steele can keep an eye on him as well. That's
exactly.
the other thing, and it's nothing dramatic here. But he'll just be sat in a chair with Paul Steele, and Paul Steele will just be keeping an eye on him.
Yep. All right, mate. Sit there.
Yep.
Can I get you anything?
It's a bit like with Kevin Howes as well. Oh, talking of who? Whom? Ah.
Mark's getting a telling off from the headmaster. 3:57 for 6. We've had 115 overs of this innings so far. Sean Abbott is on strike, so Notts have got more of an attacking field than they would have had otherwise. Defends his first ball. Know each other well, this pair. Asked Fergus O'Neill if he was good mates with Sean Abbott and Dan Worrell. So he played against Dan, doesn't know him as well as Sean, so he knows Sean ever so well, played many times and spent a lot of time in each other's company. So knows him well as he bowls to Abbott, drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. 3:57 for 6.
So if that is concussion protocol, as I say, Fisher's here, Topley's here, like for like. Again with that one, they were trying to give Fisher a bit of a rest in this game, but fingers crossed from a Gus Atkinson point of view. Just sit, have a quiet period.
That's the main thing. 3 catching mid wickets here, and it's played up to mid on by Sean Abbott. I wonder if this has come from Fergus O'Neill, who, as I say, knows him well, whether it's come from the analysts, whether it's just a punt from Asib Hamid, and there's now 4 in there. Strange old field. Maybe when the camera pans back we can just see those 4 fielders on the leg side in a catching position. If he chips it on the leg side here, Fergus O'Neill, he's gone. Let's have a look. Bowls to... Oh, and he's tickled it down the leg side.
That's annoying,
and
isn't it?
O'Neill's gone down on his haunches. Has it been stopped by Patterson White? It has, so it wasn't 4. So a couple of things there. I thought O'Neill, his leg buys, I thought O'Neill had just maybe pulled up lame, but he'd gone down on his haunches in frustration. And it was leg buys. Well fielded by Patterson White.
Well, he's got Farina up to the stumps, and he's got 4 men catching there in that mid-wicket region.
There they
LBW could come into play here.
Fergus O'Neill bowls a little too much width there and bottom edge down into the ground. Farina was going to grasp the ball and then just waited to see if it had got any backspin on it, really, if it had gone back towards the stumps.
The other thing here is, Surrey need to stay out there a bit longer just to give Atkinson a bit of recovery time as well. So,
yeah, looks very much as if this innings is going to last longer than the Nottinghamshire one. Nottinghamshire were all out in 118 overs. O'Neill bowls pushed up to mid-off, so that's 116 overs of this innings, 3:59 for 6. So we can deduce from that Notts scored their runs just a little bit quicker, but we can also deduce that Surrey are going to bat for a little bit longer. 3:59 for 6.
The thing is, why that's such good umpiring is these are 2 very experienced, strong umpires. Now, Atkinson may not have even spotted it himself, but they were straight on it. And whatever you say, Gus, we're getting the physio out here.
Patterson White out of the attack. That's a terrific effort from Liam once again. Really, really good job holding the show together for Notts, really, from this end, enabling the quicks just to keep operating from the far end and have their little full 5 and 6 over bursts. He's done terrifically well there. 38 overs in all, 10 maidens, 1 for 112. You're not going to get the headlines for taking 1 for 112, but within the team, within the group, the coaching staff, they'll all appreciate the role he's done there. And it's very similar to Grace Road last week. And then second innings, Pfeiffer just worked his way through Leicestershire in the second innings. Sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's somebody else's, but when it is your turn, do your job, and he's done that.
So, it's going to be Lyndon James to come in over the wicket. to Jordan Clark. Well, he's greeted by being smacked straight back down the ground. That's no nonsense from Jordan Clark, as always. And he's on to 27, and it's 363 for 6.
There was nearly another casualty there. Sean Abbott was so close to wearing one there at the non-striker's end. Smash back towards him. Just got out of the way, and it went for 4. Yes, as you say. Good afternoon, Mr. James.
Goodness gracious. Well, he is no nonsense. Jordan Clark. He's just smashed that straight back down the ground. Look at the heat haze.
Yeah, shimmering. Yeah. Yeah, his brother's cut from the same cloth, obviously, isn't he? Graham Clark, the Durham player, tends to back down the order in the Championship and open in the blast, and he can biff it.
As Lyndon James is in, and this is turned by Jordan Clark up towards a wideish mid-on, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 364 for 6. Oh, thought we were going into half
We
time
nearly were,
there.
weren't we? We nearly were.
I suppose we are in half time, dependent of course on how much injury time has played. It's great fun, this, just from the noise of the ground. As Lyndon James is into Sean Abbott. He's on his pads, and Abbott will get off the mark with a little roll of his wrists out towards deep mid-wicket. 365 for 6 now, Surrey. Trail by exactly 50.
Run for every day of the year. 365 for Surrey. Lyndon James back at the end of his mark. It's quite a long mark, but waiting for the ball to come. Via Patterson White and Hamid. Lyndon James in, past umpire Blackwell. Forced into the offside by Clark. And Patterson White lively in the field. He's another one who spent much of the innings at slip, but now enjoying being out in the run-saving positions. Throw himself about. In the 117th over now. Here comes James. Edged, and Duckett goes down to his left. It's certainly not a catch. He's stopped the ball. Whether it got to him on the half volley, I'm not sure. No more wickets have gone down here. Surrey 365 for 6, which means they trail Nottinghamshire by exactly 50 runs. Not so huffed and puffed in the afternoon sunshine. There were a couple of blows struck, but not in the nicest of kind, by Josh Tong, who throughout this match has bowled really quickly. Twice in consecutive overs, he hit Gus Atkinson, his England teammate, on the helmet, and eventually, after a prolonged period out there, he was passed okay to carry on by the Surrey physio. Gus Atkinson had to go off retired hurt. So Surrey are down to number 9 batsman. We've still not seen anything of Ollie Pope, the England player. Should have come in at 4. We can only presume he's resting up, laid low by some ailment. So Surrey 365 for 6. You'd imagine day 4, the final day tomorrow, this is heading towards a draw. Notts 415 still lead by 50.
Wow, that was excellent from you. It really was. Oh, here's that edge again. Doesn't quite get there on the half volley. Good stop by Duckett.
He gave me a heart attack on the commentary. Did you hear him?
Well, he was getting in with the atmosphere from across the road. We've been guessing the score with the sound of the crowd.
Oh, I see.
It's a great game. Really is. I reckon
Is
it's
it 0-0?
I reckon it is. I wasn't actually listening then when they didn't tell us the score.
No.
Here's O'Neill coming in over the wicket to Abbott, and Abbott's looked to force off the back foot, and it hits the gloves of Verena.
I'm telling you now, nowhere in Nottingham, the county of Nottinghamshire, will there be a carvery or a roast that's finer than they were serving down on the first floor.
We did wonder whether you got your roast in. Well done, old boy. What did you go with?
Well, pork.
Pork. Apple sauce?
No, she didn't offer, and I thought I can ask because she done me well on the portion.
Excellent.
Crackling.
Oh, in over the wicket once again goes O'Neill. This is turned into the leg side, down towards long leg, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total.
Roasters like you've never tasted roasters. Oh,
Never tasted.
Very good.
Did you have the
Very
sticky
good.
toffee and the custard as well?
Oh no, Davy. No, I couldn't cope with that.
That's tonight.
Oh,
That'll be tonight with garlic bread.
cheese.
Yes.
Garlic bread, it's the future.
It has to have cheese with it though. As this is driven by Jordan Clark. Great shot. Gets it away through backward point. That's going to whistle over the boundary rope and away for 4. And Jordan Clark moves on to 32. So, for Kevin Howes, my theory with Ollie Pope is we haven't heard anything about replacements. So whatever it is, as I said, he could be stuck on the toilet, poor chap.
I wish you'd
Still.
stop giving that detail.
Well, it could be that. I don't know.
You just say he's unwell.
Yes, all right. It's the old internal external thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
As in, if the wicket comes O'Neill and forward goes, Jordan Clark plays this one into the offside. I think ideally here, because it keeps not coming in, Surrey don't want him batting in this innings. But we were saying, of course, if you do the replacement, it's an 8-day break, and Surrey play
The Yorkies.
against Yorkshire on Friday. So, I think this is a case of get as close as we can to the 4:15. Now, the only problem now, of course, is dear old Gus Atkinson is sat
I know.
with the physio. As in comes O'Neill, and this is pushed away. Nicely timed by Jordan Clark again. He'll pick up 2. Jordan Clark moves on to 34, 372 for 7. But I'll say it again. Brilliant from Paul Steele, the Surrey physio, because he went across to both the umpires and he said, just keep an eye on him. And brilliant from Blackwell and Long, in that they, when whatever it was, immediately called Paul Steele out, and off went Gus Atkinson. So you've got 2 very experienced and strong umpires out there. As O'Neill is in, forward goes Clark, plays this off a goodish length into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 372 for 6. Surrey trail by 43.
I was a little surprised that when he was struck for the second time, because that was a sickening thud, wasn't it? In terms of contact on contact, the first one was more of a glancing blow, but you have to check him out and go through all the protocol. The second one, in the next over, so soon afterwards, I wouldn't have been at all surprised had they advised him then, but clearly, the physio took him away, as we saw, over to one side, away from all the distractions, everybody else, and he had a good 5 minutes with him, didn't he, before he sort of said, yes, you're okay to go on.
And there are times in cricket where the communication at times is not great, but there they were absolutely brilliant.
So this is James bowling, and it's been pushed down to gully, where there'll be no run. Abbott facing at the moment, 372 for 6, trailed by 43 runs. What a glorious afternoon weather-wise. But like you lads, I mean, hopefully everything's going okay with Gus. That second, I wasn't too sure if I didn't see it as close up as you no doubt have seen on the replays. I wasn't too sure if it was the significance of that blow or the fact it happened so quickly after the first, but that really did look to have had quite the impact. There's a slip goes down here. Abbott's on 2 and defends that delivery from James onto the onside. This is James's 13th over. He's gone for 46 runs, well, 1 maiden, and Surrey at 372 for 6. Right now, just trailed by 43 runs. I mean, this has been such the tussle, hasn't it? Not in the sense of lots of wickets have gone down and vice versa, all that sort of thing. But it's been quite the, nobody wanting to give an inch, and real battle between bat and ball. It's been really good stuff to watch. And this is turned for a single on the leg side by Abbott. He will move to 373 for 6.
You'll have been following the stories elsewhere. Sam Hain, as always, weighing in with runs, but Calvin Harrison, so pleased for Calvin, another 100 for him for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, and by gum, they needed it, didn't they?
Yes.
With Derbyshire scoring so many, 604 for 7. I mean, what a difference a week can make. Northampton were wrapping up a victory over Worcestershire inside 3 days last week down there at Northampton, a trip to Derby, and 222 for 9 now. Still trailed by 382 runs, mind you. That's a terrific delivery, nice and full, just jags away at the last minute, sort of half forward. Clark going to that one. He remains on 34. So yeah, 107 for Harrison, as you've been mentioning there, Dave. But in terms of the match score, 222 for 9, that's still a long way off, isn't it?
Yeah.
382. So you'll have to come back out and do it all again.
Probably, yeah. You'd imagine they'll, unless they're tired, from the bowling efforts.
This is James in bowls full. Oh, and diving to his right-hand side is the keeper. Diving quite some way low to his right-hand side as well. So James going for this little bit of width, and Clark, I wasn't too sure if he was going for that or just pulled out in the end.
I don't think he did. This we're almost getting to the point now where something dramatic's got to happen from one side or the other, hasn't it?
Yeah. So James with the final ball of this over in. Oh, and goes forward to that one. Very nearly gets a nick again. That's terrific bowling. He'll consider himself, just the one run coming from it, consider himself very unlucky not to have got any sort of edge through to the keeper there. But 373 for 6 is the score, and the deficit on first innings is 42 runs.
Still got 14 overs to go before the tea interval. Going to be maybe just a whisker after the normal time, or the advertised time at 20 to 4. Of course, a lot of overs bowled today by Liam Patterson-White has kept Nottinghamshire up with just about the rate. Ollie Stone coming back, 17 overs, no maidens, 1 for 52 for Ollie Stone. He got the first wicket of the innings to go down yesterday, that of Rory Burns. It's a caught and bowled opportunity. 373 for 6. Talking earlier, I seem to be the only one that can remember an instance of an all-run 5 at the Oval. It's got to be 40 years or so ago, I'm sure, but certainly in my lifetime it sort of made the headlines as not being an overthrow. It was played to the furthest part of the ground, and whoever it was ran 5 before the fielder obviously got out there and got it back. Any recollection? Has that ever come up? No. Just me then. Just me.
Don't take it all on yourself, they don't. Sure, I don't know.
Here's Ollie Stone then, could bowl to Sean Abbott. Bowls now. This is chopped all through the offside. I thought initially just chopped it down straight to Lyndon James at cover, but it was a good 5 yards to his right. And once you beat the fielder, you're going to get full value for your strokes. 4 more to Surrey, 4 to Abbott to take him to 7. A little bit of noise from behind us.
A little bit of noise. We don't always hear that every time when they're playing there. I reckon it must be a bit of wind maybe just bringing that across.
Yeah,
I know we hear them, but that's really loud.
Teams are out for the start of the second half. That's Mullikintyre again that we heard an hour ago. Abbott has 7. Stone bowls him off stump out the ground. Ollie Stone. That is fearsome best. First ball was pushed through the offside for 4. Next ball surgically uprooted the off stump, sent it cartwheeling. And that's terrific delivery by Stone. And Sean Abbott on this occasion has gone fairly cheaply, bowled for 7. Faced 14 balls, hit that one boundary, 377 for 7.
It throws in the intrigue of who's coming out next here for Surrey, because we've had no word as to why we've not seen Ollie Pope so far.
And also, if it's Worrell, how he plays, because Mark has been saying
it's just one way.
He was actually saying.
Oh.
He has got the responsible side to his game, and if he's gone out there just to support Jordan Clark whilst they assess.
Okay, all right.
Gus Atkinson, we'll have to see. We don't know yet, but a terrific bit of bowling from Ollie Stone. Gets his 2nd wicket of the innings.
I think this is Pope. Have I got that wrong?
We'll find out.
It is Pope.
Right-hander on his way out to the middle. Not a bad player coming in at number 10 for the visitors. Ollie Pope on his way out to the middle.
If you're wondering where Churchy's disappeared to, clearly now we know the answer. He's been down there and said, Ollie,
get yourself out there.
Talking of bowler, I mean, what a terrific delivery. This is what I'm talking about, that the fact that it's deficit just 38 runs, 7 wickets down and everything. There's been not a lot between these two teams. I'd call it a real battle of equals.
Yeah.
Because at no point can any batter against this sort of bowling attack for both teams can you feel settled. I mean, so every wicket is so hard fought for and earned. Every run virtually. I mean, that's a bit much, but you know what I'm saying. It's just been wonderful to watch. I just want to make mention as well of Yavya Sharma, who for Middlesex took 3 wickets in his first over today, and then 4 wickets in 10 balls. To bowl Lancashire right for 84. Middlesex have gone on to win that game. So some terrific bowling up and down the country.
Stone in again. Bowls. Oh, hello, Ollie, he said as he bangs it in short, and Pope gets his head out of the firing line as it goes through to Verena. I'm not too familiar with the work of Master Shah of Middlesex.
No, I think about 20. Is he 20 or is he 19? I just looked that up again. He's a very young bowler. He's been around for maybe 1 or 2 seasons on the fringes, but career best 4 for 17 today. Ryan Higgins, of course, taking 4 wickets as well, but that's pretty special. 3 in 1 over, first over, and then 4 in 10 balls.
What's he got for Pope now? Fuller delivery, turn to mid-wicket. So Division 2 Middlesex defeating Division 2 Lancashire at Old Trafford. It's going to be keenly fought, that Division 2 promotion race this season.
Yeah, he's 20. He actually turns 21 in September of this year. So he's been 6-7 first-class matches, a couple of T20s for him.
4 complete sessions left in the match. After this, one reaches the tea interval. Stone bowls, whipped away for his first run by Pope, down to long leg for a single. 378 for 7.
I wasn't too sure if it was 1 or 2 seasons he's been around for. He made his debut only last May in 2025. That's both T20 and first class. Well, 1 in May, 1 in June of last year. I couldn't remember whether he started last year or the year before, but it was only last year.
Ollie Stone just attending to some running repairs. I think one of his studs needs tightening up, and again, that's one of the many things that the umpires have in their possession. Nigel Long, there'll be pockets stuffed full of goodies and practical tools.
Sweets.
I'm sure. 378 for 7. And also there's, as Churchy was saying, enough experience there to recognise a duty of care with regards to Gus Atkinson, as Jordan Clark turns this next one off his hips out into the deep for a single. 379 for 7 at the end of the over. Pope has 1, came in during that over after Sean Abbott was bowled for 7, second ball of the over.
Should I just run down some scores?
Yes,
there was, some busy days, busy things going on. Hampshire all out for 214. Sometimes I can't stop my voice from sounding incredulous if I've not looked at a score and I'm looking at it live as I'm saying it, because they were going along quite nicely, weren't they, Hampshire? So what's happened there? Oh, guess who? Harmer and Mulder, in fairness. The highest score being Ben Brown. God, what an effort and shift he's putting in. The Hampshire, if not for him, God, what a season they'd be having. It's not very good as it is. 57 not out. So Hampshire all out for 214. Essex need just 177 to win. James, meantime, here at Trent Bridge, in and bowling full to Clark, who pushes it back up just out of his reach. But there won't be a run. So, 214. Just have a look at the scores to see what sort of a collapse that was. There were 196 for 7, then 214 all out. They lost in the end in the space of 6 overs, those last 4 wickets. Lost the last 3 wickets in the space of, wait for it, I think that's about 8 balls. Next ball here, and that's finding a gap wide of Duckett at slip, and runs along the ground down to the boundary, down towards the pavilion. And that's going to be 4 for Clark. So he'll take his score to 39 and Surrey up to 383 for 7, and they trail now by 32 runs. So Essex So 177. It seems a very modest target. Of course, you take a look at the other scores, and they've been there around the 200 mark. So, well, Essex made 273 first thing. So you've got to back Essex on that one, I think. I mean, it looks like it's one of those that you'd say might not be plain sailing, but they should get there. Glamorgan at 45 for no wicket. Still need another 238 runs, but no instant breakthrough for Somerset's attack, with Glamorgan on the chase there. Asa Tribe on 18, Al Hassan on 19, and say a second slip. It's sort of quite a wide gap between first and second there, but there are two going down and into the pads. He came down the pitch, did Jordan Clark, to that one, out into the onside, and it'll be confirmed as a leg by the umpire. So the score will move to 384 for 7 now. Deficit 31 runs.
Looked very good here in Glamorgan's second innings, second match of the season. Asa Tribe, he went cheaply in the first knock. We got 85 second time around, and you could see what the fuss was all about. Nice to see a bit of a throwback, a player wearing spectacles, wearing glasses.
I remember that, yeah. So, and James midway through the over. That's from a leg stump. He's bowling to Pope, who works that away through mid-wicket and will get a single. Leicestershire have recovered a little, 114 for 4, which means they're now in front of Sussex by just 12 runs. Those runs coming from Patel, eventually out for 56, Tattersall on 36, Eskenazi on 6. 114 for 4 at Hove. We're in the afternoon session on day 3 of these matches. Next ball bowled and into the offside, and no run, which, just on saying that, just reminds me, never mind a victory inside 3 days, as we're talking about in the game between Lancashire and Middlesex, but all but, it was very close to being in the end, a victory inside what you'd call it 7 sessions of cricket, but they've had many a delay there as well with rain, crikey. Next delivery from James. Well, he was looking to work that leg side, how that's flown off down in between slips and gully, and at such speed to the boundary for 4. But that's what's happened there. Slater went after it, but he was well past him. And that ends that over. 14 overs from James, 1 maiden, no wicket for 56. 389 for 7, Pope on 2, Clark on 43. And this deficit is 26 runs.
Today, Dan Lawrence out for 104. That was at about 1:15, the first wicket to go down of the day. Caught behind of the bowling of Josh Tong, and then in his next over, Tong bowled young Adam Thomas a bottom edge from a shortish ball onto the stumps, out for 46. 306 for 6 at lunch, and since lunch Gus Atkinson had to retire hurt for 27 after being struck twice on the helmet, batted on for a good 45 minutes before the umpires recommended he be replaced. This is stone bowled and it's defended, or rather should phrase that better, they didn't recommend he be replaced, they recommend the physio come out and have another look at him, and the Surrey physio eventually gave the signal to the dressing room that he was going to come off and retire hurt. Sean Abbott came out, and then he was bowled by Ollie Stone for 7. We've not seen Ollie Pope at all in this innings until just now. He's come out to bat at number 10, and he's 2 not out on strike, facing Ollie Stone. Bowls Ollie to Ollie, and it's Pope tucks this down to long leg for a single. Moves Pope to 390 for 7. Producer Kirsty was off seeing the real Pope in the week, and
by invitation,
a quick jaunt to the Eternal City, Rome. She not told you about that, Producer Kirsty?
No, she mentioned the fact that it was going to happen. And, and one of Italy's finest tourist guides told her all the best places to go to.
Yeah.
That's the girdler, yeah. He knows his stuff.
The other way around. I was only there the week before. So there's Stone in bowls, and this is mowed away through the offside. It's given that, plenty of Martin Emerson has a phrase, clapy, I think. He's given that some clapy. He's got underneath it and he's helped it halfway up the Bridgeford Road stand, into those empty seats over there. An uppercut that he'll be immensely proud of. And he's gone from 43 to 49 not out, 396 for 7. Have you not heard him say that?
I haven't heard
giving
him
it
say.
some clapy.
Have you ever asked him what it means?
No, well, sometimes banging your head against a wall is easier, but it sort of fits that style of shot. Gave it an almighty wallop, away for 6. Clark on 49. He's played nicely. Has to dig this one out and plays it, or it runs up to a mead at mid-on. 396 for 7. Surrey trail by 19.
He's just made it up, Dave. He's just
You ask him.
Oh dear.
So Dan Worrell to come, and we'll have to wait and see if Gus Atkinson will be taking any further part in this game, A, as a batter, or B, to go out when Surrey field for the second time. Next ball again turned to leg, fielded by Slater. There's no run. Remains 396 for 7. Notts made 415. And we have one day and one session left in this match. Tea is still 11 overs away here.
Oh, don't talk to me about food now. I couldn't eat anything for another 3 hours. I know it's massive, isn't it? I've really got to go on a diet. But that was fantastic today. It really was. Couldn't talk about it highly enough. Fantastic.
Stone to Clark. Ball's now. It's a little bit of a prod towards the ball outside the off stump. It was always scuttling very low there. Bounced again before reaching Verena. And Ollie Stone has clearly passed on to the umpires and his skipper that at the end of the over I'm going to nip off. He did have, as we saw at the start of the over, he did have the issue with the boot and got the umpire to give him the stud spanner, tightened up all his studs. He's just gone running off, so maybe he's just gone to change his bowling boots. 396 for 7 at the end of the over.
There's quite a few collapses going on this round of games. Worcestershire 88 for 6. Second innings, lead by 128 runs over Durham at New Road. And this is James, 14th next delivery. That's down the leg side and no run. Whatever you've just switched on, Church, if you could turn it down a little bit. Which one was you? Thank you very much. Okay. 396 for 7. Very good of you to go down and suggest Ollie Pope go out there to bat. We noticed that he came out as soon as you disappeared.
Good number 10.
Yeah. Pope is on 3. And James bowls to him now and driven down into the ground. He just about gets his arm up to stop that one. Clark on 46. Make that 49 even at the other end. Beg your pardon, 49 of 62 balls.
Did you see the Abbott dismissal? I know you were in transit.
I did.
Magnificent shot, the ball before that went for 4 and then
missed it.
James again. His 15th over in bowls and width, and quickly onto it. Pope carving it behind square. It's the longer boundary, but there's a man out there. Makes it a single. He moves to 4. 397 for 7. Trailing by 18 runs. What's to give on this? I mean, we have, I suppose, a lot of cricket left, but it's going to need something special from a bowler to. We've been having wickets taken in groups of 2 sometimes. So can anybody turn that into a 3 and a 4? Oh, and that one fairly low. Did that really get off the ground too much just past the off stump to Clark? He takes a look back at it into the pitch. Ball makes its way slowly back round. Asif Hamid, the captain, who's There's quite a lot of praise for being a skipper who'll try and conjure things up. He has a great attack to work with, of course. He's asking Lyndon James at the moment to get him another wicket, and that's again fairly low past the off stump with quite a lot of width to it, but Clark unable to get across to it.
I was saying to Dave, if Gus Atkinson can't continue, well, they've got a ready-made replacement here straight off the bat in Matt Fisher, so it won't be too bad. But I'm hoping that Gus will be okay. But again, I can't reiterate, that's what the concussion protocols are there for.
The next ball down the leg side and no run. Can I just, at the end of that over, just throw something in here? 397 for 7, and they trailed by 18 runs, sorry. Because we're now obviously into the third day. There's this debate going on about injury replacements and the like. And some suggesting, well, why on earth are we not just following what the other trials have done in other parts of the world, which is, say, that stops after the second day. But what we're talking about here with Gus Atkinson would be a different thing, because it would be a concussion replacement. So that, because I'm thinking, some people say, well, there you go, that's why it shouldn't be just 2 days, because it's obviously in this case it would be a very genuine need to bring somebody else in as a replacement. Actually, this was covered anyway.
Yep.
Under the concussion protocol and
absolutely.
replacement. So that doesn't take away from the arguments, which I think a lot of people are going with. That injury replacement generally needs to stop after 2 days.
Yep.
Anyway, just as I said.
Here's Stone coming in to Ollie Pope. Hits him amidships. He looks okay, Ollie Pope. He's definitely feeling something, though, in that bottom hand. It's come off the back handle a couple of times, Ollie Pope.
Down in the press box, the best they'd heard was, or the only thing they'd heard was he was being assessed.
Yeah. And I think it was a case of that 8-day thing as well. That had they gone, and obviously if there is a problem there, they'll have, I don't know if he's had scans or any of that stuff. Might have just been sat there with whatever it is in a glass of ice. But he's all right to bat now. As in over the wicket comes Stone, and this one's pushed down to backward point, and there's no run.
Mark the Mod's been back.
Hello, Mark.
Reference a Clapey. That sounds like from the Lincolnshire village of my youth. Yeah, there is a clay pot. There's a clay pot near Newark, and there's one just over the border as well. We used to say, give it some rice when he hit one like that. Sending the best wishes to the headmaster, Mark the Mod.
Is that Mr. Howells?
Give it some rice.
Give it some rice, yeah. That's what he would have said in that instance.
What is it that Emerson says? Give it some...
Clapey. Some Clapey.
Well, he's made that up, hasn't he? There's no such word. As it's over the wicket once again. Comes Stone, and again, Pope just plays that, and then that bottom hand comes off the bat handle. He's definitely feeling something there, and still is Ollie Pope. Maybe it's big on the Roca Riviera.
Well, if you heard me, I didn't say there was a word. I said Clapey, as Mr. Emerson would have said.
Yeah. Oh, he just makes his own words up these days. Giving it a bit of Clapey.
He'll be making something up with Worcestershire at 90 for 7.
They certainly will at the moment. two slips in there for Stone. As over the wicket in bright sunshine, he comes to Ollie Pope. Nips that one back, hits Pope on the pad. Rolls away down into the gully region, and there is no run.
That's which the Parkinson? I lose track of who's gone where. That's Callum Parkinson at Durham, isn't it? He's got figures of 6.5 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 9.
Good effort.
That is a really good effort.
The lead 130 at 7 down for Worcestershire.
He came on as a concussion sub for Jack Leach in a test match at Lord's, didn't he? Or did he not? Did I imagine that or dream it? As in over the wicket, I probably did. As in comes Stone, and forward goes Pope. Plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
No, was it not his brother Matt?
Was it Matt? One of the Parkinsons did.
But
Michael.
They couldn't.
Yes.
But they couldn't get hold of him originally. Because he was at a family barbecue or whatever, couldn't get hold of him, and somebody else was called and was very much on standby until he saw that he'd got missed calls from the ECB and went. But Liam Patterson-White was
there you
that's
are,
as close as he's come.
Was he at a barbecue at yours at the time?
No, he was. I was watching the test match.
As in over the wicket once again comes Stone. Oh no. That's Ollie Pope's bottom hand. It's nipped. He's all right. It's nipped back at him.
You say he's all right. I think he's in a bit of pain.
Well, he's all right because he's still out there having a chat with Jordan Clark.
And his mate's smiling.
Gloves off though. Gloves off.
Oh, that would have hurt because it's definitely we're sort of getting a little bit of evidence of what it might be here.
Thumb.
It's definitely thumb because he's well. We saw yesterday O'Neill putting his finger between his legs and squeezing it. We're seeing Ollie Pope put his thumb in his hand and squeezing it.
There's no splint or anything on, is there? Oh, there is. Yeah, we can see.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Doctor Brace.
Dr.
I'm
Brace.
just saying we could see
No,
it. Great,
yes, Dr. Brace.
great camera work, Lee and Lewis and Spence out there with the cameras. Somebody's managed to zoom in on that one. Great work.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Dr. Brace.
Here is LPW back into the attack. A bit loose now, 38 overs.
What seems to be the problem? My big toe, Dr. Brace, my big toe. No, it's good camera work, good spotting from Dr. Brace Girdle. And Ollie Pope is okay, but it's definitely the thumb. And I think that's come from when he dived to try and take a catch and he jarred it, I think, in the ground. Well, one of us will do it. Patterson White's left arm round the wicket. That's down the leg side. And Jordan Clark gets nothing on this, and it's taken by Verena.
Where's the collar today? I was expecting the collar, as it's a Sunday.
Oh, I
Sunday
did the sermon this morning. I gave that at about 10:30 this morning. As Clark turns this one down towards fine leg. Now, if he's got bat on that, that's his 50. It's been a terrific innings, this, from Jordan Clark in the circumstances. And it was off the bat, the 400 comes up, and Jordan Clark moves on to 53 from 67 deliveries. He's played some Jordan Clark-esque shots in this, where he's just stood there and smashed it. That was delicate.
So what I'm
Jordan
thinking,
Clark.
I think of these two teams. We've people have been mentioning. Take a look at some of the names, and it's almost test. We could do with a 5-day game here, couldn't we?
Absolutely. We allow that, as this is down the leg side. I'm not doing anything on Tuesday. Oh no, I am. Sorry, women are playing.
Never mind. Let's just do it. I think it's been terrific. You can imagine 5 days of this.
There might be the odd game though that we've seen this season where we could be there for 15 days.
No, not this one.
As Patterson White is in and forward goes Clark, turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. So his second 50 of the summer, Jordan Clark. He's been in good nick with the bat. 71, 43, 5, and now he's 53, not out. So he trailed by just 14 now. Patterson White's in. He's looked to drive this, gets a thick inside edge onto his front pad, and it rolls away into the offside. So Ollie Pope, it's obviously the thumb, and that'll be on his right hand. As forward goes Jordan Clark and turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 401 for 7. Think it's still 0-0 across the road. Pope has 4 and Clark's on 53.
We've heard some cheers that could be just at the volume of the away side scoring.
Oh really? Maybe I've got that.
No, I'm not saying that. But I mean, there are easier ways than just trying to guess.
Yeah, I've ignored everything, so I've got it on tape for as long as I can hold out.
No, don't tell him that. Don't tell him.
Well, it's bound to come down my ears in a little bit. England's women bowled New Zealand out for 210, the first ODI. 2 wickets for Lauren Bell, 2 for Tilly Courtine Coleman, 2 for Charlie Dean, so 211 to win. England have lost Jodie Grewcock right at the start of their chase. They're 38 for 1 after 8.
Okay, start the next over. Sorry, 401 for 7 here now, and this next delivery is angled down towards, I thought it was going to go to third, but it's just behind square on the offside. So, that's a pretty ropey throw back to the skipper who's missed it, and he's got to go jogging after that.
For a couple of wickets for Tilly Courtine Coleman.
Yep.
Ollie Stones in his 21st over. He's 2 for 65. Just the one maiden. Bonus points at 5 apiece. just seemed maybe a moment or two where you thought Surrey might get another batting. Just inside the 110, that didn't happen. Stone powering in from the far end, bat on that, but doesn't come off the bat cleanly. And ends up with Lyndon James, who's fielding in the offside. Gives that a bit of a shine. Trying to conjure something up here.
Just on the Gus Atkinson thing, is it similarly an 8-day sit out?
I think it's longer than that.
I think it is longer than that for concussion. Quite right.
I don't know if it was mandatory or.
Quite rightly, I think it's longer for that.
Stone back to his mark from the Stuart Broad end. He's off and running now. To bowl to Pope, who's on 4. Shorter. Ooh, that means
Great shot.
Keeps that down behind square on the leg side. Somehow gets it away. It is a good shot. It wasn't half a bad delivery either, was it?
Well, it's a great shot because he played it with one hand. There, Ollie Pope. Now, I think it's one of those that obviously it's hurting him, but they wouldn't be risking him if it was anything more than that. So I think it was the 8-day thing, because if they replaced him, he wouldn't have been able to play against Yorkshire starting on Friday. But what he doesn't want is another one of those from Ollie Stone that wraps him on that bottom hand.
Clark's on 53, and he's facing now Ollie Stone. Bowls and punched out of the reach of the bowler, but there is the captain not too far away to move to his right-hand side. Hamid to do the fielding, 402 for 7.
Just to say, still Dan Worrell and perhaps Gus Atkinson to come for Surrey. So they're almost at parity now.
I know we've got to leave it to the experts, but I'd be really happy if I didn't see Gus Atkinson again, I think. But that's not my call, quite clearly, but, wait and see. The deficit 13 runs, so close anyway on this first innings.
He's meant to be bowling as well.
Yeah, no, I get that. Clark on 53. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. Okay, well, I'll give you the bowling. I just don't want to see him come out and bat.
Yeah, well, if they think he's fit enough to bowl, then he's probably fit enough to bat, Yeah.
As I say, I understand. It's for the experts. It's for the experts. But
well, I'll say it again. The last time I'll say it. Absolutely brilliant from the Surrey physio and umpires Long and Blackwell.
13 runs behind, 402 for 7. And Clark, who has played a very good innings, 53 not out. And once again, it's Stone looking to add to his 2 wickets so far with this final ball of this over. Bowls, and comes back in at Clark. He gets bat on that into the offside. Uzenars, I think the Uzenars would have been, if he hadn't got any bat on that, they would have been fairly close, but 402 for 7 it remains. 13 runs, the deficit. Pope on 5 and Clark on 53. And Ollie Stone's bowled 21 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 66.
Of course, the last time Surrey were in town a couple of years ago, back end of the season, Farhan Ahmed made his debut and got a 7-foot, not quite horses for courses, but He'd be a handy man for Asiba Mead during the course of this innings, which is coming towards the end now, but certainly through the course of it, if they'd had both spinners available.
Well, it'll be Patterson White to continue. Down below us from the Redcliffe Road end of the ground. And it's Ollie Pope on strike, and he's forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
I'm not going to spoil it for the girdler, but my judgment of crowd noises is pretty spot on.
You're very good.
What does that volume indicate? Oh, it's pretty spot on.
So you think Newcastle might be leading?
I'm not going to say anything.
No, okay.
No, you're all right.
Don't.
Perhaps
he's going to go home and watch
I'll
it
find
tonight.
out. I will.
As forward goes Ollie Pope, plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
You will probably discover in the last hour of the sports programme that I'm apologising all the time for the amount of times that we hear the score and the feeds left on and all sorts of things, so don't worry about that.
As Patterson White's in, and Pope backs away, cuts it down towards backward point, and there's no run. It's reminding me of this, of my dad with Game of Thrones, where he didn't want to know what happened in the last episode.
Well, there's always people jump into bed with one another.
Well, that's what I think, yeah. In around the wicket comes Patterson White. This one's pushed away into the offside. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total. I do remember, but when Dad was ill, poor chap. But I came home one evening and Mum said to me, he seems to, where the teddy was, he seems to be shutting the door. I don't want to go in and disturb him. Do you think he's all right? As in around the wicket comes Patterson White, and forward goes Jordan Clark. Plays this one out into the offside, and then she said to me, he tells me he's watching a channel called Movies for Men. And I was like,
Well, there was such a thing at the time, yeah.
So I popped in to make sure he was okay. As forward goes Jordan Clark. He was watching another John Wayne Western, which was on there.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't what you might suspect.
And he was watching a lot of Game of Thrones, he said.
Oh, yeah.
Getting him through.
Mark, who's this from?
Oh,
Enjoying the
I
commentary
don't know.
today, doing my work on BBC Live Text, and I've had knots on all day. Say hello to Kevin and Mark for me. He might not remember it, but I commentated with Mark on my first ever Champo game when I was about 19 at Edgbaston a few years ago.
ooh.
This person has put on the concussion question, if you're deemed to have concussion, it's a minimum 7 days before you can play again, or 14 if you've had concussion before. Those numbers are based on all testing going to plan. Sometimes it can take longer.
That's very good information
Any
from our mystery caller.
lovely to hear from you, Grace Ballinger.
Oh, Grace.
There's Ollie Stoneballs from the far end, and Ollie Pope angles this down into the slip cordon, fielded by Ben Duckett, the Blaze left arm quick bowler.
Absolutely. I apologise, Grace. I can't remember what I did yesterday, so let alone.
We can, sadly.
Only because you won't admit that we had our lovely romantic meal last night.
It's
Myself
quite the
and
team
Dylan
there on the
out.
live text service of the BBC today. There's Grace, there's Ben Kosky, Gideon Brooks, Steve Mather, and Thomas Dodd, a team of 5 today.
Five?
Well, Grace has got our game, so we couldn't be in better hands.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
There's Ollie Stone. Bowls now, and this is chopped away to backward point, fielded by O'Neill. Amazing Grace.
Thank you for that about the concussion as well.
7 days?
Grace.
I thought it was more than that. I mean, I'm not questioning. Grace will know. She can
Minimum
play
7 days,
Minimum, yeah,
14 if you've had it concussion before, and that's all based on testing going to plan.
like-
Sometimes it can be longer.
It's like I'm in between two Craig Davids here.
7 days.
7 days. Beauty.
There's another message.
Yes.
Get
From Grace.
Get Church off air.
Stone bowls, and that's played square on the side. This isn't definitely my over, but nobody else was going to speak, so I'm doing so.
But Dave's into another message.
Oh, quite right.
Yeah.
So I can also update the fact that Callum Parkinson has taken 5 wickets,
Excellent.
and Worcestershire 500. No, let's get this right. Worcestershire 91 for 9. They've done it by 131 runs.
Here's a question from another mystery listener who we're always happy to hear from. Cryptic question.
With all this mystery listener.
Well, I'm just-
nonsense.
Can we just do this ball first?
Yes,
Isn't this
come on.
over? Stone.
Yes.
Well, that could be a home side goal. Next ball, and that's defended back up to Stone, and there will be no run. In fact, there wasn't loud enough to be a goal.
A cryptic question. Who's the mystery listener who has commentated with all 3 of us? There'll be a few of those people, though, won't they? With a Nottinghamshire link.
With a not, yeah. Well, I'm currently doing time, and
He was doing throwdowns yesterday morning, I saw.
oh, Stephen.
Here's Mulaney.
Oh,
There you go.
How did he end up coaching and not commentating? Next ball
brilliant.
in and into the offside, and there'll be no run. God, we're going back some years. It was a Lancashire Middlesex game, I think. And to say he burst onto the scene,
Well,
That
of course, he
that
was with the under-19s as well, wasn't he,
Yes.
at the World Cup?
Yes,
Well,
wasn't
talk
that
about his commentating.
wasn't that the loser got relegated?
It was a big game.
Yeah, loser got
Yeah.
relegated at Old Trafford.
And I had him down as being with us for the rest of his career.
Yeah, he's a brilliant commentator and also brilliant cricketer and also very good at word search.
Is he?
Is he?
Oh, yeah. Loves a word search.
404 for 7 here. Clark on 53. Bends the knees as Stone comes in and pushes that one to mid on. He'll have to scamper, but does so and makes his ground. So that is 22 overs for Stone, 2 for 68. And Surrey 405 for 7. Pope on 7. Clark 54. This partnership of 28.
Kumar Sangakkara was his bunny, you know. He got him the last ball before lunch one year at the Oval, and he got him in the 2017 One Day Cup final. It's not a bad man to have as your bunny, is it?
Not at all. No.
But I also think Stephen might have had an aversion to playing at the Oval, because didn't he drop out as skipper on the one and only time that Samet skippered the side, and then also Stephen wasn't able to skipper the side the first time that Haas was Nottinghamshire's captain. So there you go. How
Your
about
memory
that?
is amazing,
No,
Dave Bracegirdle.
no.
It is, isn't it?
It is.
Patterson White comes left arm around the wicket, and this is cut away by Jordan Clark to backward point, and there's no run. That's why he has no notes at the surgery.
No.
Because it's all up there.
Everybody's medical records,
Everybody's medical records, whatever the ailment is.
not just the
Dr.
sensational ones.
Bracegirdle.
Everybody remember the sensational
Oh,
ones.
they do. As in around the wicket goes Patterson White to Clark, and Clark's playing this one out into the offside. There's no run. And as I say, he was part of the coaching staff with the under-19s that got to the World Cup final. Played brilliantly. Their winning against Australia in the semi they played it fantastically, didn't they, that day, Kevin House?
We were there.
We were there. As this one's cut away by Jordan Clark out towards backward point, and there's no on that. Can I just say as well, I'm delighted to see that Caleb Feltner is making his Middlesex debut in this game at Old Trafford.
Well, it's finished now.
Yeah, oh, they've won already, have they?
Yeah. Keep up.
He's a very good bowler, batter, all-rounder. As forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Falconer, Courthurst, bowled Balderson, Nort,
Yeah,
1 ball.
but
He says calling Sangakkara his bunny's a little bit strong.
We got 11 in the first inning.
yes.
Oh, got him.
Yep, out. Nice bit of bowling
I'd say.
from Reese, from
Patterson White.
Patterson White, and
Verena's demolished the stumps actually with the batsman a yard or two down the track. Verena with the simplest of stumpings. I don't think it clipped the bail off before it got through. No, it's gone down on the board as a stumping. He was walking forward, dragged out of his crease, and a little bit of turn there. And that's the 8th wicket to go down.
How much turn was there on this? Had him all
yeah,
over.
it's drifted in and gone away. It's a nice bit of bowling, and that's why I was saying any sort of lead on here will be important. Because
Really?
yeah, I really think we can still get a result in this game. Everyone's telling me this is going to be a draw, but I think that's why Surrey have, they kept Pope back.
Okay.
They wanted to be near that 450. If they'd been knocked over with an 80-run lead for Nottinghamshire, but I think by getting close to Nottinghamshire now, I still think we could have an exciting day tomorrow. Here comes Dan Worrell. First time this season, everybody.
Okay.
Let's play Whose Kit's Dan Worrell using?
And he's run out there. He's just sprinted from the road.
I think he's using Ryan Patel's new bat gear
Okay.
for this one, because Ryan's got a new bat sponsor this year. So I think he's dipped into Ryan Patel's bag and gone, oh, I like the look of this.
I just want to say that I'm with you in the sense.
Just a bit of news for you.
Okay.
Apologies, I got that just as that wicket fell. Gus Atkinson has failed the concussion test, so will be replaced by Reece Topley for the remainder of this game. And Reece Topley will be able to play full part in the rest of this game with both bat and ball.
Oh, could
And
be
we
next
wish
one.
We wish Gus all the best.
Yes.
And can I also say, one last time, brilliant from the umpires and brilliant from Paul Steele, the Surrey physiotherapist. But unfortunately, Gus has failed the concussion protocol and the concussion test, so Reece Topley now replaces Gus Atkinson for the rest of this game and
Can bat.
And bowl.
So he could
come out
Next.
now. Yeah. Sorry, I was getting all that information whilst Patterson White bowled that beautiful delivery. Here he goes. Worrell, first ball.
Got him.
No, he hasn't. He's tried to launch that over mid-on, and it's gone on the bounce to Lyndon James. So it had a sighter anyway there, did Dan Worrell. Didn't take guard. He might change the Patel bat now.
The reason I'm with you is that this game isn't necessarily a draw. One of the other reasons I think throw in, when you've got this sort of quality of cricket.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a goal for Forrest. Sorry, Dave.
I thought that was due to my brilliant passing on of the Gus Atkinson information.
But when you've got the quality of these bowlers, they can really conjure up something very special.
And I said this to Mr. Bracegirdle, that there is enough talent in both these sides for someone somewhere to do something, and all of a sudden it's game on again.
If Worrell and Topley are in the same 11 from the start, who's 11?
Topley.
Right. It's suddenly got noisy behind us, hasn't it? If you're picking
definitely.
anything
I'm
up.
sorry, Dave. We tried to keep
It's
it
all right,
quiet so you didn't know the result.
Absolutely.
It's quite difficult.
It's like a game within a game, just trying. Oh, do you know that sort of roar? That was almost like a VAR roar.
Oh no!
Here is Lyndon James, and this is pushed by Ollie Pope out towards short extra cover, and there's no run.
That's what spoils modern football. When you know, it's a little bit like DRS, isn't it, with a review? But when you celebrate a goal and everybody's cheering, and then everybody stops for the VAR, and then it's the other team cheering when it's been ruled out.
I'm gonna make a confession here now, everybody. I didn't actually see the Jordan Clark wicket because I was just
I know you were.
checking my sources. As in over the wicket once again comes Lyndon James. That beats Ollie Pope on the outside edge, taken low down by Verena. So yes, Reece Topley can walk out there and have a bat.
That's why I asked the question about who would be number 11, because we don't know how long he's had to get his pads and stuff on.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? So Surrey now have the left arm option as well, which is interesting. As in over the wicket once again goes Lyndon James. Forward goes Pope, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I suppose Fisher was here as well, but they wanted to rest Fisher with an eye on Headingley next week. So Reece Topley comes into the game, but we wish Gus all the best there.
We do.
But again, great those concussion protocols.
Yeah, so that's not an injury replacement.
No, it's concussion.
We still haven't had the first Surrey injury replacement this season.
Not yet. As Lyndon James is in and Ollie Pope is forward, just trying to guide this into the covers, into a gap, but can't find a gap. Worrell is just wandering around at the non-striker's end, lent on his bat, or Ryan Patel's bat. I think that's the kid. It's always a great game, this, with Dan Worrell.
Again, it's interesting. Topley being permitted to replace Gus Atkinson when Notts couldn't have O'Neill last week for Hutton.
No, it's Pope's in, turning this one, or trying to turn this one down towards fine leg, and nothing on it, and taken by Verena away to his left-hand side. Well, but that was the old injury stuff, wasn't it? But the Lancashire had it twice. That was it. Tom Bailey and Tom Hartley, and they were too experienced.
Is the concussion thing different? You can bring somebody in, and the match referee doesn't.
I've always thought it's meant to be like for
You
like.
wouldn't ask if the match referee doesn't have to get involved.
I think they do.
They do. Yeah.
As this one's left alone, because I remember the old. At the end of the over, 405 for poor old Max Waller, when Jack Leach got concussed by Mornay Morkel, and Max Waller was he wasn't anywhere near Guildford. He came down, he got to the ground, and walked out to bat, got hit straight on the bonds first ball from Mornay Morkel, and then proceeded to be out, and that was the end of the game. And that was it. And he'd driven all the way to Guildford. So 3 overs till tea. It's been an eventful session, this.
Unless a wicket goes down, Mark.
Unless a wicket goes down, yes. Tea could be delayed. Did they ever get to lunch at New Road yesterday?
They
Kevin
didn't like that,
House. Did they not?
No.
No.
Oh, sorry. Patterson White bowling. And that's a bit of an in-giggle there. Behind the square on the offside, poor old Frank and Marty.
It happened today at Cardiff, you know. They had the full half an hour.
Yeah. It put my lunch back as well, because I had to present all that. But they didn't seem to be making such a big deal.
I'm not surprised. You were about to start crowdfunding for them.
I was. 406 for 8 around the wicket and defended back up to the bowler by Pope. So there'll be no run. Yes, all this action and the noise you can hear in the background is because they're coming into the 90 minutes added time.
I see.
And
what do we think?
If Forest had equalised, they'd they'd done it just with a minute left of the 90.
Yeah. What would that mean for them, though?
Well, I don't. Does it mean safety? Pope's on 7. He's looking to be safe. He pushes that into the offside, and there'll be no run.
I think West Ham play this evening, and Spurs play tomorrow night. Right. If Forest had won, they would have definitely guaranteed staying up. No. They could still stay up today if,
depending on other results. Pope on 7 round the wicket, tries to give them a bit of flight and driven straight to the fielder.
It's exciting, all this. I might stay up tonight. Watch the highlights.
406 for 8. Trail by just 9 runs. There's a slip here for Patterson White around the wicket to Pope. And Pope into the offside. Big stride in.
Is this as close as you've been to a Premier League game, Mark?
I've given up. I've been at games.
Have you been to some?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Yes.
Nobody had an idea what the score was at the end. But
yes, have microphone will travel. Yes,
he certainly didn't know who the manager was when he was trying to do the post-match interviews.
That was QPR.
He started off interviewing. He started off interviewing the press officer, thinking he was the manager.
That was a bit embarrassing.
406 for 8. Goes deep into his crease, worked away. Nice little punch shot from Pope through mid-wicket to finish that over with a single. 407 for 8.
That was
and they trail by 8 runs. Pope on 8. Worrell on 1.
Nearly as embarrassing as me. The first time I went to Tunbridge Wells, and went the afternoon before the game started, got down there nice and early, went to the ground, checked it out, wandered out to the middle, one chop out there, nattering away to him about what it might do, and all general sorts of things, thinking I'm speaking to the groundsman, and you don't know who I am, do you? It was Matt Walker.
Oh, one of the great men.
Thought he was the groundsman, head groundsman at Tunbridge Wells.
There's no shame in being mistaken for being a groundsman.
No, you've had that as well with Scott Reed in a restaurant. As here is Lyndon James coming in over the wicket, and Ollie Pope feeling that bottom hand again, looking to drive, and it's up towards Hasib Hamid. So sorry, trail by 8 now. Trail by 8 at 407 for 8. The worst moment I've had in recent years on air, not only for me but for the listeners, was when I was deposited in the winter months to Oxford Millwall in the Championship. Can't say I've seen a lot of those two teams over the last few years. And the commentary game, we've got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm.
People entering the tunnel of love, the far end.
Beg your pardon. As in over the wicket once again. Here's James, and one-handed drive from Ollie Pope out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total. But I think the feature game was a Crystal Palace game. And for some bizarre reason, with a lot of injury time in our game. And the Crystal Palace game...
It was Oxford Millwall, what do you expect?
Well, yes, but don't know what that roar was about, no. but and then all of a sudden in my headphones I heard, and now let's cross to Marchurch at the Kazam Stadium for the final moments of this crucial game between Millwall and Oxford United. And I thought, oh no, 10 minutes of that we had. And then Oxford scored in the last minute to equalise.
Did you spot that?
Yeah, I didn't know who it was. Look forward goes Worrell, plays this one into the leg side. But cleverly, and this is experience, had my team sheet. But I did see the number. It goes up, hits it from the edge of the area, and it's in. Oh, whoa. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, there's no way I'm pronouncing that. It's a very long surname.
Big lad up front.
Yeah, well, yes. Well, no, I think we had what a strike that was. Yeah, so but got away with it.
There's no way I'm pronouncing.
Now Worrell's swinging this top edge over the covers. It's gone nowhere, and he'll get a single. I was looking towards the stand there.
I thought he'd gone straight up.
Yeah, well, this is typical Worrell, really. It's always entertaining. He gave that absolutely everything with Ryan Patel's bat. He's looking at it now. He'll probably ask for a change in a minute. Try somebody else's. It is distracting, isn't it, when there's something riding on the game.
They'll all be back in you now after tea. You'll have all the red shirts around here.
Oh, lovely. As in over the wicket once again goes Lyndon James, and that's left alone by Ollie Pope. Outside is off stump. Really brave knock this from Ollie Pope. Again, this is all about Surrey getting as close to that 415 as possible. He's having a chat with Ben Duckett at the moment, is Ollie Pope.
Of course, we've gone past the days of Stuart Broad, Samit Patel and Luke Fletcher being out there, big Forest fans, and when a game was on like this, they'd be asking the crowd, they'd be shouting up here. Broad in many a time would run to this end and shout up, "What's the score, Dave?"
Yep. Dave's a nice bloke, is he? Because he sits just to your left in those seats. That's good, you passing on the information.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes.
End of the over, 409 for 8.
I thought so. That was the full-time Raw. And
Don't tell us what happened.
Oh, you can't.
Because Dave wants to
Well,
watch
he
it
knows what's
tonight.
happened now. He's heard the two. He heard the big cheer for the equaliser on 89 minutes. And before that, we'd heard the Newcastle goal in. I knew it was Barnes. I could tell by the crowd roar.
So it's ended 1-1.
Might have done, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a point each.
Oh, God, you really were. You did learn a lot when you went to Oxford versus Millwall, didn't you?
Absolutely.
You did your research.
I certainly did.
1 over before tea, and we can have a temporary cessation of this madness. Unless a wicket goes down, Worrell is on 2, facing Liam Patterson-White. Tries to cut him into the offside, fielded by Jack Haynes. There's no runs. So this session, 2 wickets have gone down. We've only had 4 wickets go down today. 2 to Josh Tong before the luncheon interval, and Patterson-White and Stone have each taken a wicket in this one as Worrell turns this to leg for his 3rd run. 410 for 8, and there are 5 runs between the two sides. Gus Atkinson, unfortunately, having to retire hurt for 27, as you've been hearing, and he will play no further part in this match. He's been replaced by Reece Topley, who can come in and bat at number 11 when this wicket goes down. Not from this ball, though. Ollie Pope, England's Ollie Pope, who scored 3 centuries on this ground for his country, turns this to mid-wicket, fielded by Hamid. Duckett at slip. Waits. This is pushed back by Ollie Pope. And there's no run. He's now faced 42 deliveries, Pope. Came in at number 9. Well, he actually came in at number 10, didn't he? Worrell came in at 11, and Topley will come in at 12. Bizarrely, this is defended, and there's no run. Of course, we did have the Surrey Notts game at the Oval a few years ago, where Notts had 2 different openers in the second innings that hadn't played or hadn't opened in the first. Harry Gurney went out to open the batting at the end of the day, and Neil Edwards replaced Alex Hales, who'd been whisked away to play for England. But that's a story for another day. The story of this session is that Surrey have ended it on 410 for 8, 104 runs scored between lunch and tea for the loss of Clark and Abbott. Atkinson out, retiring hurt for 27. Ollie Pope is 9 not out. Worrell is 3 not out. And there are just 5 runs between the two sides. 4 sessions left in the match. The smart money, if you've got any smart money, would be on this one finishing in a draw, but I think both sides will still harbour ambitions that they're going to be strong enough to try and create something from here. Thanks for your company this afternoon. Mark Church, Kevin Howells, Dave Bracegirdle will be back in about 20 minutes' time. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge with the players on their way back out to the middle ahead of the final session of day 3 here of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Surrey. Surrey 410 for 8, trailing by 5. This is an innings that started at lunchtime yesterday, so already through 4 full sessions. Just about batted, well, they batted a little bit longer than Notts. Nottinghamshire made 415 in 118 overs. Surrey 410 for 8 in 133. We have, I guess, with regards to this innings, the end in sight in that Dan Worrell is out there, but Ollie Pope, a fine player with, we can see a thumb injury, but there will be Reece Topley to come in next as well. Gus Atkinson to retire hurt, hit on the helmet, and due to the concussion protocol he's retired from the game. We did see Topley in full batting regalia go out and have a little look in the tea interval. He went out and had a look at the strip. Here's Lyndon James to get us underway. Bowls to Worrell, who slams the first ball of the session past the bowler, past the umpire, and down to the far end and away for 4. Mark Church is here from BBC Radio London, from BBC Sport. Kevin Howells is here as well. What a start to the session.
Bit of a rifle, wasn't it? Fired it down the ground. Have to go chasing that one to start off with. Almost a parity.
Good chance for Surrey to take the lead. Lyndon James bowls to Worrell, steers this away from his body and runs it to Fergus O'Neill at backward point. There's no run. Match finishes tomorrow after tea, so they've only got 24 hours to sort themselves out, these two sides, if either side really wants to strike a huge psychological blow. But on this surface and the quality of the players in each side, you'd imagine it's going to be very difficult for either side just to try and press their claims for a win. James bowls again. Worrell into the offside, and it's going to be either 2 or 4 here. It's running away from Fergus O'Neill. Puts the slide in, drags it back just inside the rope, but they come back for 2, but that is the lead. It's a great stop from O'Neill, who's just about wiped himself out and the advertising board as he dragged it back. Ollie Stone there in support, but Surrey have the lead, 416 for 8. Kevin's going through all the other scores up and down the country.
Well, I can do. Shall I run down the scores for everybody? So post-tea, because a lot of them making some pretty big progress.
Lyndon James bowls now short, pulled away again by Seaball, Hitball, Worrell. Gets a single on the leg side.
So, we've had the one result, Dave. For anybody just joining us, I was in Division 2, Middlesex victory by 6 wickets. Point out that Lancashire were all out for 84 in their second innings, which left Middlesex with a very modest target to chase for that 6-wicket victory. But Navya Sharma taking 4 wickets in 10 balls when Lancashire were bowled out for just 84.
James passed umpire long bowls, playing away from his body, elegantly through the offside. Ollie Pope, lovely stroke for 4. Pope on to 13, 421 for 8, Surrey.
But elsewhere, we see the Worcestershire being bowled out for just 102. Callum Parkinson taking 5 wickets there. Already Durham have lost the wicket of Lees to really good bowler, Tom Taylor. Having a really good season, but anyway, gone for 4. They're going to have to work really hard there because Durham only needs another 138 to win. 5 for 1 in the second over.
James again to Pope, got a good delivery there, shapes away from him through into the gloves of the wicket-keeper.
Those on England watch, Ben Stokes picked up a couple of wickets towards the end. I mentioned Parkinson obviously did most of the damage, but picked up a couple late on in the innings, did Ben Stokes. So I think in 4 wickets for the match. Hasn't got a lot of opportunity, perhaps he'll have no opportunity to bat in that second innings. He'll hope from a team point of view that he doesn't.
Got a number of correspondents. Bent Nielsen says finds the question, who is the Prime Minister? We're talking about in the concussion protocol. It's a little insensitive to us Danish listeners. We had a general election on March the 24th. We've still not got a new government, so I can't tell you who the Prime Minister is. Thank you, Bent. Nigel King, Ireland versus Zimbabwe in 2024. Irish batsman Andy McBride successfully scored 5 runs without any overthrows. Thank you very much, Nigel.
Patterson White here has bowled 43 overs. Taken 2 wickets for 120 runs around the wicket. Now he's launched this one as well. That's cleared away through mid-wicket. It's a 6. It's the shorter boundary, but it doesn't really matter because he's got down and really walloped that one. Very, very down Worrell. Moves to 16. Surrey now have a lead of 12 runs, and you know, don't wish anything upon Notts or anything here, but I say a lead of 12 runs. You know, you switch off for a few overs, that could be a massive lead in no time. 427 for 8. Worrell 16 off 11. And again, Patterson White comes around the wicket. Ooh, forces him back this time into his crease. Oh, this is a wonderful tussle. Oh, yes, bring this on. Patterson White in his 44th over. Worrell's just wandered out there just before tea and obviously taken his place since as well. This is going to be a lovely little battle, this. Who's going to come out on top? Patterson White round the wicket, again goes to launch, but this time it's just along the ground. It will go some distance up here to the fielder at long on, but it is just a single. So Worrell to 17 and Surrey 428 for 8. The lead is 13 runs. Duckett is there at slip, and it's Pope who's now on strike. 13 not out, round the wicket, looking to reverse. Plays it nicely, but it's been stopped nicely as well there, just on the edge of the circle. Getting down to that one.
Slater.
428 for 8. Patterson White. 2 balls left to this over. It's been an entertaining, enjoyable over to watch. A dot ball there, Pope. Into the offside. No run. So 1 ball remaining of this over. Looking to try and wrap this Surrey innings up. 8 down at the moment. 428 for 8. And again looking to reverse but can't get it away, and that is the end of the over. 428 for 8, a lead of 13 runs. Pope on 13, Worrell 17, Patterson White 2 for 127 from 44 overs.
Some more messages on X at Brace Cricket. Nigel King sent a video of an all-5 happening in an Australia versus Pakistan match. I'll have a look at that a little later. Russell Chapman, pretty sure there was an all-run 5 during the 1976 West Indies Test. I can't remember that. I can remember being here for every ball, but I don't doubt you, Russell. Great to know. Steve Crawley, our indoor cricket team, once conceded an all-run 3. Bearing in mind it's played in a shoebox, that's pretty poor stuff. Thank you, Steve. Alistair says football's 1-1, Dave, and there wasn't a VAR review. Thank you, Alistair. Just in case I managed to get through the day without knowing, that spoilt that. As Worrell goes after this one, up in the air, loops it over cover. It'll drop safely just short of the green, and they'll come back for 2. He also says, how is a left-arm swing bowler allowed to come in for a right-arm bowler? This rule is nonsense. They should have been made to use Fisher. Well, we don't know if he's here, Alistair, and of course you can't say you've got to use him or whatever. This is relating to Reece Topley coming into the game to replace Gus Atkinson. But yeah, a left armer isn't the same as a right armer. But if you're saying that, Reece Topley could never come into a game if there isn't another left armer. Likewise, if he was injured, there'd be nobody around to replace him. It's you've got to make allowances as Lyndon James bowls now, turned up to mid-on. That's it for the time being. bracecricket@icloud.com if you want to get in touch by email. We're doing a bit for Radio Nottingham in a moment. They're sort of between football matches. The Forest game's finished. The Notts County game kicks off at 6. 4:30 for 8. Pope 13, Worrell 19. 25 runs added. Got a few helicopters buzzing around, no doubt keeping an eye on what's happening over the road as Worrell guides this down to 3rd to Jack Haynes, and there'll only be a single.
I was wondering whether he was keeping an eye on supporters and public and that.
Yeah.
But then of course some people actually go to football matches by helicopter, don't they? I wonder if the owner, for example, is.
Well, there it is. Look, might be landing on here. It's very low. See Nottingham from the air. There we go. Great camera work as always. I was watching on the live stream. Lyndon James from the pavilion end bowls, and that one just spat, and it's hit Ollie Pope again on the glove, and he's thrown the bat down. The glove is off, and it's got him, it seems, right on the painful bit, right on his right thumb, and he's in some discomfort. I'm sure we can all hear the helicopter in the effects mic. That's hurt him, Kev.
Yes, it has. And you see England teammate Duckett go up to him, and you think, well, that's nice, bit of wholesome camaraderie, and then you see nothing but this big broad grin from Duckett.
Yeah, Duckett, to be fair, has just turned and asked for he's made the universal sign language for spray to be brought out, as if he's squeezing a can of deodorant, and he puts his hands back in his pockets. Ben Duckett.
I'll let you carry on, because obviously you've got this update coming up very shortly. It could come on quickly. So.
Busiest man in Nottingham today is the Surrey physio, who's out there again. Gus Atkinson needed the attention of the physio a number of times. He's now out of the game. Ollie Pope came into bat at number 10, and he's had a nasty one. Here come the drinks and what have you.
Have I got time just to slip in a score here? Yorkshire are 7 for 2.
Oh.
They just need another 542 to beat Warwickshire. Whoa.
Glamorgan still going along nicely with their openers intact.
Well, 85 for 1.
Oh, right.
Need another 198, but that's interesting. I mean, that's a good opening stand they've had there anyway.
Who's gone? Olasan or Tribe?
Olasan to the bowling of Overton for 35. Yeah, sorry, 431 for 8. That's a lead of 16. No cricket going on at the moment in front of us, because poor old Ollie Pope, who should have come into bat at 4, yesterday in the field made a very good stop, and it was clear to everybody he'd hurt his finger, hand, whatever. Went off the field. Not seen him all day. Should have batted at 4. Didn't come out then, or 5 or 6 or 7. Eventually came out at number 10. And wouldn't you just know it? It's the way of sport. If you are injured in some area, you repeatedly get struck. Lyndon James has just rattled him on the hand. Off came the glove. He's playing a lot of his shots right-handed. He's only, or his right thumb seems to be heavily taped. So he's playing a lot of his shots one-handed. 431 for 8. That's only one of Surrey's injury woes today, because Gus Atkinson has now been officially taken out of the game. He had to retire hurt. He was hit on the helmet by Josh Tong twice in pretty quick succession. Batted on for a while, but then the umpires called the Surrey physio back on, and Atkinson had to retire hurt. He's out of the game, replaced officially by Reece Topley. So it's been very much a stop-start afternoon. Long periods where we've been watching the physio attending to the Surrey players. A couple of runs here to Pope. Can only see this game ending in a draw around about this time tomorrow. Notts made 415. Surrey, it doesn't really matter in terms of points because they are neck and neck, but they've got a narrow lead, 433 for 8.
Thank you.
Yes, he's in some discomfort, Ollie Pope. Moved on to 15. Worrell will be back on strike, which is undoubtedly something that Kevin Howells will enjoy. Nearly called you Kevin James there. Could have called you Kevin Hand.
A lot of people do. Along with other things. So, yeah, I did enjoy the last little battle between Patterson, White and Worrell. It didn't last long enough for me. So let's see what's going to happen in this over. Worrell's 20 off 16, 433 for 8 then, and Patterson, White, Radcliffe Road in, around the wicket to Worrell. He goes to swing at it again, LBW, and it's going to be all over. But the bowler wins. He's got him LBW, getting down on one knee to swipe that ball away on the leg side, and that was a fairly easy call for the umpire to make. Worrell has gone LBW for 20, Patterson, White takes what is a third wicket for him, and that's 433 for 9 now, and the lead is 18 runs. Well, it was a battle which finished quite quickly in the end, and I'm not going to take anything away from Patterson White. That's, fair play to the bowler. It'd be nice to have seen a bit more swashbuckling, but the bowler had the better.
There you are, you've got an LBW.
Very good.
Dan Worrell out for 20. Only faced 17 balls, 1-4, 1-6, and to the surprise of everybody, not least himself, Reece Topley finds himself coming down the steps from the players' changing area, the hospitality boxes, as were. But now the players' changing rooms last season and this. Down below is the Radcliffe Road stand. Reece Topley on his way out to the middle, and of course it's not inconceivable that within the next 15-20 minutes we might be seeing him opening the bowling for Surrey. Again, as I say, in a game that he's not playing in, really.
I was just looking at those overs remaining today, and I'm not discounting this partnership is going to be over soon. I mean, for heaven's sake, Pope's one of them out there. But should it be over quite soon, there's going to be quite a little testing end to the day, isn't it? I think, batting. No pressure in terms of the Surrey lead, which is only 18 runs, but in terms of the game itself, I think it's going to be pretty enticing stuff, David. Sorry, you don't like David, just Sunday night on a Sunday.
I don't mind David.
But yeah, let's see how it goes. The innings is not yet over. Surrey 433 for 9, but it will be Topley on strike. Patterson White looking for wicket number 4 for him, and he's gone and got plenty of bat on that. That's out on the leg side, and that is going to be 4 runs. That's Reece Topley off the mark of the boundary. 437 for 9, 22 runs in front.
Yes, his intent very clear.
So the man stays deeper there. Also one drops down here as well. This is Lyndon James, is it? Down to my right-hand side. Swipe at that one, and it will be he that is called upon. Moving to his right, so a single. The very tall figure of Reece Topley. He's on to 5, and Surrey at 438 for 9. 23 runs in front. Patterson White is halfway through this over. Took a wicket with the first ball of his 45th over. The wicket of Dan Worrell. To his mark again. Round the wicket and pushed for a single by Pope. He's another one to add to his total, which will take him to 16. And again, it's Topley back on strike. A slip alongside the keeper. Keeper standing up, and he's played and missed that straight through him and into the gloves of the keeper, Verena, but nothing off the bat at all. But yeah, again, a bit of a heave at that one. Fielders again go deep. Patterson White around the wicket. Full. And that's just pushed out on the leg side for a single, so Topley will keep the strike. He moves to 6, 440 for 9, a lead of 25 runs. And Patterson White has bowled 45 overs. 3 wickets for 134 runs, but he's bowled 45 overs. 11 of those were maidens.
I wonder if we're going to get a bit of Josh Tong. He's got 4. Just looking, he's got 4 wickets. Oh, he took his cap off then. He's talking to the umpire at the far end, taking his cap off. But Lyndon James, who bowled the last over from that end, has also taken his cap off, walking towards the umpire. And now he's peeled off his sweater.
Can you imagine Josh Tong to Ollie Pope with the thumb that he's got?
Or Reece Topley.
Well, yeah.
But he's got a 4 for.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from, yeah.
But Lyndon James hasn't got any, so there's that side of things. Tong 4 wickets, Liam Patterson White 3 wickets, and Ollie Stone 2 wickets. Have shared the 9. Lyndon James had, was it Sibley dropped yesterday. He's going to bowl to Reece Topley, who's on 6. And Topley backs away, trying to drive it 350 yards down the fairway. Doesn't get anything on it. Goes through to Verena. Talked to Reece on the first morning, having a bit of a natter about the NFL. Big Los Angeles Chargers fan he is. Likes his baseball. as well. Spends a good chunk now of his winter, or the English close season in Los Angeles. Not bad. 440 for 9. It's the 138th over, and a little drop and run here, and he sprinted down the far end as if he wanted to steal 2, but there was never really any chance of that. So Ollie Pope back on strike on 16, 441 for 9. The last correspondent that we read out, I think Alistair was just querying out the left armer can replace the right hand. At the end of the next, or end of next week, after next week's games, the 18 counties are going to, I think, be asked whether they're all going to be called together in a sports hall to thrash it out, or whether they're just going to do things via Zoom. I'm not sure. As Pope turns this on the leg side for a single, 442 for 9, but they are going to have a bit of a rehash, a rethink, a sort of a gathering of thoughts on the merits and obviously the downside of the system as it stands at the moment, and just try and iron out something that would appease everybody if they possibly could before the next round of county championship matches in whatever it is, another 4 weeks or so. 442 for 9. Topley has 7. James bowls to him and he's hit this up into the air, high up into the air, and it's gone a long way. Slater's out there after it, and it's fallen just inside the rope. That's a pretty big hit actually from Rhys Topley. It's the biggest boundary, isn't it?
Correct, yeah. The fielder out there, Slater, you say, he thought he was half in it for quite a while, and it did fall inside the boundary, but only just inside.
Yes, whatever they decide on the replacement thing, I think it's fair to say not all 18 counties will be happy with whatever they decide. Next ball is again hit very, very crisply, this time out into the offside to Hamid. There's a single, 447 for 9. Topley quickly up to 12.
It was hit crisply, but he meant to hit it crisply the other way.
Yeah.
For a moment I thought, is this going to be in the air out there to the fielder? But so running a little bit on good fortune.
Lead is 32. This is quickly swelling. Pope has 17. Last ball of the over. Turns it away again to deep mid-wicket. So Ollie Pope will keep strike. 448 for 9. And there are 27 overs left in the day. Lop 2 off for the change of innings. So if it's not going to, I can see that. But if a declaration came now, Notts would have 25 overs to bat this evening. But that's good from producer Kirsty, just taking in the camera shot of the Surrey bowlers just getting themselves ready. So it's clear nobody in the visitors' camp feels this will go on for much longer, one way or another.
Just say about the Essex-Hampshire game, Dave. So Essex are 40 for 3 in the final innings of the game, still needing another 137 to win. And another Abbott, this time Carl Abbott, taking all 3 wickets. Walter, Elgar and Wesley. When he's on fire, I tell you, Hampshire have a shout. Patterson White around the wicket, loops up in the air and comes off the pad.
He's
body of Pope.
Hugely talented player and very important player for Hampshire, isn't he, Kyle Abbott?
Essex had the better of Hampshire, of course, right at the start of the season. Hampshire win against Yorkshire was quite something, but they've struggled pretty much after. Although it was a close game against Somerset, I guess, which Somerset came out winners by 2 wickets. Pope here works that on the onside for a single. Takes him to 19. Surrey 449 for 9, a lead of 34 runs. Glamorgan have lost a second wicket, 95 for 2. Require 188 more to beat Somerset. And it's the wicket of Carlson. Double century for him last week, but out for 4 today to the bowling of Jacob Ball, formerly of this parish. Patterson White in bowls in the air. Is he going to be interested in this? Ollie Stone, and does he take a sensational catch? He does. He certainly does. He had to get a long way across to that, keep his eye on the ball, get his body in just the right shape, and then the slide to take the catch. It's the end of the innings, and it's 449 all out, which is a first innings lead of 34 runs, but I thought he took that catch ever so well. Gives Patterson White another wicket, also giving him 4 for 135. But he has bowled 45.3 overs, let's point that out. But let's take a look at this catch again. He had some ground to cover, gets across to it well, and almost out of his reach, but just got the hands in just the right place to be able to grab that ball. So Topley goes for 12. Pope is left 19 not out. And we have a lead of 34 runs. Perhaps we'll knock off a couple of overs, so what would be left about 24 or something of the day. All up for 449. As Dave has been saying over the last hour and a bit, and maybe even 2 hours, maybe even 3, saying that maybe, you know, your good money's going to be on a draw. I still think these overs at the end of today could be quite telling, and I just wonder whether it will go that way. Obviously, Dave is as intrigued as the rest of us. It has that look and a feel of a draw about it with those 2 scores. But I say the quality of player, Dave, that on show here, they can conjure something up, can't they?
They could. 3 or 4 wickets this evening in the 24 overs that remain would certainly put a different complexion on it. It's going to be down to Asib Hamid and Ben Slater and those that follow. Duckett, Clark and Haynes in particular, the top 5, to make sure that Surrey aren't given away back in this game. Because both openers went cheaply in the first innings. There'll be no Gus Atkinson to bowl to them this time, but there will be Reece Topley. Jamie Smith's out there, the Surrey wicketkeeper. But it's been a fascinating watch throughout, and I think it'll continue to be so. I really do. 4 wickets for Josh Tong, 4 for Liam Patterson-White, and the other 2 to Ollie Stone, who, as Kev says, really did take a nice catch there. I know it was a straight up in the air and down. I also actually thought he controlled the Rory Burns catch very well indeed off his own bowling, the first one, because that could have gone horribly wrong. There were fielders initially rushing in from here, there and everywhere, and it went very high, and of course the importance of getting that first wicket. I thought he did well to make sure that everybody got out of the way, and he claimed it and took that one, and just sort of bookending the innings. He took the catch that ended the innings as well. 449 all out, both sides with 5 bonus points in this game. If it is a draw, they'll each have 13 bonus points from this match. Keep them very much in contention at the thick end of the table. Somerset, I think, could go top by 1 point, I think, if they win their match. Just have to check on that. They got 3 batting points, didn't they, and 3 bowling points, so they would, I think they would get be able to get 1 more. Players are already out there, starting to loosen up. Games going on up and down the country. There's still, I guess, in most instances, an hour and a half's worth of cricket left today. Including here 24 overs, that should be about an hour and a half.
Well, my eye is drawn again to that Yorkshire score, Dave, of 14 for 3 now. So bearing in mind, so these are what an amazing game this, because we've had scores of Warwickshire 147, Yorkshire 152, and that did involve a collapse because they were making a steady enough start to that reply. Then there was a collapse yesterday, including Harry Brooke, who went for 40. He wasn't one of the worst, but went for 40. And then from nowhere, Warwickshire get themselves to 553 for 6. Sam Hain scoring runs there for Warwickshire. He ended up 164 not out of 319 balls, but there were others contributing. Half centuries for Barnard and for Malik as well there. Earlier there'd been an 81 for Rob Yates. And then Yorkshire, batting in the final innings of the game, find themselves 14 for 3. Ethan Bamber, he is quality. He is a quality performer, and he is the one that's taken the top 3 of Lyth, Bean and Wharton. Wharton was bowled. Lyth and Bean both trapped LBW. So at 14 for 3, Yorkshire still need another 535 if they're to win that match. And you've got to look at it. I haven't seen the deliveries, no doubt quality bowling, but you've got to look at that massive total and target. They've got a lot of cricket still, but they had a lot of cricket. They're only on to the 9th over when they started that run chase, if you want to call it a run chase at this stage. And the pressure of knowing just how much batting you've got to do, almost forgetting the target to start off with. And Revis has just been joined by Brook. And Bamba's figures are 4.4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 7. Hannon Dalby, 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 3 runs. He went off on loan, was actually in the end brought back from Worcestershire early from that loan period, because he was extended for a second period, but he only played, I think, 1 game of that extension in the end, and Warwickshire needed him, and he has come back. And I was listening over the first couple of days, he must have done an interview maybe after the first day, saying that just bowling overs has done in the world of good there at Worcestershire, Division 2, but he's come back to Warwickshire. He hasn't got any wickets as yet in that second innings, but clearly has played more than a useful role. Yorkshire 152 includes how many wickets for Hannon Dalby there? 4, that's right, 4 for 38. And Jordan Thompson, I mean, Hannon Dalby's a former Yorkshire player, isn't he, from many years ago?
Yes, yeah.
But Jordan Thompson of more recent times took 3 for 14. Because he only left Yorkshire at the end of last season for a 4.2. That was in the Yorkshire first innings. In the Yorkshire second innings, 14 for 3, and Bamba's taken all of the 3 wickets to fall. There's rain at Hove, Leicestershire 145 for 4. Second innings lead of only 43 runs over Sussex. Patel, Weatherald, Budinger and Hollander all out. Clark, Robinson, Hudson, Prentice and Crocombe all taking wickets. But Johnny Tattersall, talking of Yorkshire connections, is now a Leicestershire player, 50 not out. Eskenazi's on 21 not out. That's the situation there. Glamorgan 99 for 2, need another 184 there to beat Somerset. Essex at 50 for 3, need another 127 in order to beat Hampshire at Chelmsford. I think that's all the Division 1 scores. Division 2, Northants following on at 39 for no wicket, trailed Derbyshire by 337 runs still. The Gloucesters are 166 for 5, lead Kent by 164. There's going to be plenty of positive results, as they say, around the country by the looks of it. Middlesex already have a positive result, 6-wicket victory over Lancashire. And Durham are 42 for 1. They require only 101 more runs to beat Worcestershire, who were bowled out for just 102 in their second innings. Stokes picked up a couple of wickets late on, but it was Callum Parkinson who picked up 5 there. So you're backing Durham in that situation. Leeds is out. McKinney and Gay, both of them seemingly in some sort of battle and fight for an England opener spot at some point, sooner rather than later, or maybe later rather than sooner. But anyway, McKinney and Gay are the not out pair for Durham, 43 for 1. That's 100 off the target to beat Worcestershire. And the players are back out there, Dave.
Yes, they can't start just yet though, because the roller's still going up and down. That would be sort of a crazy golf, don't you? That'd be real crazy cricket. Try and bowl round the roller. Mead and Slater are out there, as always, to open the batting for Nottinghamshire. We're 34 runs behind. 24 overs remain in the day. This is a real chance, I guess, for Surrey to really run hard and.
Oh, he's coming back down again.
Yeah, try and knock over 2 or 3. Well, is it 7 minutes rolling or some such that they're permitted?
What speed do you reckon he'll be able to get to?
All you want now is for it to break down, don't you?
No, don't do
It's
that.
quite a sight, this.
Or the ball to be thrown and somebody misses it and it ends up being rolled in.
Yeah.
It is a magical sight, this, because we've got
he's off again.
Worrell ready to go. All the players are out there. Hamid's trying to take his guard, and we've got the heavy roller going up and down.
This
the
looks
pitch.
like my reversing now, though.
Yes, that looks like me in Sainsbury's and other supermarket car parks, trying to find the one space
He's off.
that I can get the Honda Civic into.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's going to reverse it all the way off.
he is. This is excellent. Ooh, he's almost taken down Lawrence out there.
It'll be a good vehicle when it gets forward gears.
Look at this. This is exciting. That's a handy lead for Surrey, though, 34. And was
Extra sweater's been
some
brought out,
long,
hasn't it?
a bit of long handle there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. It was
After
good
the tea
fun,
break.
wasn't
Good,
it?
yeah.
Good
Well,
fun.
unless you were Patterson White at
Yeah.
certain points.
Good catch, I thought, right at the end.
Brilliant
as well.
catch.
Nice.
Brilliant catch. Very well judged it was. So trail by 34 Nottinghamshire, and we have got 24 overs remaining today and a day tomorrow. Nathan Barnwell is out there 12th manning.
A moving 24 overs, would you say, in the game?
Yes, it could be an interesting 24 hours, 24 overs, I think. Yeah, Barnwell will be out there for Pope, and then of course Topley's out there for Atkinson.
I don't think it gets much beyond 2 miles an hour, does it, that road?
It's still not off the pitch
No.
yet. It's just got to the boundary rope. Here we go. Dan Worrell with the first ball then
It's not off yet.
of this second innings, coming into Hamid, and Hamid's forward, pushing this one out into the offside. Simply does the fielding, moving round to his left, and there's no run.
Cricket, the gentlemanly game, of course. Yes, of course, you can have a substitute for your injured fellow. There'll be some that would say that Ollie Pope has been out there coping and acquitting himself perfectly well for an hour or so with bat in hand. Should they have a replacement out there fielder for him?
Yes.
Could we just
It'd be exactly the
yes,
same for everybody, wouldn't it? As here is Worrell coming in over the wicket, and Hamid is off the mark, just playing this one down through backward point, and they will pick up 2. And Hamid's off the mark, and Nottinghamshire off the mark, 2 without loss. No, I know exactly what you're saying, but everybody would have exactly the same. He got struck there again after tea.
Yeah.
And there was part of me watching thinking, this is all very brave and all well and good, but actually you don't want to get struck there too many times. So yeah, Barnwell will be out there for Pope, and then it'll be Topley for Gus Atkinson. As Worrell comes in over the wicket to Hamid, and Hamid's letting this one go outside his off stump, and it's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side.
Yeah, played a couple of shots one-handed, didn't he?
He's
Ollie Pope.
struggling. He's struggling. I know why they've done it, and I know they've got the game against Yorkshire coming up, but he didn't half look in pain.
Yeah, he did.
They'll be hoping he's all right for Friday, of course. As Hamid settles himself down over his bat once more. Worrell got him in the first innings. We've got both openers in the first innings. He's in here, Worrell, and Hamid's forward. And again, this will run away because he plays it late with soft hands down towards third man. Off goes Ryan Patel in hot pursuit, flicks it back. And the relay throw will be done by Dan Lawrence. And they'll pick up 3.
Topley from the far end, or Clark?
It will be...
Who's the other one? I'm missing
Abbott.
somebody. Abbott, of course, Sean Abbott.
Yeah, I think it'll be... I don't think it'll be Topley. So I think it'll be either Clark or Abbott from the Stuart Broad end. I think it's going to be Abbott. I'm just watching him at mid-off, and he's definitely going through his warm-ups.
Okay. Yep.
Topley tends to come in with the older ball now. He hasn't had a lot of time to think about this.
No.
Young Reese. Slater. Ready for his first ball, and he's letting it go outside his off stump. Climbs into the gloves of Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side.
And it's clear that he wasn't sent back just to put his feet up for 2 or 3 days ahead of next week's game. He's obviously stuck around here, and that proved to be a good bit of foresight, really, by Surrey.
Fisher as well. But they were always trying to rest Fisher for this game. That was the thing. As Slater waits with bat raised as Worrell in bright sunshine's into him. He's letting it go. It's the end of the first over of this Nottinghamshire second innings. They trail by 29 now. They're 5 without loss. Hamid's got all 5. And Slater is yet to get off the mark.
Yes, neither player made double figures in the first innings. They'll be keen to put that right. Both have registered centuries so far this season. With the Mead, it's been pretty much all or nothing. He's had a couple of ducks as well. Nottinghamshire skipper has 5. It is going to be Sean Abbott, who weigh in with 3 wickets in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Dan Worrell, of course, taking the main plaudits with 6. Sean Abbott, 3 for 84 from his 25 overs in the first innings. Got better and better as the innings went on. He comes in right on, medium fast. The Australians' first ball's just worked away square of the wicket on the offside. Jordan Clark with a diving stop. Just had to be careful, there's those railings there. Dan Worrell, I beg your pardon, with the sliding stop. As ever, he committed to every cause in the field, whether it's a lost cause or not. He'll chase it, Dan Worrell, and he'll put the dive in. Did really well there.
Yeah, did very well there. Did Dan Worrell. Lovely shot from Hamid, though.
7 without loss. He's got them all. Abbott from the pavilion end. Bowls now, and Hamid just happy to dead bat it down in front of him.
Yeah, just to say the personnel out there for Surrey, because it's been sort of like buses. One goes, the next one comes in. So Burns is at first slip, and you've got Thomas at second, Lawrence in the gully, Worrell's out sweeping on the cover point boundary, Sibley's at cover, Topley's at mid-off, Jordan Clark's at mid-on, Patel is at short mid-wicket, and Nathan Barnwell's down at long leg.
Abbott bowls, and it will be Barnwell called into action down here. Long leg, single taken, 8 without loss. An update for BBC Radio Nottingham, I think, in a moment or two.
It's Notts County now, aren't
Yes.
we? Yes. Is that across the road, or are they
No,
away?
it's at Chesterfield.
It's at Chesterfield.
Oh. Just going to hear all the scores now.
Shut your ears.
Shan't
Dave.
bother
Shut
with
your
much of the way
ears.
tonight. Fantastic. Yeah. Next one's running to the offside. There's no run. Lovely. Fantastic.
Ooh. Extra time at Wembley in the National League final.
Yes, we're going to be here a while. 22 overs still to get in tonight, assuming the light holds. Nottinghamshire have just begun their second innings. They're in the second over already. 8 runs on the board, 8 without loss. Hamid and Slater out there, and that's after Nottinghamshire toiled away for 4 full sessions before eventually dismissing Surrey for 449. Great effort from the visitors. Remember, Notts made 415, so Surrey have eked out a lead of 34. Terrific stuff from them. A century from Dan Lawrence, who was out before lunch, one of 4 victims to Josh Tong, who bowled very, very quickly indeed. Apart from his 4 victims, he absolutely clobbered Gus Atkinson, England teammate, on the helmet a couple of times. Atkinson, we believe he's okay, but he did have to retire hurt from this game. Reece Topley has stepped in to replace him. Liam Patterson-White, expensive, but bowled a lot of overs, 44 overs I think it was for Liam Patterson-White. He finished up with 4 wickets himself. So Notts batting for a second time. Remember, this is day 3. Should finish probably as a draw round about this time tomorrow. They're 8 without loss, still 26 behind.
It's interesting where we are with this session tonight. What Nottinghamshire can't afford is a clumsy session tonight.
Yep.
It almost plays into Surrey's hands, because it was brave as well from Ollie Pope to get them up over the 415. But they cannot afford a clumsy session tonight, Nottingham. They'll know that, Nottinghamshire. As Worrell, down below us, is coming into Hamid, and Hamid gets one that comes back. Half a shout for LBW. Nothing given there by umpire Nigel Long, always going down the leg side.
But imagine Joe Clark would be very interested in batting all day tomorrow. 675 runs. We sort of hypothetically said, if he's the leading run scorer in the country. If anybody's going to get close to 1,000 before the end of May, he's got the second innings here and potentially 2 innings at Southampton.
325 not out at Stumps tomorrow night.
Yeah, well,
ideal.
If he was to get a ton tomorrow, he'd need 200 next weekend at Southampton.
Worrell's in. Hamid drives. Beautiful looking shot. Away for 4. Worrell looking for it to swing. Hamid has driven that quite beautifully through the covers for 4. 12 without loss. Delighted to say Kevin House has got himself some scones.
Well, I'm delighted that he has.
During the tea break, and got you a cup of tea and got himself some scones. Didn't offer me anything though. Noticed. There's Worrell. You can go for a meal with him last night. Keep him company. Not even an offer of a cup of coffee. Worrell comes in once again. Over the wicket to Hamid, who lets this one go outside his off stump. Running round the ground, investigative journalism, getting all the news for us.
Did he go Dutch?
All he's done is gone and got himself some scones.
Did he go Dutch?
Jam and cream. I'm not sure you knew that Gus Atkinson had been replaced by Rhys Topley until I informed you.
On that chair, somebody said you're
Still investigating, isn't it? It's all about contacts, Kevin. You would have missed that because you'd have been getting your scones. It's a lot of cream you've got on there. In comes Worrell over the wicket and gets that one to come back at Hamid. Hamid's forward, bottom hand comes off the bat, just trickles away into the leg side, and there's no run.
He's done it wrong though. He's got jam on the bottom, cream on the top. He's done it wrong.
I had nothing to do, it's all done for you.
Oh, it's all done downstairs.
Okay.
Oh,
well.
Garlic bread with cheese tonight? Yes, yeah, same again, thanks. Burger and chips? Yeah, same again, thanks very much indeed. Lovely. No pudding, mind, no pudding. Pass on the pudding.
Oh, the bickering.
Well, yeah, look, David, I went for a romantic meal with him. Well, I saw it as romantic. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and forward goes Hamid and plays this one out into the offside with soft hands. Rolls in there towards extra cover, and there is no run. Worrell comes marching back towards us. 12 without loss. Nottinghamshire, Surrey, all out today for 449. 104 from Dan Lawrence and 46 from Adam Thomas. Those two going before lunch, so good 50 from Jordan Clark as well. As in over the wicket goes Worrell, and left alone by Hamid. Late leave from Hamid. He's getting some shape. Dan Worrell, end of the over. 12 without loss. Hamid 12, and Slater yet to get off the mark.
The last match here was against Warwickshire, where our good friend Richard Wilford was the guest commentator here on behalf of Warwickshire, and he'd like to see Wilford's law enforced up and down the country, where they call it all off at tea on day 4 if there's no chance of a result. I, on behalf of the paying public, pleaded the case for the people that came in, wanted to be here all day, they paid the good money, wanted to be entertained, wanted to see stuff in the last over. It turned into quite a hot topic. This is down the leg side. A little tickle off something. Was it bat? No, it was buys. So there wasn't a little tickle off anything. Just Sean Abbott just dragging it down the leg side. Slater went to flick it fine. He couldn't get anything on it, clearly. Jamie Smith couldn't stop it at full stretch. And it's 4 buys to the total. 16 without loss.
I see exactly what you're saying, but when it's no intensity whatsoever, what you can do is put something else on instead for the paying public. I don't know, a beer festival or even a beer match, maybe.
See, he doesn't believe that watching Ben Duckett and Asiba Mead bowling is part of the first-class game, as Sean Abbott is in wide of the off-stump through to the keeper. Of course, you've seen Ben Folkes bowl this season. I saw I saw Johnny Bairstow bowl last year for the first time in, I think it was 12 years. He took the pads off. These things do tend to happen, but yeah, Richard would like it done and dusted at tea on the last day if there's no chance.
Yeah, I must admit, I do sort of agree with him, because it's sort of what you see anyway after tea. This is not really intense cricket, is it?
Abbott. And once more, Slater leaves it alone. I don't mind when there is cricket, whoever's bowling, whoever's batting. It's when they're ahead of the over rate and then suddenly you have a 10-minute drinks interval. Now that is when it really is, time to pull the plug and say, let's all go home. Shake hands now and go home. But
not convinced we'll be in that position here tomorrow yet.
No,
not yet or not.
No, you've made that point. I can just remember as a youngster though being here on on various last days and being told I'd be picked up outside the ground at 6 o'clock or whatever. So I certainly didn't want it called off at 4 o'clock. Next ball on its way, cut away by Slater. There is protection on the offside. Nathan Barnwell's out there for a single. I know I had to stand up because I've got the monitor in my way, and I'm sorry if I nearly sent you flying.
No, I was thinking that's when you first went to the pub, was it? Age 5. Just sat out in the beer garden, waiting for your lift.
No, I was here having a look at Garfield Sobers and the like.
Yes, I still remember at Hove going out with Dad in the lunch breaks with the bat and ball, trying to hit the big eggs. It was great, I loved it.
Hit the big eggs?
Yeah, they used to have the big eggs at Hove, and if you hit them as a player when you were batting...
Oh, right, yeah. Abbott bowls, good delivery, beats Hamid on the outside. Hamid instantly thrust his head back to look behind him towards Jamie Smith. Sometimes that's almost a telltale sign that he'd nicked it. He clearly hadn't, but Hamid was momentarily very concerned there.
It was a local egg company.
Okay.
I saw Garth LaRue do it, and he won a 3-year supply of eggs. That was the prize.
Lovely place to watch cricket, Hove,
I
think.
had some wonderful times down there.
Uphill, downhill, deck chairs. 17 without loss. Hamid has 12 and pushes this back to the bowler. I've not been... since the old cricketers, which was obviously a really handy place to rehydrate after a day of sport, was shut, and then the new development, and I understand there is now the ability to get a glass of something refreshing open again, so I'll be very much looking forward to September when we go there.
And the new flats as well, and there's some offices there as well. It's all had a bit of it's quite gastro-y now. There's Worrell. It's a bit like the Lord's Tavern when that changed into sort of quite a gastro-y type establishment.
I don't mind going in there.
So in over the wicket again goes Worrell to Slater, his first runs. No, he's already got a single, so he'll move on to 2 here with that single out towards Nathan Barnwell. Slater on to 2, Nottinghamshire 18 without loss. Comes marching back towards us once again. Abbott's waiting there at mid-off with a bit of advice for his opening partner with the ball. Shining it up is Sean Abbott. Worrell gets it back in his hands once again. Slightly arcing run, then over the wicket he goes, and that's coming back at Hamid. Thick inside edge, massive cry of no from Slater at the non-strikers end, because Reece Topley was going around. Slater wasn't going anywhere there. Hamid had lost where the ball had gone for a second as well. It's the last thing they want is a mix-up.
Reece had gone in one direction, his wide-brimmed floppy sonnet had gone in the other.
Well, this is Topley, Abbott and Burns in the white floppy sun hats. 3 of them today. Worrell into Hamid. Beats him with a beauty. Beats the outside edge. There'll be a bit of this tonight with this new ball. Beautiful delivery from Dan Morahan. He caught by Ollie Pope at second slip in the first innings for 7. I think I'll always remember that 7 from Hamid, because of course it was I learned that it was the amount of cities and towns that the River Trent goes through yesterday. Thanks to young Jeremy. As Worrell over the wicket he comes, and Hamid outside edge doesn't carry to Rory Burns on the half volley. He's playing that late with soft hands. It was a genuine edge, but it was always going down in front of Rory Burns at first slip. And Hamid goes for a little wander. We'll see this again. Plays it late with soft hands, and it bounces I was going to say a long way in front of Rory Burns, but actually just on the half volley.
Get a bit closer, Rory. In fact, I think he has.
Ollie Pope at second slip.
Yeah, they've
in
just
a game
looked
a few
up.
weeks ago, wearing a helmet. As in over the wicket again goes Worrell, and that one's left alone by Hamid. Worrell a bit frustrated that had that amount of width on it. Hamid goes wandering again towards square leg, has a little think about everything. The captain. 18 without loss. Nottinghamshire trail Surrey by 16 runs. We should get all these overs in tonight because it's a very nice evening. It's chilly when the clouds come over the sun. As Worrell, elbows pumping, he's in, and Hamid lets it go as it comes back. Climbs into the gloves again of Jamie Smith. End of the over. So another 19 this evening. All day tomorrow. Nottinghamshire are 18 without loss.
Yeah, it's much nicer day weather-wise than I feared it was going to be when I first saw you in the wee small hours of the morning, or whatever it was. Was it before 9 o'clock? Was it? We were both here.
Yeah, I was here for about 8:15 this morning.
Yeah, I think it was about 8:45 I got here today. Something like that. 18 without loss. Glamorgan still 2 down at Cardiff, 117 for 2. Somerset rallied today to get 157, so Glamorgan need 166 more. Here's Abbott round the wicket, angles it in towards Slater, just helps it on its way down to long leg to Dan Worrell. Ace Tribe 49 not out. That's the one that would affect the very sharp end, the pointy end of the Division 1 table. I think Somerset, if they win that, assuming this is a draw, they would be the new leaders by 1 point, but that's 24 hours away in terms of being ratified. Hamid has 12. And bowled, loses his off stump. Terrific delivery. 5th time this season Hamid is bowled. And Sean Abbott, who got 3 wickets in the first innings, has struck for the first time in Nottinghamshire's second. They're 19 for 1. Hamid bowled Abbott for 12.
Well, it looks a beauty. It's knocked his off stump out the ground. Looks as if it just moved late. And has totally turned Hamid around. And knocked his off stump clean out the ground. So Hamid goes for 12. And Nottinghamshire are 19 for 1, but we'll see it again now. It looks a good one. It's coming in and it holds its line. Really good delivery. And Hamid, that horrible noise behind him when you know your off stump's gone cartwheeling. So it's a nice start for Surrey. Got rid of Hamid.
It's funny when you see a replay and sometimes you sort of pick up on other things apart from what you're supposed to be looking at. A bail actually flew all the way through to Jamie Smith, and he tried to kick it on the volley with his left foot, trying to give it a good old boot. There were 1 or 2 celebrating. The stump was cartwheeling. Hamid was comprehensively bowled, and Jamie Smith trying to play a bit of football. Terrific delivery.
Yeah, really good bit of bowling from Sean Abbott.
So the crowd has diminished certainly since earlier on in the day. A little chilly out there, but those that are here subdued. Almost apologetic applause for Hamid as he made his way off. Respectful applause as well for Ben Duckett, who's on his way out to the middle. Not yet scored a century this season. 5 of the Nottinghamshire top 6 have. Ben Duckett hasn't, and I think there'll be plenty feeling out there that now might be as good a time as any. He's got the shirt untucked. Goes a goodly way down. Is
that a shirt or a short sleeve sweater?
Yeah, you're probably absolutely bang on. Yes, I think it probably is. So there's sort of a little bit of a fleecy element to them as well. So the shirt would be chilly. The fleecy bit just gives a little bit of warmth. But he's a good player. He's had a 90 this season, but yet to reach 3 figures. Abbott to bowl to him. Left-hander, of course, Ben Duckett. Turns this on the leg side. And fielded by Patel. 19 for 1 in the 6th over.
Interesting with Abbott, isn't it? His rhythm looks really good from the Stuart Broad end. At times this season he's just struggled a little bit with his rhythm, but here he looks very smooth in everything. And that was a great delivery to get rid of Hamid.
Knots are still 15 behind. 18 overs to go after this one. Here comes Abbott again. 2 slips ready. And Duckett gets to the pitch of this one. Just helps it into the offside to Dan Lawrence. And there's no run. Of course, the umpires have flipped over. As they do after both sides have completed their first innings. They change ends. Never really known why that is, but I suppose it makes a bit of sense. But Nigel Long is at our end, is what I'm clumsily trying to say. At the far end, Ian Blackwell. They do have a bit of a bail flip, don't they? Start of play. Oh, and that was very, very close to being an outstanding catch at second slip. It's gone for 4 from Duckett, but he could have been 3 or 4 paces back towards the pavilion. He's gone hard at Sean Abbott there. Really flung the bat at it, and it's gone to the left. Is that Thomas at second slip? Threw himself full length. It would have been an outstanding one-handed diving catch had he caught it. Unluckily for him, fortunately for Notts, it's just out of reach. 4 runs to Duckett. He was lucky there.
Big shot early there.
23 for 1. Notts trail by 11. Abbott unlucky. Bowls. This one's played beautifully by Duckett. Now that's cute. He's got 4 more in roughly the same area, much wider, but guided it skillfully down there. The width offered by Abbott, and Duckett says, I'll have a bit of that. And he's already up to 8 from 4 deliveries. 27 for 1. Notts trail by 7.
He's a super player, Duckett. But that was a big shot to drive. But the next shot was lovely. Just waited for it and then guided it away down to the third-man boundary rope for 4 runs. So Duckett got 8, but the wicket in that over from Sean Abbott. So trail now by 7, Nottinghamshire. And how moral it will be to continue from the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. Just looking, Josh Blake is out there now because Reece Topley's gone off.
All right.
Hasn't been on there long. Here is Worrell coming into Slater. Slater's forward, playing this one out into the offside. And there's no run. So Reece Topley's nipped off for something, which means that Josh Blake is out there fielding now.
England women got a bit of work to do. They're 156 for 6 up at Durham in the first ODI against New Zealand. New Zealand made 210. England 156 for 6, being held together by Maya Bouchier's 55 not out. She got a century for Hampshire in the week. Charlie Dean, the England skipper for this game, with Siverbrunt out, is 3 not out alongside her.
Worrell into Slater. Slater lets this one go outside his off stump. Yeah, Surrey women back in action in the old Metro Bank on Tuesday. Essex coming to South London.
Yeah, Tilly Courtine Coleman got a couple of wickets in the New Zealand innings. 2 for Lauren Bell and 2 for Charlie Dean. The rest were shared around. Filer, Gibson and Grucott one apiece.
Saw Lauren Filer bowl very quick earlier in the season. Worrell once again In over the wicket he goes to Slater. Slater's across his stumps, gets bat on ball, rolls up the ground, and Jordan Clark does the fielding, and there is no run.
It's, you never really know with New Road whether you're going to get through to the end of the day or not, but possibilities that might not go into a fourth day. Durham are 83 for 1. They only need 60 more runs to defeat Worcestershire. Worcestershire were bowled out for 102 in their second innings.
We've had one result today, haven't we?
Yes.
Middlesex have beaten Lancashire at Old Trafford. As Worrell into Slater, and Slater turns this into the leg side. Ryan Patel will come up from long leg to do the fielding.
Yes, you'd imagine the comments under the Lancashire County Cricket Club media account will be full of vitriol and clamour for more change.
Maybe they should have put it behind the wall. As off goes Sibley to deep backward square, and Dan Lawrence is going to go.
Mark Church
short
says
mid-wicket. I think anybody would listen to anything I say. Yeah, actually, he's going to go into sort of leg gully here. Now, Worrell did, of course, get Duckett in the first innings just before lunch with a short ball that he was sort of trying to ramp over the slips. And got himself in a bit of a muddle and was caught by Jamie Smith.
Yes, a bit of a whoopsie-daisy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Another one of your whoopsie-daisies. So there's a definite plan in action here for Duckett. There's Worrell. In over the wicket to Duckett, and Duckett lets it go. Outside his off stump, watches it all the way into the gloves of Jamie Smith, and then goes for a little bit of a wander. He's a good player to watch, Ben Duckett. So Josh Blake out there as 13th man. God, it's difficult to keep up with all this. Ollie Pike batted at number 10. Gus Atkinson, Paul Japs failed the concussion protocol, so now Rhys Topley's playing, but Rhys Topley's just gone off. So Josh Blake is out there. Nathan Barnwell's out there for Ollie Pope. As Worrell is in, and Duckett's forward. There is Josh Blake doing the fielding. In the covers, fine player Josh Blake, wicket-keeper batter. Oh, here comes Rhys Topley. So Rhys Topley's back now. Jordan Clark had a boot brought out to him because he wasn't happy with his left boot, I think it was. End of the over, 28 for 1. Duckett has 8, Slater has 4. I need the man to have gone bowled by Abbott for 12. And it all means Nottinghamshire trail Surrey by 6.
Don't know if Mr. Topley Senior is on commentary duty today or if he's joined us to see what Rhys is up to. I'm sure we'll get some sort of communication at some point from the great man. That's 28 for 1. Abbott round the wicket from the far end bowls, and one of the left-handed Bens out there gets a single to bring the other left-handed Ben onto strike. Single for Slater, just guiding it away on the offside. 29 for 1 brings Duckett back again to face Abbott. Remember that last over, a genuine edge which went just wide of second slip, but they're not showing any desire to bring a third slip in there into that gap, and then the ball after it got a more conventional boundary. A bit of movement at the far end, but they've got themselves out of the way. So here we go. Abbott bowls, Duckett pushes it back to Abbott, who seemingly the ball was going about snail pace back to him, and he just got a fingernail on it, and sometimes they're the ones that hurt most. He was wringing his hand. What was his
It's
left
like
hand?
a paper cut.
Yes.
They
Oh.
really hurt those.
Oh.
God dear.
There's nothing worse. Well, there is.
They do hurt.
Yeah, they
the
do
old
actually.
paper cuts.
29 for 1. This ball is dropped on the leg side. The other day I was at my mum's, got a cat, lovely affectionate thing, but sat on
Name of?
Barney, black
Barney the
black
cat.
one, and it was there. It was on my knee, and it was purring away, and all the rest of it. And I stroked it, and I've not had it do that before. But whether it was in a dream and just suddenly I'd startled it or whatever, next ball, this is turned away on the leg side by Duckett will get a single. Takes Duckett to 9, 30 for 1, but it just reacted and put a claw in my hand, and the claw went right in, and I could feel the puncture wound, and then I sort of had to lift it out, and I was waiting for the blood to come, and it never did, and it was a really weird sensation, because almost like an injection where you know it's gone in and it's punctured it, and I thought, this is going to bleed in a minute, it's going to bleed in a minute, but it didn't. Very strange sensation. Slater has 5. Now helps himself to another single, running it away on the offside. And Sean Abbott, you'd think he'd lost his wallet or something. He was looking down at the ground, shaking his head in despair there, as if all his worst fears had been confirmed. But it's only a single, Sean.
My cat Crumb had 2 extra claws.
Ooh.
Oh yes. And when I was little, I was fascinated by that. I really was.
It can't be the same cat, surely. Oh, your cat that was. Sorry.
No longer with us, Crumb.
R.I.P. Crumb. Let's just push back to Abbott. Let's the ball run up his... he sticks his boot out, he hits the boot and then runs up to be caught. End of the over 31 for 1. R.I.P. Crumb.
Came to a sad demise, and I said to you yesterday, Crumb's demise looks a little like the floodlights at the Kia Oval, the 3 feathers. It's sort of... tractor and the road and Crumb.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was a sad day. It was a sad day. So then we got Doris and Dan.
Goldfish?
Named after the... No, 2 more cats.
2 more cats.
Doris and Dan, named after the Archers. Doris and Dan Archer.
Okay.
Because Mum was a big Archer listener. Yeah. Biscuit. We had Biscuit the cat. Biscuit and Crumb, you see.
It's incredible how the Archers have survived all through the years. You wouldn't...
Well, it's the everyday story of country
simple folk.
Oh,
country folk.
Yes, yeah. I quite like a bit of the Archers. Well, there was talk from the great Billy Connolly. That should be our national anthem.
Yes, great sketch.
Yes. 2 slips, leg gully, short mid wicket.
It's worrying that we watch the same things,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
Mid on, wideish mid off as Dan Worrell. Around the wicket he comes, and Slater's letting this one go outside his off stump. It's taken by Jamie Smith away to his right hand side. Here's a rather lovely thought that the England rugby team lined up for a Six Nations game. As Slater goes for a little wander. Lovely evening again now. Sun's out, blue sky, bit of white fluffy cloud. We've been very lucky with the weather, haven't we? It's been really good for the 3 days. There's Worrell. Around the wicket he goes again, and Slater covers up, plays it away out into the offside. There's Reece Topley doing the fielding, and there's no run.
Been nice again. The old Grand Prix recently have been won the last 3, I think, by Kimi Antonelli, the Italians, and to get the Italian national anthem heard once again. That's got to be one of the most rousing, and the Brazilian one with the football as well. Really rousing national anthems.
Are the cars electric now in the Grand Prix? Or has something happened to them that they're hybrid or something? As in around the wicket goes Worrell, and this is turned by Slater very neatly, very tidily. They'll get a couple.
I can't help you, Mark. I know they've done something to them. I just know the red ones and the blue ones and the orange ones and Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Norris and so on. I'm not very good with the technical side of cars.
Yeah, I think there's an electric element to them now. Don't think they
very
have
good
to
group,
stop
weren't they?
and
The
plug
electric
them in.
element.
Yes, very good. It's a rather nice thought, though, sort of pulling in for your pit stop and having to plug in to recharge.
Sounds like we're going to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. It's Worrell bowls a bouncer, pulled away by Slater for 4. 37 for 1, and that takes Notts into the lead. More football scores we're hearing in our ears.
I'll tell you what, Dom Sidley did not see that at short mid-wicket.
No.
He's not there for that. Didn't pick it up at all.
Just waiting for the ball to be returned. Well, we've still got 15 overs to go, hoping the light holds long enough to get it all in. Nottinghamshire have just retaken the overall lead in this game. They made 415, you may remember, over the first 4 sessions of this match. Back came Surrey. They were bowled out about 20 minutes or so ago for 449. So the visitors with a first innings lead of 34. There were 4 wickets for Josh Tong, bowled very quickly throughout the innings. Got a couple of wickets this morning, including the one of Surrey's centurion, Dan Lawrence. But Liam Patterson-White just kept turning his arm over from this end, bowled 44 overs in taking 4 wickets himself. That meant that when Surrey went out there to try and put a little bit of pressure on Nottinghamshire with that 34-run lead, early wickets for them were crucial. And for the second time in the match, Asib Hamid has gone cheaply, bowled by Abbott for 12. Notts are 39 for 1 now, an overall lead of just 5. There we are. We've thankfully come to the end of that update, and we've got the background music out of our ears. All is quiet again.
Just to say to our listeners and viewers that as Dave does that update, he's got some very good music going on behind him, and at one point there's a key change just as he goes into a big bit of news.
Not quite a Westlife one.
No, Ollie Pope's running jumpers out now. I can't keep up with all this.
That was Pope, was it? Okay,
There's Ollie Pope. He's not using his left hand for carrying the jumpers at the moment. So it's going to be Sean Abbott.
Yeah, bowling to Duckett, who's on 9. Came out and hit a couple of boundaries. He's been sort of put back in his box since then. Gets another single to move to 10.
The other thing to mention is, as you were finishing off your brilliant update and the music went into its sort of descent, the last ball of that over from Worrell, golly, he made life difficult for Slater. It was a bit like Josh Tongue to Jamie Smith yesterday. It nipped back and leapt at him and he gloved it. They've got a leg gully there for him.
I think Rory Burns has just given Reece Topley the go-ahead for the next over, and this is very nearly the end of Slater. It was nearly under the bat and would have clattered into the off stump, and somehow Slater squeezed the bat down on it, and it just narrowly missed the off stump on its way through to Smith. Lovely bit of bowling. Again, the understandable anxiety of, in fact, it ran through to Burns on the bounce at slip. The anxiety of Slater causes him to just go down and prod the wicket a couple of times.
That delivery is why it was so important that Surrey got at least to the 4:15, because there will be a bit of up and down, I think.
Notts lead by 6. Abbott bowls again to Slater, and again he was trying to turn that to leg, wasn't he? And it's a leading edge. Went along the ground past Abbott up to Topley at mid-on.
I think that's why you saw Ollie Pope battling away at number 10 with an injured thumb. Because Surrey knew they couldn't afford to be 80 behind or something. They had to be up around that 4:15.
Asa Tribe is out for Glamorgan. Abbott bowls down the leg side, and they were just asking there, just suspicion there might have been a faint sound as it went down the leg side. Slater having a little snick at it. Asa Tribe out for 52 for Glamorgan. That could be a major development in the game there between Glamorgan and Somerset. Glamorgan are 127 for 3. They need 156 more. 7 wickets left. That's one of their better players, certainly. Be a major win for whichever side gets on top of that over the course of the next 3 and a bit sessions there. 40 for 1 Notts as Slater defends. Be a big win for Glamorgan if they could follow up their win over Hampshire last week with a victory over Somerset, and likewise if Somerset get their 3rd win of the season, there will be those down in cider country who believe that this is their year. 40 for 1. Interesting if they did win Somerset, it would mean they've won all 3 away matches. This one's cut into the offside, and there's no run. First round of matches at Taunton against Notts, that was a draw, and then they lost last week, didn't they, at home to Yorkshire. So on home soil, not going so well, but they'll have won 3 matches in a row away from home, Somerset, if they win this one. But still a bit of work to do, 160 or so needed by Glamorgan with 7 wickets left.
Some good games in this round, isn't there? The last round was, the round before last was a lot of high-scoring games. It's going to be Worrell to continue, and Lawrence will go in at leg gully again for Duckett. 2 slips in there. 14 overs remaining in the day. As Dan Worrell into Ben Duckett, and Duckett turns it into the leg side. Quick singles taken as Jordan Clark gets round to do the fielding. It's good running from Duckett and Slater. And they pick up one more to that lead. 7. The lead for Leicestershire. For Nottinghamshire. Jordan Clark will lob the ball to Dan Worrell. So 2 men catching on the leg side for Slater, and the final ball of Worrell's last over made life really uncomfortable for Slater. He's in here now to him, and Slater's beaten on the outside edge. Lovely piece of bowling from Dan Worrell. Appreciative nod from Slater to him. Comes down to do some gardening to Slater.
This is his 6th over, Dan Worrell. Seen Reece Topley turn his arm over a couple of times. Not yet seen Jordan Clark readying himself. You'd imagine both will have a shot at adding to the 1 wicket that Surrey have already taken this evening. Duckett's got the helmet off at the non-striker's end at the moment.
Worrell. Over the wicket he comes to Slater. It's had a cut as Slater beats the edge again. I don't know if you noticed during the tea break, but Reece Topley wandered out with Jade Dernbach in his pads. Not Jade Dernbach, Reece Topley, and they were just looking at the pitch and I think probably discussing sort of what length to be bowling. So yes, it was a strange old sight really, seeing Reece Topley out there in his whites with his pads on, but with the bowling coach.
Wandering between the mums and the dads and the little ones out there with the tennis balls and whatever. Mate, way Reece is coming.
Worrell, over the wicket he goes, and Slater's in behind this one. He's it up towards Sean Abbott at mid-off, and there's no run. Flags just fluttering in the breeze today. I think the weather's meant to be alright for tomorrow.
Yep.
I think we'll be okay. Couple of balls to go in this Dan Worrell over. But the ground bathed in sunshine. Very nice evening. Worrell. Over the wicket he comes to Slater, and Slater forces off the back foot out towards Topley at cover point, and there's no run. I'll be bringing my travel bag with me tomorrow. David Bracegirdle with the copious amount of clothes that I packed for this trip. It's on wheels. It's very handy. You can drag it along behind. The only problem is it's broken, so it does make a racket as you drag it along the pavement.
Not great back-to-back fixtures, really, are they, for Surrey? Here and then
Yorkshire.
Friday they're at Headingley. So
I think they'll go back tomorrow night and have a bit of a break and then head off to Yorkshire.
And, days gone by, there might have been, just 1 or 2 days gap between the two, so they could have stayed up the north end.
Good looking shot from Slater. Won't get a run. Well, they had it last year. End of the over, 41 for 1. They had it last year. It was it? Hang on. Was it Scarborough and then Durham? And they just stayed up and went straight on to Durham from Scarborough.
It makes sense from the team.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense at all from the fixture schedulers if there's too long between a gap like that, really. 41 for 1 Ben Duckett has 11, Slater has 14. Hamid was dismissed by Sean Abbott for 12. And Abbott is going to continue. Not been a maiden yet in this innings. Worrell 6 overs, none for 20. Abbott 5 overs, 1 for 17. And he's bowling to Duckett, who's on 11. Pushes this one back to the Australian. It's 2 slips, a man at sort of deep backward point, an extra cover and a mid-off. So 5 on the offside, and on the leg side a long legger. A backward square that's neither in nor out. He's not right on the fence. He's sort of halfway between the square leg umpire and the fence. Got a shortish mid-wicket catching, and Reece Topley's at wideish mid-on. Where will Duckett look to get him away? Can't. He pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. Gave him a little bit of width when he first came in, didn't he, Abbott?
Yeah.
But since then he's sort of bowled within the lines of the stumps.
Well, Jordan Clark's getting warmed up there at mid-off. Yes, so final day of this one tomorrow. Nottinghamshire off to Hampshire.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, we had an eventful few days last year. There's Abbott. Ball's now turned on the leg side, nicely fielded by Ryan Patel. And there's no run. Lost a tooth on the first morning.
You told us about that. Nothing worse than that.
Just chewing me, whatever it was, scrambled egg and a bit of bacon or something. Oh, hang on, what's that?
Eventful breakfast.
It's always the first morning, never the last. Twelfth over of the innings. With 12 to go after this one. Abbott in now. Duckett turns this again to Patel on the leg side. Hit him sort of right up by the sticker there. Had a little look at his bat. Got the yellow bat handle. You can see there the close-up on the pictures. A bat that was made clearly about 2 miles away from here. Factory of the famous local manufacturers. Duckett drops this on the leg side and there's no run. Again fielded by Patel. 41 for 1. So Joe Clark, first innings centurion, scheduled to come in at 4. Notts have had a real issue with night watchmen this season. If we get inside the final 6 overs, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Wouldn't want to lose Clark tonight, but at the same token, it's good light, good visibility, good track. Do you want to go through the issue again of sending somebody out there and see him dismissed, as Duckett very nearly suffered an Ollie Pope there, one that just sort of spat on him, took his left hand off the bat as he played it down on the leg side. End of the over, 41 for 1.
Yeah, I think Jordan Clark's coming into the attack to replace Dan Worrell. 1 wicket to go so far. Hamid bowled by Abbott for 12. Slater still very solid for his 14, apologies. Duckett has 11 to his name.
In fact, they've got identical bats, Slater and Duckett.
It's the same that Dan Lawrence uses and Ryan Patel.
Oh, a lot of them do. But yeah, they're made about 2 miles away from here. Collie.
So Jordan Clark is going to bowl with hair down. Yeah, might be the first time this season that he's bowled with hair down. Jordan Clark. He was a little bit pricey in the first innings for Jordan Clark, but unless he's going to use band. Here we go. See, I can never do this. I never understand how people do this. I watch my daughter do it, and she makes it look so simple.
Yeah, I've never been able to do that either.
Well, it's sort of in there. It's ponytail today. It's not top knot.
I'm certainly more Dan Worrell than Jordan Clark.
Well, he is with ponytail for this second innings. Remember when Burns went through the stage of batting with hair down, and you can see it. Yes, yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing. Now it's going to be a slip, a first slip and a fourth slip really for Jordan Clark, coming around the wicket to Slater, and he's on his hip, and Slater's tucking this one away out towards deep backward square. And as always with a quick bowler, if your first ball just gets tucked away, you look at the foothold straight away.
Kick away at it.
Yep. Comes marching back towards us. Yeah, he'll come around the wicket to duck it again. I think Mr. Bracegirdle's got another musically accompanied update.
Jordan Clark just asking Rory Burns if he can make an adjustment to the field. Doesn't seem to be any movement at all. Whatever he was asking for, he didn't get. Comes in now to bowl to duck it. Gentle push into the offside. And there's no run. 42 for 1.
Quite a build-up to this game, isn't it? What time does it kick off? 8 o'clock?
6 o'clock, no, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, right.
Yes, they'll be out there in a moment. There's Clark round the wicket. Where Nottinghamshire just taking a single to move to 43 for 1, which means their overall lead over Surrey is just 9 runs. Things have been kept very, very quiet indeed since you were last with me 20 minutes or so ago. Nottinghamshire today had to really bide their time in the field before eventually bowling Surrey out for 449 just before the tea interval. 4 wickets for Liam Patterson-White, another 2 today for Josh Tong, so he finished with 4 in the innings as well. Bowled very quickly for Surrey, a century, a really good knock from Dan Lawrence. So the visitors slightly ahead by 34 runs. Notts have turned that round despite the loss of Asiba Mead for 12. We've got 11 overs left in the day. Notts 9 in front at 43 for 1.
There's no music with that one.
There wasn't, no.
Disappointing.
I assume you're familiar with the work of W.G. Rumble.
I certainly am. It's the great W.G. that helps.
He's copied you in as
with
well.
With the Sunday service, with some excellent photos of the parish.
Yes, good evening, sir. Next ball on its way now, and edged and nicely stopped by Thomas. And Duckett's been run out once before this season, just coming too far down and then failing to get back. On this occasion, he did get back to the non-striker's end as Slater tried to run it away, nicely stopped by Thomas at second slip. Sunday evening with Nottinghamshire versus Surreyshire on the live stream in the company of Dave and Mark. Mrs R is out with the children. The dog is behaving. I've made myself a G&T with a dash of pink. I've got a new book about Waterloo to peruse, and I even have pizza for dinner later. Life isn't all bad.
Ooh,
that's lovely. Thank you very much. Into the offside, and Slater will get a couple of runs. They won it at Brighton, didn't they? ABBA with Waterloo. Assume that's what his book's all about. Brighton, 1974. Revision next weekend, Mark.
Oh, you love a bit of that.
Love a little, yeah. I'll be away at Southampton. I'll see if Kevin James can sort of sort out.
Do we have an entry this year for it?
I'm not familiar with the works of whoever it is. This.
No. Well, normally isn't there like a song for Britain?
There used to be, didn't there? There used to be.
There used to be some awful ones, didn't there?
Somebody will.
I remember Jordan and Peter Andre. Oh my goodness me, that was dreadful.
Engelbert had a go one.
Yeah, he did. He had a crack.
And then Blue.
Katrina and the Waves, they won it. Katrina and the Waves, and then of course Bucks Fizz. Making Your Mind Up with Cheryl Baker whipping off her skirt. And that was a big moment for me, aged, what would I have been? About 7. Wasn't expecting that when I was watching it with Mum and Dad.
45 for 1. It's going to be Sean Abbott to bowl round the wicket to Duckett, 45 for 1. This is played up to mid-on. So thanks for getting in touch, WG. Waterloo and Trafalgar, always get those the wrong way round. One was 1805, one was 1815, wasn't it? The Battle of Waterloo and the Battle of Trafalgar. I think I've sort of zigged.
HMS Victory.
I think I've zigged when I should have zagged in pub quizzes over the years when I've gone 1805 for one or the other. One's 1805, one's done. 1815. 3 weeks ago, Duckett's on 12 here, drops this on the back to the bowler actually. In the bye week, actually went out and about and around the Med a little bit and stopped off at Corsica and went to where Napoleon was born.
Well, some said it was much like Nelson on the HMS Victory when you were on your cruise ship. Stood on the deck.
Yes, a bit of the old Corsica. Never been there before.
Very nice. Neither have I, but it sounds very nice.
It was, yeah. Warm and sunny. Ajaccio. This is, bless you, this is turned up to mid-on, the capital. We went to Ajaccio.
Oh, I wouldn't have known that.
45 for 1. I mean, it's not a country, is it? It's an island state of France, much like, obviously, Sardinia and Sicily are island states of Italy. But there we were.
Very nice.
And, you know, all the souvenir shops full of Napoleon stuff. Duckett has 12. Sean Abbott round the wicket, and he's thrown the bat at that. He's really put his hands through that one, Duckett, and got it away through extra cover for 4. He's just larruped it out, and the ball actually clatters into the old wheelie bins. I tell you what, the old bin men will be here several times. They've got all 4 different coloured wheelie bins over there around the sort of the concourse between the boundary fence and the seating. Yeah, which bin is it this week? Which bin is it tomorrow? And all, oh crikey, bane of my life.
It's not easy remembering, and then it's very complicated where you put everything.
Yeah, I don't do a lot, and to be fair, I don't get asked to do a lot. To be fair, because she knows I'm hopeless. Lovely shot from Duckett in the same direction for 4 more. Takes knots up to and beyond 50. Yeah, just put the bin out. Why have you put the brown bin out? It should be the green bin, or the grey bin, or the black bin, or whatever blooming bin it is. I don't know.
Well, what I've worked out now is, number one, that was a gorgeous shot from Ben Duckett, just slightly over pitch.
Might have to switch your headphones tomorrow. You know, we'll have a switcheroo tomorrow.
I got told to turn those down.
Yeah, I know.
And then there was feedback, and I was only trying to help.
No. Occasionally, you just. It's not you, old boy. It's the.
I don't know.
It's the way we're wired up. You're speaking at the same level, but you're just not coming through into my ears.
Oh dear. Turn by Duckett.
Oh,
Apologies.
sorry.
Yeah, no, single here for Duckett. So, yes.
Bins, the important topic.
It does get extremely complicated because we have a green bin for recycling. Yes. Then we have a brown bin for any garden stuff. Then the black bin is for rubbish. But then you have to sort out all your cans and everything to go in another bin. Then there's a food bin as well. So by the time you've done all of that, you need the bin men to help you move the bins down the end of the garden or wherever it is for them to collect. It's exhausting.
It is. Modern life. First world problems and all that. Kim's been in touch. KB, back home now. Mr. Church, Mr. Bracegirdle.
Jordan Clark is in. This will be 4 more for Duckett. Punch drive down the ground for 4, just slightly over pitch by Jordan Clark. Very nicely played again by Duckett. Just beginning to tick a touch here as Duckett is on to 25 from 27, 58 for 1.
We're keeping Kim company. She's also watching West Ham through her fingers. WG is tagged into all of that. Thank you both for
well, there's a
getting
certain
in touch.
Surrey cricketer who will probably be getting updates from that West Ham game. As Jordan Clark is in, and wow, that's a beauty to Duckett. Good luck with that. Duckett just smiles at Clark and shakes his head. That beats the outside edge of the bat. Lovely bit of bowling.
Who's the West Ham
He's got the gloves
follower?
on.
Has he?
Oh, yeah, big West Ham fan.
Because one of your former players has been venting forth a time or two. I've seen on the old social media. Ricky Clark, a massive Spurs man, isn't he?
Honestly.
Ricky Clark.
Well, named after Ricky Villa, of course. And he's under 15 B team. He's tried to set them up like Spurs who won the FA Cup. As this is short, pulled by Duckett out towards Sibley. Deep mid-wicket, and the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. He's been playing. He also, at one stage, started playing a false 9 at under 15B level. So honestly, yes, huge Spurs fan. Well, they might hang in there, I suppose. Otherwise, it would have been Grimsby at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Lincoln.
Oh, Lincoln, yes. As this is cut by Slater firmly down towards Barnwell. Does well because he didn't have a lot of room to work down there. Nathan Barnwell, but did very well. Barnwell's wearing the old white floppy sun hat as well.
Yep.
Very fashionable.
But he's in shade over there, in front of the fridge. There's only, I bet we could count them, Mark. It wouldn't take us too long to count them in the fridge right now. 3, 5, 12 or 13 people in the fridge. The Bridgeford Road stand right now.
As this is pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, in fact, the more populated stands are those getting the warmth of the late evening sunshine, but they're quite a long way away from the strip that we're playing on. It's one of those. Do you want to be close to the cricket and in the cold, or in the last remaining bit of sunshine of the day, but a long way away from the action?
Whoa, this is driven by Duckett. That's dismissive from Duckett. Bit of width on it. And to say he's thrown his hands through that would be an understatement. He has absolutely smashed that, Ben Duckett. Interesting over, because there was one absolute perler in there from Jordan Clark as well, but a couple of brutal shots from Ben Duckett. And Duckett's on to 30. It's good counter punch this from Ben Duckett. He's having a long chat there with Slater. I wonder if we'll see a bit of Dan Lawrence tonight. He's got 2 lefties out there, Dan Lawrence. We are going to see Rhys Topley into the attack. So Rhys Topley, if you're just joining us this evening, into the team because Gus Atkinson, concussion substitute for Gus Atkinson, who got hit a couple of times by Josh Tong.
Glamorgan fading in the Cardiff sunshine. 134 for 5 now against Somerset. Require 149 more. They only made 229 in the first innings. It looks, sadly, from the perspective of both Nottinghamshire and Surrey, as if Somerset's win will take them to the top. Keep abreast of that. Durham have defeated Worcestershire now by 9 wickets, so 2 results in Division 2. Here's Topley. His first ball, problematic for Slater. Played it from the crease line down into the ground. Wasn't sure where it had gone. Good finish in the women's match. New Zealand women 210 all out. England women 195 for 8 in the 46th. So they need 16 runs from 6.2 overs. Charlie Dean, the skipper, is 23 not out. Lauren Bell has just departed, so close finish in that one. 64 for 1 here. Rhys Topley bowls. Slater drives into the offside and gets another single. 65 for 1. Is that a no ball, Mark?
No ball as well.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Blackwell signals out there. Mr. Church signals in here.
I think Rhys Topley's confidence will be quite high after the way he bowled against Sussex with the old ball. He not struggled, but he'd gone for quite a few runs up until that spell. I think he'll be better for that tonight.
Certainly got fresh legs, just entering the game today. Had a little bit of fun and frolic with the bat, making a quick fire dozen. There were 1 or 2 big hits
He
in
did,
that.
didn't he?
Single taken, 68 for 1.
Not renowned for his batting.
Well, he very nearly hit a 6, didn't he, out towards deep mid-wicket. It just landed inside the rope. They sort of just had to check with the umpires, with each other, and with, I think it was Ben Slater out there, the fielder. 68 for 1. Comes Reece Topley again, bowls cut away by Slater. Again out to deep backward point.
Worrell didn't let me down, did he, with the bat? Entertaining.
The 50 partnership has been duly brought up, and already Duckett has dominated 31 from 32. Ben Slater, he's scored 17 in this partnership. He's on 20 altogether. Hamid the man out for 12. 8 overs remain after this one. Another run for Duckett. He's ticking along nicely now, Ben Duckett, actually, isn't he? He's just rotating the strike almost at will.
Really good counter punch this from Duckett. He's just playing the Ben Duckett way here. But it's a really good counter punch. But they've still got some work to do because there's 8.2 overs to go tonight. We are going to see a bit of Lawrence. He's warming up. Makes sense with 2 left-handers out there.
Topley again. Bowls short, pulled away by Slater onto the leg side. That's a good bit of fielding out there. Is that Nathan Barnwell?
It is.
Good stop.
Yeah, did really well. Got round quickly. Got the dive in.
Yes, he's fielding at deep backward square leg, but made the stop the other side of the umpire. Sort of had to run round the boundary edge and throw himself full length.
Well, it's not that long a carry out there,
No,
really, is it?
No. Not 71 for 1, lead by 37. Topley in again to Duckett, and this time it's a dot ball. So 6 from the over, 4 singles and the no ball. 2 runs coming from the no ball, of course, as always. 71 for 1 Nottinghamshire. Got 8 overs left in the day.
What I always enjoy with Ben Duckett is when he's in nick, and he has been for the last sort of 3 years, really, since his second coming as an England player. He does make the game look simple.
Yeah.
He really does. And he's got a lot of time. So we are going to have a bit of Dan Lawrence. Made a beautiful 100 today. Did Dan Lawrence. Now he's into the attack with the ball. So Lawrence to bowl his off breaks.
Yorkshire 75 for 5 at Edgbaston. They need 474 more.
Yeah, good luck with that.
But they're in a little bit of a pickle. Both Brook and Bairstow have gone. Bairstow out for 0 to Ed Barnard.
He's a good cricketer.
Yeah, got 160 odd here in the last match here.
I agree with Dermot Reeve. Best 25 I've seen from Ed Barnard in the first game. As in around the wicket then goes Lawrence with his first ball, and it's turned away by Slater down towards short fine. Came out for his first bat of the season, reeled off 6 fours with shots that, well, looked like it was the middle of August and then got out, but it was the best 25 I've seen as well. As in comes Lawrence, and Slater pushes off the back foot out there towards cover. We saw Patterson White get a couple to turn and bounce. Of course, he was on left arm.
Pulled all his overs from the far end in the first innings, didn't he, Dan Lawrence?
He did, but I think they've seen what obviously the spin for Nottinghamshire produced from this, the Redcliffe Road end, as Slater's forward. Don't have a Kellaway. Can bowl you a bit of off spin or left arm spin. Now that is a talent, isn't it? And he can bat. As once again it's Lawrence. Comes in around the wicket quicker, and that's pushed by Slater into the offside. This morning, do you know what I did, Dave Bracegirdle?
I don't.
Well, I'd hung my one shirt up in the wardrobe that I bought, but I put it on the handle of the wardrobe because I always leave whatever I've packed in the wardrobe behind Always forget to put those in the travel case. As driving is Slater out towards Barnwell. He'll get a single. One more to the total. Oh my goodness, poor old Jamie Smith has not picked that up at all out the sun. So Barnwell puts up an apologetic hand there because Jamie Smith was taking evasive action even though he's wearing the helmet. So last ball of Lawrence's first over, very tidy start, just that single off it so far, but first time he's bowled to Duckett now. He's in Lawrence to Duckett, and Duckett's forward and just politely pushes this back up the pitch. There is no run. End of the over, 7 to go tonight, and Nottinghamshire 72 for 1. They lead Surrey by 38.
Yes, Lawrence threw his first over very quickly. Nottinghamshire's over rate, by the way, they finished with +4. Surrey innings lasted about 4 sessions, so well, it doesn't matter, does it, whether it lasted 8 overs or not? They're +4. Surrey's showing as -2, and Notts will now have batted for more than 8 hours across the entirety of the match, so they will have to attend to that tomorrow, the over rate, unless they've already sorted it out in this session. You don't want to lose any of those hard-earned points. There's Reece Topley bowling to Slater, played very much within himself in this innings, just drops the ball defensively on the leg side, fielded by Ryan Patel, who yesterday actually was caught by Slater. He got one of those sharp, vicious bouncers from Josh Tong and just fended it away, and Slater, under the helmet at short leg, gobbled up a relatively simple catch. 72 for 1. Encouragement for Reece Topley out there. Seemed as if he'd misplaced his bowling mark, but now he's ready. Comes in again, bowls, and definite play and a miss there from Ben Slater. A little bit of bounce, took his left hand off the bat handle, and again he'll go down and have a look to see if there's any damage to the wicket, but probably won't find any. 72 for 1.
Yeah, that's a good bit of bowling. Got that one to lift a touch, didn't he?
Tall man Topley, so he can get a little bit of bounce like that. Comes in again, bowl short, and has he taken the aerial route? He has taken the aerial route, Slater. That was certainly getting the attention of Nathan Barnwell out there initially. 1 or 2 people yelling at him to catch it, but it was too far to his left to get anywhere near it, and enough oomph on it to go all the way over the ropes for 6. It just cleared the ropes by 5 or 6 paces, and I think it actually nestled into the tarpaulins that are used just to cover the practice wickets down there. 6 runs.
He knew that was 6 from the minute he left his bat.
He's on to 28. Notts lead by 44. Topley in again, and playing a miss this time. This morning the day began with Surrey on 211 for 4. They were 204 behind. That's right. Lawrence made 104. He was out about 15 minutes or so before lunch, and then Adam Thomas followed. Lunch was taken at 306 for 6. Gus Atkinson hit on the helmet a couple of times by really vicious Josh Tong bouncers. Both times checked out by the physio, who did really well. He took him away. Just through to the keeper, left alone, didn't he? Took him away and just spoke to him, and really needed a few minutes alone on the side of the pitch there with Gus Atkinson, make sure he was okay. Agreed, gave him the green light to bat on, but it was clear that the physio was in conversation with the umpires throughout, and you'd imagine the conversation, as Mark quite rightly picked up on, was if you should see any signs of A, B or C, please let me know. Physio had to come back on and escorted him off. Slater uppishly through the covers. There's nobody out there. I was just looking between the pigeons to see where the fielder was on the offside fence, but there wasn't one. And another boundary. That was a big over for Nottinghamshire, actually. Slater and Duckett now each on 32. Reece Topley 2 overs and on for 17, having entered the game as a late concussion replacement for Gus Atkinson. The other players dismissed: Jordan Clark for 54. Abbott lost his off stump to Stone for 7. Worrell LBW to Patterson White for 20. Topley out for 12, leaving Ollie Pope 19 not out. Pope with a hand injury came in at number 10 in the innings. Worrell came in at 11 and Topley came in at 12. You don't say that very often.
Pope at 10.
Yeah, Pope at 10.
I've batted him many times, I wouldn't have thought. As Lawrence is continuing, coming around the wicket to Duckett, who plays this one down into the leg side. Look, we always talk about players having great days. Surrey's physio, Paul Steele,
yes, yeah,
and umpires Long and Blackwell have had great days.
Yeah, they have.
The way they dealt with Gus Atkinson there.
Yes, Topley won't have batted 12 too
No,
often
no,
either.
no, no, absolutely. Although some of the pre-season games, I like it when you see
Yes.
the scorecard and it's
Yeah.
coming in at number 18.
Yes.
There was one this season where it was at sort of 18 plays 17.
Or somebody coming in twice.
Yes, yes. That's horrible when you're out twice
Yeah.
in a day.
Yes.
Yeah, that's never a great deal of fun, that. As in comes Lawrence around the wicket to Duckett, and Duckett's letting him go. Outside his off stump. So Duckett goes for a little wander. It's got the slip. Rory Burns with his long sleeve sweater on and his arms folded and his white floppies on that. On working out, can Surrey get another one before stumps tonight? As in goes Lawrence forwards. Goes Duckett, just pushes this again very politely out into the offside. Balls out there to Adam Thomas. That extra cover, he batted nicely today as well for his 46, Adam Thomas. Good partnership with Dan Lawrence this morning. Very important partnership this morning, as here is Lawrence, gives this one a bit more air. Does turn a touch, but it's wide outside that off stump, and Duckett had nothing to do with that, just leant forward. And let it go into the gloves of Jamie Smith. As Lawrence is in again quicker this time, and Duckett just pokes it down into the leg side. And up comes Lawrence to do the fielding. So after this delivery, we've got 5 overs remaining today. Still think things could happen tomorrow, either way. Probably be proved utterly wrong, but I still think things could happen tomorrow, and I think they could happen quite quickly. As here is Lawrence once more to Duckett, and Duckett's forward. Playing this one down into the leg side. Dave Bracegirdle's rebuilding the commentary box, or mending the chair, I think. No, I thought he was mending the chair. End of the over, 5 to go tonight. And there's a punch of gloves between Messrs Slater and Duckett. And Reece Topley will continue from the Stuart Broad end.
Heater at the back of the box.
The heater, yes, of course.
Just clicked it on a little bit. It's in a sense pointless as we've got the window open, but we'll be here no doubt grafting till the wee small hours, doing the bits and pieces that we have to do after players finished. I'll have to stick around tonight with the football on as well. Here's Topley from the far end. Bowls to Slater, beats him on the outside. We are very much now into the sort of territory where Notts have traditionally sent out a night watchman. The last 2 have come and gone without scoring. Dylan Pennington against Warwickshire, Ollie Stone last week against Leicestershire. So then the recognised bat has to come in anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what they do if a wicket does go down. Not supporters will be hoping that the mere mention of that means it won't happen. This is guided by Slater down to third for a single.
I remember a game much like that against Hampshire last year. I mentioned it, where they were trying to protect Nick Gubbins. And I can't remember who. Sonny Baker wandered out. He was out first ball. So they sent somebody else out who was out third ball, and then Gubbins had to come out and face the last sort of bits and pieces of the day, and then proceeded to bat the entirety of the final day. So
yeah, the lights not quite as good as it was mid-afternoon, obviously, but still okay as Duckett pushes this back to the bowler. No need for the floodlights to be on as it was towards the back end yesterday and the back end of the first day when we lost 5 overs. We'll be all right.
we'll definitely get through today.
Yeah. Thanks to camera crew today, Lee, Lewis and Spence out there around the ground.
Wrapped up now, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's chilly. Topley, left arm quick, England international, certainly white ball player. This is pushed on the offside. Didn't play any tests, did he?
No, just white ball.
No. 83 for 1.
Hasn't actually played a huge amount of red ball cricket really over his career because of injury, etc.
Began with Essex and then he had a very brief spell with Hampshire where he didn't play too much, did he, down there?
As well.
Oh yes, yeah.
Sussex for a while.
The clapping being done by Ryan Patel, just geeing himself up as much as everybody else. The captain is Burns, of course. He's at first slip. Jamie Smith alongside him goes down, and Smith takes the ball here as Duckett flashes away angrily at that one, and then even more angrily swishes away at fresh air afterwards, knowing that very, very nearly gave Reece Topley a wicket there.
Yeah, that front foot doesn't tend to go forward a great deal at the best of times from Duckett, but he just threw his hands at that one.
Played a lot of hockey as a youngster, Ben Duckett. Seems to be batting on off stump to the left-handed Topley. Final ball of the 20th over of the innings, and it'll guide this to Patel at point, end of the over. We've had 19 overs. No, we haven't. We've had 20 overs, I beg your pardon. 4 to go on the third day. Be back, all being well, tomorrow morning. And those of you that watch the pictures, looking for the highlights and the interviews, Aaron Lord will start the day with you on the pitch at 1:45 tomorrow morning. Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, trentbridge.co.uk. You find links to the match centre, and the coverage will start, as I say, around about 11:15 tomorrow morning.
So it's going to be Dan Lawrence coming in around the wicket to Slater, letting this go on the angle. I think that's probably gone over the top of his off stump. As he waits again, does Slater. In comes Lawrence, all arms and legs, as always. He's in. Forward. Goes Slater. Plays this very softly out into the offside.
You mentioned it was just getting a little gloomy, and here comes the sun.
Yep. Very nice. Now, in the words of the Beatles.
Or Steve Harley.
Oh, is it Steve Harley as well?
I think they did a copy, didn't they?
As here is Lawrence driven by Slater. Round goes Abbott. And there is no run.
A Cockney rebel.
A Cockney rebel. Well, I was just saying there that I still think there is a chance of something happening tomorrow in this game, either way. As here is Lawrence. That turns. There you go. Bit of turn, bit of bounce for Lawrence. I think Lawrence will have a role to play with this off spin tomorrow as well. We saw Patterson White getting some turn and bounce. Can you not hear me again there, Dave Bracegirdle?
No, producer Kirsty can't. Just
oh dear.
Need to give you an energy drink or turn you up.
I got turned down by Kevin House as forward goes Slater plays this one into the offside and there's no run. I apologise to Kirsty there, but when Kevin Housley turned me down.
I know.
Yeah, it's
We need more of you.
Very awkward.
We'll bow to public pressure and have more of you tomorrow.
Oh gosh. In comes Lawrence once again. Nicely bowled. Gives that one a bit more air. Pushed away into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over then. 83 for 1, Duckett 32, Slater 33, and it means Nottinghamshire lead by 49.
There's still the offer there from the producers if you want to help winch Wilson down again.
No, I'm fine,
No,
thank you.
that's what I suspected the answer might be.
I've seen footage of you doing it.
I've done it.
Winching Wilson up.
Oh, yeah.
It's magnificent footage. I'm trying to persuade the producers to sort of put that on the live stream.
No, you're
With
all
a bit of music. I think the Rocky training montage from Rocky 4 would be perfect for that.
We've got 3 overs left. It's been a very long day. Reece Topley bowls and Duckett rather has flailed at that one. It's disappeared down below us. Will it be stopped? It will. We'll just have to have a little look. There's no bat involved. We are going to be seeing the umpire Ian Blackwell raise his left arm to signal to our scorers, who for this game are Ian Smith and
Debbie Beasley.
Thank you for Surrey. That it was a couple of buys, 85 for 1.
Well, again, I can see why Duckett's gone after that, but it kept swinging after it went past the outside edge. So they're going to get a third slip in now for Duckett. Lawrence comes in at third slip.
It's been tough on both Verena and Smith. Some of the buys that in years to come people will look back at the scorecard of this game and look at those buys. Duckett slams this into the offside, and is that Clark who's gone? No, Sean Abbott. Yeah, he's down on the ground. I mean, made a good stop. He was down on the ground, and he suddenly thought, it's all right down here. I might stop down here.
I think he'd quite like to stay there for a while.
Lush bit of turf he'd found.
Duckett really feels he's missed out on that delivery. Just look to the heavens.
In the 22nd over, Nottinghamshire 85 for 1, leading by 51. Reece Topley in again. Duckett pushes it up to Abbott. Of course, tomorrow it's sort of a two-pronged equation for Surrey and indeed, of course, for Nottinghamshire. Surrey looking to bowl Notts out with both sufficient time and as fewer runs as possible in order to chase something down. Notts will want to bat themselves into a position where there just simply isn't enough time for Surrey to overturn them. Duckett will pull this one away, and again he throws his head back in frustration at only getting a single down to Worrell at long leg.
I thought that had gone straight up in the air from his reaction there, Ben Duckett. But as it was sort of toe end of the bat, I think.
Nottinghamshire are probably one good session away tomorrow morning.
Got to bat well tomorrow morning, haven't they?
They can bat through and only lose 1 or 2 wickets. They should be in a good position. You should get probably top side of 100 runs, and that would mean they're 100. If they're 160 in front, with say 7 wickets left at lunch, then they'd fancy the chances, or anybody would fancy the chances of seeing it through to the draw from there. This is a run away down to the wide third man fielder, Dom Sibley, but there's still 2 overs left tonight. Shouldn't get too far ahead. Could just suddenly go bang bang, and if Notts were 3 down, one of these out and the night watchman or whoever it was who came in next really would send them off with a spring in their step. 13 balls remain on day 3 of this match between the sides that finished in the top 2 positions last season. They're in the top 2 positions going into this round, but Somerset very much in the mix this season. This is wide of the off stump through to Smith, so 2 overs remain. I want to have a little quick final look at the women's match. England got home 211 for 9, won by 1 wicket with 10 balls left. So that's a thriller. Charlie Dean, the skipper, seeing them home 31 not out, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman there at the end 3 not out. Certainly played a significant part in that one. Glamorgan 140 for 5 at the close at Cardiff, requiring 143 more.
So that's the start of the international summer then.
Yep.
In May.
Convincing win by 1 wicket.
It's going to be Dan Lawrence around the wicket to Slater, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. Slater wants someone to sit down, I think. Yep, there. Well, it was da-da-da-da-da, and then from D. Lawrence, oi, sit down. Did the trick.
Does tend to spot things, Ben Slater.
There are some that do, aren't there? Steve Smith, I'm convinced if a wasp landed on the side screen, as in around the wicket goes Lawrence, and this is played off the back foot by Slater. He'll get a single out there to Nathan Barnwell. I've really enjoyed today again. There's been some cracking cricket again today. Lovely 100 from this man, Dan Lawrence.
Yep.
Great fast bowling from Josh Tongue. Liam Patterson-White bowling a marathon spell again. Very important innings from Adam Thomas and from Jordan Clark.
Yep.
Ollie Pope battling away with an injured thumb, batting at 10, as this is pushed into the offside by Duckett. But he won't get a run.
I agree with you. The gold award should go to everybody that attended to Gus Atkinson and looked after his welfare. And let's just hope the ringing in the ears has gone, got no headaches, and he's fine.
Well, the thing now is he can just rest up, can't he? As in around the wicket comes Lawrence. Forward goes Ben Duckett. I once got concussed playing rugby.
Did you, by Jove?
I was convinced, played the whole of the second half with it snowing, and that a train came just behind the posts, and then I had to go. We got taken on a school trip that evening, as in around the wicket goes Dan Lawrence, pushed out towards Nathan Barnwell. He'll get a single out there towards deep cover to the theatre, and I started feeling really ropey, and wasn't very well actually, and sort of. But that I was convinced the whole of the second half we played in the snow.
Yeah, you have that sickening feeling, don't you?
But back then, of course, it was run it off, even though it was your head.
Yeah.
They're going to get another close catcher in. Ryan Patel goes in next to Rory Burns at first slip, as Lawrence is in to Slater, and Slater nudges this into the leg side. We'll get a single, and that will be the end of Lawrence's contributions today, but they've been good ones. 104 with the bat, and a tidy 4 overs there with the ball. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4, and we've got 1 over left today, and Nottinghamshire 90 for 1, lead by 56.
Yes, if anybody wasn't with us and just wondering what we were referring to, Josh Tongue has bowled quickly throughout, and said in one of my reports today, I think it was at lunch for BBC Radio Nottingham, I think right now he's one of the most exciting bowlers in the county game to watch, because you don't want to turn away. He's bowling genuinely quickly, and when he has these aggressive fields and he's going to bang it in short, it's an exhilarating watch. But of course the other side of that is the feeling for the fella at the other end. He bowled quickly this morning, got 2 wickets just before the end of the morning session. Dan Lawrence set on 104, and then Adam Thomas, who was also set on 46. That brought us obviously to lunch, and then he continued afterwards. Here's Topley to bowl the final over of the day. That's hit him just about the waistband sort of area, the waist area, and goes over the stumps and through to Smith, 90 for 1. And shortly after lunch then, Tong banged one in short, and the initial feeling was that it had sort of just come off the side of Gus Atkinson's helmet, and he didn't go down or anything. The feeling straight away was that he'll be okay, but understandably they went through the concussion protocol. The physio out there checked him over properly and thoroughly, and then the change of helmet. Next ball short, pulled away again by Slater onto the leg side. Again, he's taken the aerial route, but it lands just inside the rope. 4 runs to Slater. Takes him on to 40, 94 for 1. But after they'd gone all through this, Mark, then the next tong over, he got him again. And this one was the resounding thud of a sickening blow. And although he got up quickly, it did knock Atkinson off his feet. He dropped to the ground. Clearly, Days got back to his feet. Physio again. And they went through the whole protocol system, but at much greater length. No ball from Topley, turned away to leg by Slater for another single, so they'll get 3 runs from that. That'll make it 97 for 1. Eventually, Atkinson was allowed to bat on. This was after a pretty lengthy stoppage. It was clear the Surrey physio wanted the umpires to keep an eye on him, and after a while, he batted on for quite a while, didn't he? They called the physio back on, and of course Atkinson was led away. He walked off. He'd been playing okay, but there was obviously something out there that the umpires felt he ought to be protected from. This is full and wide from Topley. 97 for 1, and it wasn't that long afterwards that Mark got a communique to say that through the concussion protocol, he'd failed the concussion protocol, wasn't it, and was being withdrawn from the match, and Rhys Topley would take his place in the game, could bat and bowl, came out, hit 12 runs, and now he's bowling. So that's where we are, in case you missed all that. Nottinghamshire 97 for 1, lead by 63, with 3 balls left if we don't have a wicket. Duckett turns this to leg and gets a single, 98 for 1. To make life so much easier if they get 2 more runs here. Nice 100 for 1, and I haven't got to mess about with any calculations or any of that business.
No, I'll go back to my point as well about Josh Tongue, though. He needs to be leading the England attack because of the way he did what he did again today. It's proper nasty bowling.
It's box office stuff.
It's horrible. It's horrible. As the batter, it's horrible. That's why he needs to be leading England's attack this summer. 98 for 1. Slater has 41. Let's just go through to the keeper. Thanks to everybody that's been there today, whether I always say it just for a few minutes dipping in and out or for lengthier periods. T's one of our regulars. Thanks to you and the team today for the comms and the stream. Fascinating game, though it does appear to have a draw written all over it. Thank you, T. Thanks as always to you for your correspondence and everybody else that's been in touch. Again, thanks to camera crew, production crew, but most importantly everybody that's been with us today, watching and listening. That's why we do it. Thanks to Kevin Howells as well for popping in and out as Slater runs this down to 3rd, and I don't think we're going to get the 3 figures on the board tonight. They're going to finish on 99 for 1 Nottinghamshire. That is going to be the end of the day. Ben Duckett is 35 not out. Ben Slater is 42 not out. The partnership is up to 80 from 114 balls. That's 99 for 1. So they lead by, is that 65 runs, Mark? I think it is. It is, yeah.
Yeah, very much enjoyed the day as well. I think I've given my thoughts. Any last reflections on a very absorbing day of cricket?
Another great day of cricket. 2 great sides going at it. Hammer and Tong again today. And I still think something could happen tomorrow. And I also think if it does, it will happen quickly. But probably the most likely result is the draw. But I still, this is just, these 2 sides are too good for somebody not to pull something out of the bag. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But whatever happens tomorrow, it's been a fantastic first 3 days of cricket. It really has. I'm very much looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow.
Here. From the entire team at Trent Bridge, have a lovely Sunday evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and if at all possible you're able to join us tomorrow morning, we'd love to have you along. A reminder We start about 11:15 on the live stream, the pictures with Aaron. He'll set the day up. You'll be able to see for yourself firsthand what the weather's doing and get yourself nicely attuned to the last day. It might just be one of those days where it's a case of bat dominating, or as Mark, I think, is perhaps hoping for, there is a clatter of early wickets and we do have a little bit of jeopardy through the day. Whatever happens, we'll be delighted to bring it to you from the entire team from Trent Bridge. A very good night.